You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favourite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favourite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.
Hello and welcome to Cricket 8. I'm Simon Hennessy. That is Rob Barron, already on the interpretive dance. I thought we were saving that for later. Rob, how you doing?
Great, mate. Thank you. Absolutely lovely to see you on our screen. Just what the particularly the female population have been crying out for since Cricket 8 started. So welcome back. Let's have them.
Thank you. Only the housewives, I believe, is the demographic we're aiming for here. If you were tuning in to see Rob and Jarrod, don't worry. Jarrod's going to be here pretty soon. He is having I'm not sure if it's a Coach Carter moment. Do you know if he's coaching basketball or cricket today?
All I know is
he's
not taking his main job seriously, is all I know. So unacceptable. Whatever he's doing, it's unacceptable.
Yeah, strong agree. We don't have a lot of time before this game actually starts. So I guess we'll rattle through the bets quickly. Personal favourite, Prab Singh, top batter for Punjab. A standout price of 4.5. When Rajasthan get to bat, we've got a 6 in their first over at 4.3. The bet that's going to be settled quickest of all, hopefully, Punjab over 6.5 runs in the first over. Rob got that at 1.8. I only got it at 1.72. I'm usually late to the party on these, but hopefully we can both win. We've got Rob's lock of the week, which is Punjab's first wicket to be caught by a fielder. Is that a fielder other than the wicketkeeper? Is that how that works?
Exactly that, yeah.
Yeah, and then top bowler, we've got Arshdeep Singh for Punjab, who has won a surprising number of times this year, Rob.
So Prab and Arshdeep have each won top bat and top bowl respectively 5 times out of 11 for Prab and 10 for Arshdeep, which is unreal. So getting 4.5 and 3.75 is nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure last year he got as big as 5-1. Like we were batting him at 6.0 for top bowl and wondering why he was letting us down every time.
Yeah, bookies are a bit rubbish, but this year he's got less to beat because Chahal's been fine. Like Chahal's done his job, but there's no overseas pacer knocking the door down. Lockie was a threat earlier in the comp, but he's finished now. And a lot of the bets that you have to, a lot of the betting decisions you've got to make right now is who the hell is playing, because a lot of the overseas lineups have changed. Like we've got Mafaka in today, which is a very big difference from Jofra Archer, Faruqi and Bartlett and Omazai, and we have a Mitch Owen in today. He's one of my favourite people of all time, so that's good to see. But yeah, you've got to. What we do know is that Arshdeep is playing, and Arshdeep's getting loads of wickets, and he bowls at the start and at the end, and Raj go mega hard at the start, and they usually lose loads of wickets at the end. So yeah, he's in very good shape. He's the attack leader for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to become quite clear to anyone watching this that I don't really know that much about cricket, but I do know a thing or two about betting. And all year, we've been hammering Rajasthan highest first over, Rajasthan highest first 6, regardless of what results they can put together. They've always been powerful in the first 6 overs, but we're not betting that today. So why is that?
Because Punjab are 2 reasons. One, they don't have Jofra, who's been keeping the runs down. Even when he's not taking wickets, he's been a huge threat, particularly with his first overall 2 in the power play. He's not here, and Faruqi's been bowling like a drain. And like I said, Mafaka is just not an adequate replacement for him. So firstly, I'm expecting Raj to concede more runs, particularly early. And secondly, Punjab have been going absolutely fine. Like Punjab have been averaging over 61 in the first 6 and only giving up 52 because of Arshdeep mainly. And Raj, whilst recently, particularly, they've been absolutely gunning it. With Jofra, they've been conceding 55 in the first 6 on average, and consistently conceding about 55 as well. So whilst we love Suryavanshi and Jaiswal,
we do.
There's a lot to be said for how Arya goes about his business. He's already got 1 first ball 6 in this IPL, and it was 50-1 that it happens today, and that's not bad. There aren't many bookies that offer the 50s. You've got to really sniff around, but yeah.
Yeah, I could only find 33s when I was looking yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay. And they actually, would you believe, as Faruqi steams in shortly, they've actually had a dot ball 8 times their first ball, which is a lot for a team like Punjab. You'd think they just come out blazing every time, but if they do blaze, a swing and a miss is more likely than the ball into the car park. So yeah, dot at evens or whatever, I could see a good case for backing it. But ball 1 with Faruqi bowling, the way he's bowled in this competition, it's one of those that nothing would surprise me. Like, it could easily be a wide. His radar has not been on at all. And
well, I'm looking forward to wide first ball, 6 second ball, and that way I don't feel bad about missing out on a 50-1 shot, and I immediately land overs on the first over, which it would be a great way to start the day.
Yeah, 7 off the first ball is always nice when you're on overs. We have had that before in this comp, I think. But yeah, Faruqi has been bad, basically. He's not been the wicket threat he used to be. He got none for 54 last time. Like, he's bowled 4 times in this IPL, and he hasn't taken any wickets. He just doesn't look the threat that he used to. He needs swing, and he needs to be able to land it, and he's not been doing that. But, you know, they've had a break, and maybe he comes back firing, and we are, ladies and gents, 5 seconds away from the start.
Oh, so you are. I'm game on. This is great.
Are you game on? Oh, wow. So Simon's watching this in the future.
Literally time travel.
Why don't you tell us what happens first ball then, Simon?
Well, it's good news for overs fans. He's absolutely flicked it away for 4.
Filthy pie down the leg side from Faruqi, whose radar remains off, and flicked away with ease by Arya for 4 of the Kings' runs.
So let's talk about Arya a little bit. We hopefully we're going to have a lot of time to talk about Prab Singh. He's got a long and storied tradition on this podcast. I've bet him for over 22.5 runs. But out of these two, who do you think actually has the higher ceiling?
Good question. As Arya blocks ball 2, and we do not permit him to do any more of that. That's a really good question, because what we thought initially this season and what we'd seen in previous seasons from Prab is he's a really, really good power play batsman and then runs out of ideas at the end of it and then gets out. But he's cracked that code this season. He's been going on. Whereas Arya, because he plays very aggressively, is way less consistent this season. He has got, what's he got? He's only got the one top bat where he got 100 against Chennai. Which was an amazing 100. He started off with a 6 and he carried on, as ball 3 is just nudged into the leg side for 1. So yeah, I think for as far as careers go, I think you'd want to be having shares in Arya because that 100 was really special. And whilst Prab has got IPL 100s and he is only 24, I mean, there's so much young Indian talent. It's absolutely ridiculous when you look at these guys and you're like, well, this one's 23 and this one's 24. And one of them is 10 years older than the Indian talent that opens for the other team. It's absolutely mental. And Jaiswal's still a kid. It's just ludicrous. There's 4 Indian openers playing today who all franchise teams worldwide would love to have at the top of the order. And the oldest one of them is 24 and the youngest one is bloody 14.
Good news for overs fans. Yeah, that's very nice to see.
Right, so we started with a winner, ladies and gents.
Yeah, there we have it.
Faruqi bowls another poor ball, full toss. Prab is absolutely up to it despite a week off and just hammers it through the leg side.
That looked relatively easy. Do you think you could have hit that one for 4, Rob?
Yeah, let's say yes, because nobody will ever find out otherwise. No, probably not. Like, it probably would have been bowled. I've just got no idea what to do with batting. But the start of 10 off the first 5 balls is lovely jubbly, just what we were looking for. Rollicking good start for Punjab. And the thing is, Rajasthan are relying heavily on spin. now that Jofra's gone. They can't throw the ball to somebody to be a wicket threat or keep the runs down if Faruqi's radar's off. We love Deshpande, but you can't rely on his radar. Madwal, similar. So Hasaranga has got to do a lot of the work here. And Parag probably has to bowl today, which is always fun. I don't.
Yeah, I noticed they've adjusted his performance line quite a lot now. We were having good fun betting him over 22, 23 performance points. But now it looks like all the books are onto the fact that he's going to bowl a few overs and with some success as well. The lowest line I thought I saw was 32 last night, 32.5.
Yeah. Yeah, if you keep battering them on a market, eventually they realise that they're losing money. It sometimes takes them a while, but eventually they're like, oh yeah, we keep putting up this terrible line and everyone's backing overs and it keeps winning, so we're going to put it up. And they've now got it in a sensible place. Like 32 is what it should have been, particularly with him bowling loads, which was quite surprising.
Yeah, did he get 3 overs last game?
Let's have a look. They've been dodging bullets all over the place because he keeps dropping bloody catches, Parag. Like he's had a couple dropped of his bowling, and there's one game where we were on overs and he dropped 2. Yeah, he bowled. So in the last 2 games, he's actually got wickets, which is something that he wasn't doing before when he bowled. As they're going to our man Deshpande now, who bowls a ball that is very easy to put away for a single on the leg side. So yeah, Parag, what did he do last time? He got 1 for 21 off 3 overs, and they just don't have that many places to go with the bowling attack. So I would expect to see him bowl today. We're not expecting much spin here. Madwal does not look like the guy. You know, he's had 2 games this year and he's managed none for 89. That's pretty terrible. His last time out, he came in as the impact sub and bowled 3 overs for 50. So where do they go? Who do they throw the ball to? It's only Hasaranga really that they can go, right, you're going to have to chill this out. That's something to keep an eye on for your overruns betting is Hasaranga versus everybody else. As Prab
That's another easy 4 there.
Beautifully through backward point for 4.
Yeah, I did want to ask you actually. We usually like to have a look at Punjab for most 4s or over 4s, a market that we didn't really talk about before the game. Did we swerve that for any particular reason? I mean, you've laid out the case for terrible Rajasthan batting and good Punjab.
So, sorry to cut you off, but yeah, they concede too many, Punjab, in the 4s region. So they have problems when, like we said, Arshdeep is very much the leader of the attack, and Chahal is hot or cold. Basically, 2 settings. He's either really, really good or not so good. And so they struggle to keep the 4s down like this season. If you want some stats, they've averaged 15.6 a game, but they've conceded 15.2, which, you know, makes them about a level team. Rajasthan concede loads. You know, they're a slightly negative 4s team. And it's one of those that if you were able to get on at about evens after the toss, the batting first gives you a huge edge in the 4s and the 6s, really. That would be the time to have got on. But yeah, it wasn't something that was in my equations. As
was that a drop for 4? Rob?
Yeah.
Was that the world famous drop? Well, not quite.
Yeah. This could be a 3. So what's happened here is Deshpande's bowled another one down the leg side. So the leg side tactic actually nearly bore fruit there. Ayers flicked it straight off his pads into the hands of Chahal.
I thought that was difficult, but you're going to tell me that was easy.
I think it's Chahal. It might be Faruqi. Now, I should be able to tell those 2 apart, but I can't on the stream that I've got. So I'm waiting to see it on my bigger TV here. So he's flicked it. That's Faruqi. He has flicked it. He should catch that 100 out of 100, Faruqi. But he doesn't have functioning eyes, arms, or legs. So that should have been the core other right there. It was straight.
So I've heard you talk about fielding a lot, and it seems to me that if you move your feet in time, it makes the catches easier, and instead he had to dive for it.
Yeah, and that one is very uppish, and that one is caught by the fielder. So that is out, and that, my feathered
friend, caught by a fielder,
is another winner, and that's what we do here. So because the universe tries to wind us up, we had an easy drop for Court. And then Aya has just hit one straight to Hetmeyer, who has a very good pair of hands, to be fair. And he's took a really, really easy catch. Where's that mid-off? In the circle, straight to him. Jobs are good. And that's very nice. Lovely start. We've had 2 decent bets and we've got 2 winners. And
yeah, 2 winners and 2 overs.
That's what we're all about.
Yeah. And now we've got, obviously...
Mitch is here. Well,
did you expect to see him at 3?
I did not. If you have a Mitch Owen, as the Big Bash showed us, you should always open with him, because if he comes off, you've won. But he needs to be careful of not being branded a one-trick pony, Mitch. And I love him dearly, and he should be on this wall here, but I've not found a signed photo of him yet. He loves hitting the first ball for 6. He loves hitting every ball for 6. But he's only ever really got any runs in Australia in the Big Bash, where he got millions. And every time he got like 20 off the first over or 15 off the first over. But he hasn't got any runs anywhere else. And he had a go as he hits his first ball down the ground for no run. He had a go in the PSL very briefly. They mucked about and batted him in the lower middle order, which is the wrong answer for him, I think. And they brought him up the top of the order, and he got 6 and out. He did exactly the same thing in the SA20, 6 and out in the first over. He's super fun. He's quite a high wicket percentage, because and it's not fair to expect him to be suddenly good in all countries. It's really, really hard. But he had an amazing Big Bash season, like phenomenal season. The most runs, battered everything everywhere, and he's only 23. And it feels like I've watched him play for 4 or 5 years, not doing much in the Big Bash, bowling the odd over a crap and coming in at 7 for a Yahoo and not really doing much. And then they went, all right, you're opening for the whole season for Hobart. Let's see what you got. And he was amazing. But then he got picked by all the franchises and suddenly has to develop skills that he doesn't really have.
Well, there's a skill.
That's a shot from Prab. So Mafaka, who has been warming the bench for the majority of this season and is very much one for the future rather than one for the present, I think it's fair to say, has given Prab what you should never give him, and that's loads of width, and he's just thrown the hands at it. It's not a great shot, but away it goes for 4. And what we want from Prab is to keep scoring loads of runs, because we're on him top bat and we're on him over 22.5, aren't we, Simon?
I mean, I'm on over 22.5. To be honest, I wasn't sure how much I liked that, but I found a standout price. Everybody else was either 24 or 25. I had already had quite a decent bet on him at 4.5 for top bat. I don't usually like having myself too exposed on one player. Yeah, small bet at over 22.5 for me.
So I find myself with that, and that's something that comes up quite a lot. Like, how can you just keep backing all of these things that are basically the same thing happening? And I get it. And what's happened is the bookies have underrated the guy, right? And if that happens, he's going to be a bet for his runs, top bat, top match batsman, maybe even man of the match as well. And it's up to you what you do with your staking. As far as those go, my philosophy, as he flicks another one away off his pads.
Yeah, they made that one look easy.
This radar from all bowlers is off. They're bowling leg side crap or wide filth outside off. And Prab has great wrists, and he's just I'm not even 100%. That was off the bat. Let's just check.
Yeah, was that off his thigh?
Yeah, let's see what the umpire gives here. I've not seen what the umpire's given. It is 4 runs, but I would much prefer that the umpire gave it off the bat. I don't think he did. I think he's given the leg by, which I think was the right answer. But going back to what I was saying, Prab, this is his recent form. 91 last game, as he chops one to point for no run. 54 the game before, 83 the game before that, 33 the game before that. So he's been going on 13, 30, 42, none, 17, 69. But he has, what does Prab have? 5 top bats out of 11 goes, right? So if they want to be 4.5 when they're changing a lot of the team and bringing Mitch Owen in at 3 and they've got the high volatile guy at the other end and they're not quite sure what to do with their team.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure what that shot was, but it was effective.
Gracious me. I mean, that is a 6 of the highest order. Now, I've got one of these things here. You need about 50 of these on the hardest setting to be able to do what Prab just did. So he's got another bad ball, bit of width, but he has not really moved his feet at all and just used his immensely strong wrist to power through the ball and send it up over mid-off for a comfortable 6, and he moves on to 20. Mafaka is really toiling here, and he looks like he needs a lucky wicket to get him in the game, if you know what I mean, because his radar is not working here.
So let's just go back to Prab's recent performances. I mean, you laid out beautifully in a former watch along. We always like to bet Prab's overs, and at the start of the season, what we were trying to do was wait for him to go over his total, and then as soon as the power play ended, we would take his unders, and sometimes we'd try and land a nice juicy middle where we'd win both bets. Yeah. And on the podcast, on the watch along that you laid that out, he literally got out first ball over 7, and there was money for all of us. So what is he doing differently now to get these higher totals?
So long-standing fans of the show will remember that we used to do this for Sai Siddharthan all the time. And Siddharthan, another brilliant young Indian batter, he used to come in and get his line.
In the air.
Mitchy.
Oh, no.
Such a high wicket percentage is Mitch Owen. I love him dearly. He was there for a fun time and absolutely not a long time. And he hasn't looked at where the ball has landed, and he's just had a wild slog trying to clear the back leg. It's gone straight up in the air. And Sanju, who is back behind the wickets, takes a remarkably easy catch. And it's a good job he didn't open, because that would have been caught keeper. So Mafaka has his lucky wicket and is now in the game. It's 34 for 2 after 3. But Siddharthan is a guy who's only 23, feels like he's been around forever. But we noticed that in the IPL, he was scoring his overs every time. Now, he is the best over 20 guy, I think, in IPL history in terms of percentage of his innings that have gone over 20. And he's done that again this year. But the thing that he developed as a young guy, so he used to always defer risk, get to 30 odd, and then he would, or maybe 40. And then as soon as he tried to go into 5th gear, he would get out. And we found that trait to be very, very common for him. So he was one where we were bashing his overs, and then when he got his line, we bashed his unders, and we won loads. Right? It was remarkable how often he did it. But towards the end of that season, last season, he worked it out how to not get out. So rather than going from 3rd gear to 5th or 2nd gear to 5th, he goes 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th, if he does even go 5th now. And he started being extremely consistent at getting higher amounts of runs, getting the 50s. He's got quite a lot of about 50s. He still struggles to really kick on. But anyway, so you put the unders bit away when he works it out. He's a really good cricketer and he's worked it out. So Prab here, as Sanju thinks he might have nicked off here to another filthy ball down the leg side. I can't hear him.
They're going for review. Yeah, they're going for review.
Yeah, so it's a wide. The umpire says, I heard nothing. But I assume it's very, very noisy there. The umpire says, I heard nothing. They're reviewing. It looks on first glance that is a very long way away from the bat. Would you agree with that? And
I mean, I can see daylight between bat and ball.
I think that has possibly flicked the flap of his pad, in which case the wide will be removed. But I think, Prab fans, we're safe enough. I don't think he's out. It was a half-hearted appeal, but Sanju heard something. So let's see if it flicks off his pad. They've not shown it all the way through yet, but I saw daylight there.
Oh, dear.
Oh, you've seen something. Uh-oh. He's out for 21, which is a disaster. So that is a feather. It looked like daylight. Another angler's seen the noise, and out we go. So that is extremely bad news.
It was all going so well, but now it feels like...
Yeah, that's annoying, upsetting. It really didn't look like he hit that.
No. I mean, the stream I'm looking at is not the best, but I didn't think that was out.
You'll have to message us in the comments there and see what actually happened, because we're struggling to see it with the pictures that we've got here, and I can't have commentary on. But yeah, it didn't look like he hit it, but there was a noise.
There was a noise. Yeah, there was
a
noise.
By Snicko, and off he trots for 21, which is not going to win top bat, and it's not going to win over 22.5. But the thing with Prab, right? So he's done the thing that he hasn't done very often, has got out in the power play, is he's worked out. He's a young guy who's really good at cricket, and he's worked out that he was getting out a lot post power play by playing shots that he was playing in the power play, and put it away. Put those shots away, and was like, okay, I'm going to calm down a bit, and I'm going to take my time a bit more, and I'm going to hit the ball on the floor rather than in the air because there's fielders there now. And he worked it out. So we put away the auto unders as soon as the power play finished for him. Now we have Shreyas Iyer in, and he is extremely good at batting and very good against spin.
Why do you think they put Wadira in ahead of him when Mitch Owen went out?
Good question. That would have been Iyer's decision himself, and I don't know why he wouldn't have wanted to face this pace in the power play, because it's been completely non-threatening. I don't understand how they've lost 3 wickets, to be honest, from the balls that we've seen so far.
Yeah, the bowling's not been great, and yet suddenly they look like they are in trouble.
Yeah, Iyer just chipped a ball to mid-off that looked absolutely fine. Mitch Owen just slogged at a ball that was, just a top edge straight up in the air. Fine. That happens with Mitch Owen an awful lot, like we were saying. It's very difficult for a man that suddenly cracked one set of conditions to go around the world, play for every single team in different conditions and be good at all of them. And he's not been good at any of them. But that's, is a really difficult thing to do. People look at his big
Isn't he roughly the same age as Jaiswal?
Who, Mitch?
Yeah.
He's like 24 or something, yeah.
So do we think that with a bit more exposure to sort of Indian IPL conditions, he's going to come round? Because he does seem to have massive talent and a lot of slogging ability.
So I think rather than being a batsman, which you could say that Prab was or Iyer was, and Jaiswal 100% definitely is, Mitch Owen isn't. Mitch Owen started as a bowler that wasn't all that, and was a useful hitter down the order. And his only job was to come in as Iyer gets a leading edge, and was quite lucky there. Only job was to bash it down the order, and he did it with very limited success. And somebody at Hobart made the decision this season to open with him, and he wasn't just good, he was unbelievable. But he wasn't playing great cricket shots and timing the pants off them for on drives for 4 and, flicking it round fielders. And there was no craft to it. It was standing still and mowing through the line of the ball, because he's a big, strong unit. And you can do that on pitches that don't swing and where you can trust the bounce. And he's grown up in Australia, obviously, on pitches that are usually flat, as one beats the bat. A good ball from a slightly short ball from Deshpande that Wadira isn't up to. But he didn't just do well. He got 452 runs, which is the more than anybody else in the bash, at a strike rate, incredible strike rate of north of 200. So he was getting over 2 a ball. And he got 36 sixes in the tournament. And Maxwell had quite a good season, and he got 9 more sixes than Maxwell did. Maxwell was second, 9 more sixes than anybody else. And he was gunning it from over 1. So if there was any swing, it certainly didn't affect him. But then you've got to go over to Pakistan, and then you've got to go over to India, and then you've got to go to South Africa and suddenly be good at all of it. And it's very unrealistic to expect somebody to be able to do that.
So let's just look at Deshpande, 9 runs off that over. Again, last year, I'm pretty sure we made a lot of money betting on him. And this year, if we had been betting on him, we'd have been doing our money. What's happened to him?
Not improved. So he started off season 1, something about him, as in he was a threat, and he's moved teams as well. So he's come from Chennai, and he's now with Raj. And when he was with Chennai, he had a couple of games in 2022, and he didn't really show us anything. And he got put away, and they were like, okay, maybe next year. And they had the full season in 2023. And he got lots of wickets, but he was quite expensive. And he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 twofers, which is really good for a young Indian bowler, and 2 threefers. But he could not keep the runs down. I'm looking at his economy rates, and he only managed to go fewer than 10 in less than half the games. And some of them he was going at 12 and 14. And, so he was one of those guys that something would happen when he bowled, a bit like Mafaka, who's bowling right now. It's runs and wickets for Mafaka, because he bowls extremely fast, but he doesn't know where it's going. And Deshpande had a couple of different types of delivery. He had a slower ball that was moderately effective, but he hustled batsmen through with extra pace, and he was genuine wicket threat all the time. And so what he did the next year is he came back and he went, okay, I've been going for too many runs. I need to sort that out. I need to stop bowling bad balls. He became much less of a wicket threat. He had 5 games last season where he didn't get a wicket at all. And he was extremely consistent the year before, but he didn't get spanked. He was going at a much better economy of nearer the 8.8 kind of range for the season. And it was like, wow, this guy's learning, but he's then overcompensated with the better economy and doesn't get the wickets anymore. So he was like, now this season, what do I do? And he's still trying to work it out, is basically what's happening with Deshpande. And he hasn't worked it out because this season, although he's got a couple of, what's he got? Let's have a look at their stats. He's got top bowler a couple of times. He's done okay. Yeah, he was hurrying guys through, but this season he's just not seemed to be the threat. But I think quite a lot's been going wrong with Rajasthan. Deshpande's not even been in the team for all the games. He got a 3 for and a 2 for, but he's had quite a few where he hasn't got a wicket. Yeah, we loved him, but he's very much still a work in progress. Even though when we're talking about all these kids, he's been around quite a long time. He's 30 years old, Deshpande. He's not a child like some of these guys. We're talking about, there's a run out chance there, but I can't see who it is, but whoever it was, I think it was Hasaranga, failed to do the first thing you must do when you're trying to run someone out, and that is pick the ball up. So here is taken off for an extremely rapid single to point, which is where Hasaranga is standing, and he bent down, couldn't pick the ball up. And Punjab are doing a very Punjab thing, and that is being 48 for 3 in the 5th. That is how Punjab roll.
And what was their pass score supposed to be for the power play?
So the line was 60, and it's hard to disagree when they've been getting 61.5 for the season. You could have made an argument for overs because Rajasthan don't have Jofra today, and they got 66 last time, and have been pretty consistent in like they very rarely. Usually when you look through a team's first 6 numbers across a season, 10 or 11 games, there's one where they do terrible and they get 26 or whatever because they've just got in a total mess. The worst they've done this season is 43, which is pretty good. And most of them, they've been in the kind of mid-50s. And then when it goes right, they've got the 89 and the 75 and the 73 or whatever. But this has kind of gone wrong for them. And they're still going to get mid-50s at least. You'd have thought a good over from Mafaka, to be fair, an over that never happens from Mafaka is
4 dots,
balls, a 4 and a very risky 1. And there might be something in this pitch that is keeping these slightly lesser bowlers interested. And what I'm looking for now is A, when do they use him? But B, what does Hasaranga do on this pitch? Because that is going to have a huge say in, firstly, the total, but also whether or not Punjab get bowled out, because Punjab don't mind risking the all out in trying to get the good total, which is part of the reason why I love them.
But have Rajasthan managed to bowl anybody out all season? I thought their bowling had been so bad that they never managed it.
Awful. They've been all out themselves a couple of times, Raj, but their best effort was getting a team 9 down, and their next best effort was getting a team 6 down, which is really rubbish across a whole season like this. So that has been their major issue. I mean, they've been a total revelation with the stuff at the top of the order with those two. Jaiswal is now the experienced hand bashing it, and the Sanju long-term injury, which he's now back from, released the school kid from his cage, and he came out bashing every ball for 6. It's been great fun. But the thing that's gone really wrong for Rajasthan, and we said this before the season started, is the cupboard is so bare in terms of replacements. And what happens if this guy is injured? They don't have any overseas batting other than Hetmeyer. So yeah, the bowling has been really weak. And that stat that I've just said, they've never bowled anyone out. They've got a team 9 down once, and the next best is 6 down, and that is standout worst in terms of wicket taking in this IPL. I mean, even Sunrisers have got somebody all out, and they've been utterly awful. I mean, even Chennai have taken wickets.
So I was just looking at the top Punjab batsmen's market just to see how bad shape Prab Singh was in. Currently available at 66-1. I'm not considering pressing that, but do we think Shreyas Iyer is the rightful favourite in that market?
Yeah, yes, he is, because who else can you trust basically in that top bat market? I think he is being given rather a lot of runs. I can see here. I can see his line at 46.5, and I don't think he's looked that convincing as another run out chance that would have had him. I'm not sure who would have been out, but there was a run out chance there. I think it's actually no, it's Iyer himself taking off for another single that just isn't there. He should have been run out by a yard then. But once again, they missed the stumps. I think it's Mafaka had to go this time. So that is one as Wadira hoofs one away for 6.
Beautiful.
Uncomplicated. Faruqi is there for the taking today. And they don't need to be running extremely risky singles because he's bowled a short ball that has deviated 0 degrees, and Mafaka has just thrown his hand through it and belted it over the left leg side. Uncomplicated, very easy 6. Good cricket shot, got in a good position, but he's not in full control of it. But when the ball is that easy to hit, you don't have to be in full control of it. So on March Punjab to 57 for 3. The match winner market doesn't quite know what to do with itself, and it's very understandable, to be honest, because they're such a high volatility cricket team. So it's a team that try and get themselves out all the time against a team that never get anyone out. So it's a difficult one to understand where you are with the cricket match, and they have got batting to come, but none of it is trustworthy.
I'm surprised to see Rajasthan favourites. Sagnik in the chat seems to suggest that Iyer's injured. I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but if he was injured, do you think he should be taking off for these risky singles?
Well, no, because they should have had 2 run-outs while he's been at the crease. I do think that unders, as I can see, it's 46.5. I do think that is a bet if you can get hold of that, because they're trying to take off for another dodgy single there. And again, you can get 20 for run out. The way they're batting, the run out is in the game here. They keep taking off, and it's mainly Iyer's fault. He keeps taking off for singles that just aren't there, and he's run 2 of them and could have affected a run out twice if the fielders were better. Just looking at the all-out Punjab price, it's not big enough, so some firms bet on this. Price Punjab at all-out 3.25. It's unexciting.
So I'm looking at Iyer under 45.5.
Yeah, that's
a good idea.
Yeah, I can see 46.5 here. So shop around, and if you can get the 46 back that, but 45.5 is fine. I think it's too many. I get it. I get why they're a high line, because he's basically the only one you can trust, really. But I'm saying I don't trust him right now because
based on what we've seen.
Yeah. So here's Parag, as we predicted, into the attack for over number 7, which makes me think Hasaranga will bowl over number 8. So if anybody's chucking 8.5 up there, which I can see, 8.5 next over, that's a bet. Under 8.5 next over at evens is a really good bet.
Under 8.5 in the 8th over, I'm looking at 1.6. So if you've got evens, that's great news for you.
Yeah, you can also back over 7.5 and get yourself a really juicy middle there if you want, and as in you're getting over 10-1 that you hit 8, which isn't 10-1 in the 8th over. The reason why it's a really good bet now is twofold. Very much like the benefits of origami, is Parag is bowling right now. There are 6 chances for a wicket to happen before the next over, because there's 6 balls, and that means that run line could come down by virtue of them losing a wicket and them having to behave themselves. Also, the fact that Parag is bowling now means that Hasaranga is extremely likely to bowl the next over, and he's the biggest threat. With them being 3 down, I'm not saying it can't happen, but it's unlikely that they see Hasaranga coming into the attack and think, oh, this is our chance to smash him for 6. Punjab might well do that. They're Punjab and they're mental. As a routine bit of fielding, at point costs another run because I think it's that man again. Hasaranga fails to pick the ball up using his hands, which you must do when you're fielding. If the ball goes straight to you, you have options. You can put your foot on it. You can put your knee on the floor. I think that time it might have been Suyvanshi actually. And it's just very uncomfortable to be criticizing a 14-year-old for not fielding very well. Do you know what I mean? I don't particularly want to do it. This is the situation the IPL have put us in by making a 14-year-old play that we're supposed to comment on it. It's like, well, he's a kid, so there's like loads of thousands and thousands of people cheering and shouting and stuff, and he's not managed to pick the ball up. I don't particularly want to dig him out. He's 14, but I guess he's playing. What are your thoughts on that, Simon? Should we be shouting and screaming at him? So if it was Hasaranga, I'd say, come on, man, you've got to be able to pick the ball up. But
yeah, I mean, Hasaranga's had an extra 10 years to learn how to pick the ball up, and you'd think he's been standing in the field long enough to be able to do it. Like for the kid, honestly, as long as I see him hit sixes or even just try to hit sixes, I'm more than happy with that. Anything else that he does, I see as just an extra contribution.
Fair enough. Good shot from Wadira. They didn't do the 6 singles thing off Parag. Wadira has stepped back, given himself the whole of the offside to access, picked a huge, great big gap, and nailed it for 4 as they moved to 66 for 3 in the 7th.
I like what I'm seeing here, Rob, and so I'm going to bet Punjab right now. I can't see I can't see why they're not a shorter price here. 2.3 just seems like a lot.
So I think a bit of that is Hasaranga's going to be on now, and the market respects him. His IPL numbers aren't all that great, Hasaranga, but he's an extremely experienced top draw operator, and if you're looking in this attack, he's the clear threat. Now, I don't know that he's bowling this over, but when Parag has bowled the 7th and you've got Hasaranga and you haven't used him yet, first name Pinaduwaga, which I did not know. I thought he was Wanindu, but anyway, that's cheered me up. I want to see him on my screen now because I'm on this under 8.5. And what normally happens when Hasaranga bowls is LBW comes into the game a lot.
There he is. Good news for you.
But the way, so we're cheering fewer than 9 this over, please. But the way Wadira just tried to access the offside and took a massive step back to help him do that, it means that Bold is probably more in the game than the LBW because he's not covering his stumps at all.
We've got a super chat question from Siddharth Singh. Thank you for the contribution. Rob, when did you last place and win a run-out bet? Now, I hear you talking about this bet nearly every game. And usually it's because it's very good odds, and it's usually because the bookies are slow to move to the changing conditions of the game. But I can't actually remember the last time you won one.
Same. I don't think I've ever won one. I don't think I've ever won one, in fact. As the first ball is hit for 4 by Wadira, which is upsetting. Hasaranga completely missed his length and just basically bowled a half tracker that didn't turn even slightly, and Wadira got onto it. So the thing is with those, when you're back in 20-1 shots, as we almost invariably are with this run out, you are going to get an awful lot of losers. But if you back them all, you're going to win more than 1 in 20, hopefully. The main area to back run out fans is towards the end of the innings. If they've had 16 overs in a T20, in the first innings particularly, you know the running intent has to go up. You know it's going up, and by the time the last over comes, they're going to run like lunatics. Now, in the IPL, they don't risk the wicket like they would in the women's IPL, for example, or in a lot of the tournaments around the world, because for ridiculous reasons, people value their averages too much, want to protect their averages, whereas I never look at averages when I'm betting. I look at runs per innings. Anyway, if you're getting 20 or 18 with 4 overs to go in the first innings, you are 100% definitely on value. It's just the fact that the trade has been too lazy to move it. As
bad news, Rob. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah.
So that is a losing bet.
That is a losing bet.
Those of you that took the middle lost tiny, and those of you that just bashed the wrong line, which was the 8.5, like myself, are losers. But Wadira has come in and really upped it here. And is looking pretty good. But yeah, worryingly, and very good for you if you're on Punjab, but worryingly for Rajasthan, the biggest wicket threat here isn't landing it. And still the market doesn't fold and says Rajasthan are favourites here. So the market must think this pitch is an absolute belter. Another thing you've got going for you if you're on Punjab is Rajasthan hate winning games if it's close. I mean, they've lost a game that was tied, which they had totally in the bag and should never have been tied at all. They then lost in the Super Over because they ridiculously didn't bat Jaiswal in the Super Over. And they didn't let Jofra bowl it. So 2 loads of mental there.
Yeah, we were on that one, weren't we? I remember that. Yeah.
Then they had another game completely in the bag and they lost that one by 2 runs. And so to complete the set, they then lost a game by 1 run. So they've lost a game that has been tied by 1 run and by 2 runs. And no one's ever done that in any franchise cricket in a season before.
So just quickly back to the run out. I think I've backed it a few times, like 15, 16s, when you say it should be 8s, 9s, or 10s. And I've never won one. I think it's safe to say I've been betting IPL for 2 years. I've never won one. Do you reckon that's below expectation?
Yeah, it is. Like, you should have won one for sure.
Yeah.
But these things happen basically. Like we've been quite fortunate with the top bat stuff throwing out massive prices. 22 to 1 last time and 70 to 1 the time before. And I don't back 20 to 1 winners in every game. It just happened to be that we were on air for 2, big price winners. But the run out stuff, yeah, it does. They do win sometimes, but the answer is to keep backing them. But I think the ones where you're like, that's a little bit big at 18, quite often it probably isn't. I think there was a decent case there for when Ia started his innings to just be on at 20 because it's slightly too big, but I don't mean it should be 8. Whereas at the end of the innings, it should be 8. And if you can back the 20, then great. More leg side filth, more more
that's not a drop catch, is it? But that shouldn't go for 4.
No, I think the IPL has had a break and the fielders have used that time to not practice fielding, which I would have done. You could make a case that was a drop because it's in the air.
It did carry further than I thought it would.
It's in the air and it's Deshpande, our man Deshpande, very similar to the drop from Arya early that Faruqi did. It's in that region, just the leg glance. It's gone straight to him and he's somehow got in this position with his hands here but by his feet. Now that is almost impossible to catch the ball by your feet if your hands are here. Your hands must be here if you're going to catch the ball by your feet. If it bounces off your hand, it goes up. If it bounces off those hands, it definitely goes down. So he's got into a terrible position, which nobody has ever tried to field a cricket ball who can field cricket balls should ever do, but he's got into a terrible position, made a complete mess of it. And what could have been a catch, which nobody will record as a drop because he got nowhere near it, has ended up being another 4. So it's got like Rajasthan are shooting themselves in the face a bit here because whilst the bowling has been quite bad and they've got a few lucky wickets, the fielding has been desperate. So Punjab are kind of off the hook now.
And still not favourites.
Yeah, that's the market has huge faith as another dot ball goes by. It either thinks that the Punjab collapse is always in the game, which fair enough. I suppose it is, or it thinks that this pitch is a total belter, which I'm not so sure about.
But don't we think that the Rajasthan collapse is always in the game as well? I mean, they don't have much past their top 3-4 bats.
Yeah, it really is. I'm just looking at the 6s line here, Simon, which I can see at 7.5 as
that was a better shot from Shreyas.
It does go straight through a fielder though. Excuse me. Another ball goes straight. That is a bad ball. It is absolutely in the slot, and he's thrown his hands through it, but it's straight along the floor for a no risk 4. Yeah, lots of fielders diving, not many of them stopping it. I'm just looking at the 6s line here of 7.5. How many have we had so far? 2?
2 or 3. It's a good question.
One from Wadira and one from Prab. And what they do have in this order is a lot of 6s. So Wadira can hit them. Shreyas is brilliant at hitting 6s, particularly against spin. Then we've got Shashank, Omazai, Giraffe, Marco Janssen. Even Bartlett can get you a 6. As another bad ball is put away just for a single this time. So I can see 7.5 sixes out there. That is probably a little bit low. What happens is the models that we're betting against here, it's very difficult to tell a model that balls going by doesn't mean fewer sixes. It's very difficult to do that as we head into a strategic
timeout.
It's very difficult for a model to do that.
Does a model assume that it's going to be top 3 bats who put a good foundation in for the sixes as well? So if they get lost early, models are slow to respond.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your model, but yes, there will be an element of that. But what the model says is we've lost 3 wickets, and all those 3 hit sixes, which is absolutely true.
Yeah, fair enough.
And then it says, but you're telling me that more balls have gone past, so therefore the amount of sixes that are available must come down, right? It must. Whereas my argument is, no, it mustn't, because we've got guys here that are getting themselves more of a platform to allow the sixes to be hit later. Plus, we've got 2 6-hitters in right now who have faced 35 balls between them. So their 6 percentage is only going to go up. Those bad balls that they've been hitting for 4 in the last 2 overs, they've got 4 4s in the last 2 overs, will shortly be hit for 6, because being 3 down, when did these two come together? Being 3 down in the 4th is a very different proposition for sixes than being 3 down in the 10th, which is where they are now, because now they have avoided that, probably avoided the collapse. It's unlikely that they have the full all out now, where it wasn't so much when the 3rd wicket fell. So yeah, the 6 percentage should be going up now, and so I think at 1.91, which you can get over 7.5 sixes, is all right. It's pretty good.
So we're going to bet that, are we?
Yeah.
Well, here's the sound for betting something.
We're not here for not betting, are we?
All right, we're in.
That's what we've all been waiting for.
So you want to go over 7.5 sixes?
I do, and I have, and I will, and I am. One thing the market has done now, Simon, is what we thought it should have done an over or 2 ago, is it's made Punjab favourites.
Yeah.
So if you'd followed Guru of all things, primarily relationship advice, but also poker and now cricket, if you follow Simon in, you're in a great position, because the team that he thought should have been favourites are now favourites. The market has woken up to Rajasthan not looking great, I think it's fair to say. I think those wickets were much more batsman error than they were bowler excellence. And Prab Simran's wicket, which we still don't know whether he hit it, was leg side rubbish that he nicked to the keeper. Mitch Owen slogged one straight up in the air, and Arya, fortunately for us, got caught by a fielder. But here's Hasaranga, and he needs to land it if he's going to have an impact on this game. He didn't land it in his first over. Normally, LBW and bowler in the game when he bowls, but his length, he bowled way too short in that last over, Simon. So he just got picked off for, 10 or 11. Let's see if he can land it now against one of the best players of spin in the world, which is Shreyas Iyer, who covers up first ball and blocks it to, I think that was about backward point that I can see on my stream.
So, Rob, I'm juggling a few screens here. I can only see over 7.5 sixes at 1.7. Should I wait until the end of this over?
That's a no bet for me. I would not bet 1.7, but I would bet the...
Would you take 1.83 if I can find that?
They're just having a think about an LBW appeal here, and I don't mind it at all. As Wadira, there was easily a run there, by the way, but Wadira ran halfway down and halfway back. So Wadira did a run, but Ia didn't do any runs. So they've decided not to review, and the next one has been clanged away down to backward square leg for a single. I'm not seeing Ia as being brilliant just yet. He's not convinced me.
We're still live at under 43.5, but his run line is 10 more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm on under 46.5, and I can see 56.5, which I'm not betting. I'm just going to see how he gets on for the next couple of overs, I think. but 56.5 is still quite high. But I guess the counter argument to that is, where's the threat? Like, who is, if Hasaranga is not being a threat, then
Well, with all of the Punjab batsmen, we've only seen them be a threat to themselves, really, haven't we?
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. But Hasaranga, having been on him for unders last time where he bowled rubbish, is bowling a bit better this over.
I don't think that bounced. I think he just
Wadira
got 6
climbs
there.
in and then just hoofs in for 6. That's good news. Good news for 6 fans.
Let's just talk about Hasaranga briefly. I think, I mean, I'm not that up to speed with all of these players' names, but when I've bet on them and I've won on them, they tend to stick in my memory a little bit better. Right, so I happen to know that Hasaranga is Sri Lankan, and we've been on his performance bets in the past in international games because he's theoretically an all-rounder. Is that right?
Yeah, so Hasaranga is, somebody will correct me if I've got this wrong, I think he's the only person to have ever got top bat and top bowl in a T20 competition over the season. And he did that in the Sri Lankan one last year. That is phenomenal, by the way.
Yeah, that's legendary stuff. Whatever the level of competition, that's good.
So Hasaranga is very, very good at batting. The problem with Hasaranga's batting is nobody really ever knows what to do with him, and he's certainly not cracked it in terms of his batting at all in the IPL. Like, he's never done it in the IPL. I can see 20-1 top bat knocking around for him, which normally you think Hasaranga's really good. 20s is too big. I'm definitely going to back it. And I can't really put you off, given that it's kind of Jaiswal, a very, very volatile, Suryavanshi, partially injured, Sanju and all the rest of it. You make a case for it, but he hasn't got the runs. Like, this season, his highest score with the bat, and he's played a lot. They've not really been using him as a batsman. He's got 4 twice, and that's it. He hasn't scored any runs in this IPL.
But haven't they been putting him way down the order, like 7th or 8th? And
yeah,
usually if Rajasthan have collapsed by then, like, there's not much he can do.
So it's an entry point thing for him. So they tend to bat him. Yeah, I mean, they've batted him 8. They've batted him behind Jofra before. They've batted him 6 above Hetmeyer before. It's an entry point thing, but the way the recent games where the top order's actually been doing really good, that the kid and Jaiswal, they've just decided that he's not the guy. It's fair enough. Like, he's a better batsman in more difficult conditions. As Ia goes straight up, I think this should be out.
That is it's very hard to drop that one, and we get another winner,
and that is fewer than 46.5. It's 30. I said I just didn't think he was convincing today. That is a ball that if he's in form, he hits for 6. It has not done that much. It has just been landed. That looks like the slot to me. And what he's done is he's tried to hit the ball too straight. He should have hit that ball over the offside because it was wide and turning slightly away. It's Parag, by the way. So you're not going to be tied up in knots with the turn. And instead of going with the flight of the ball and belting it over mid off for 6, he's tried to hit the ball straight. The bat has turned very slightly in his hands as he's connected with it. Therefore, no power. Ball's gone up instead of away and up. And Jaiswal has taken a really easy catch, and out he goes for 30, which gives us a winner, Simon. Which
gives us both a winner, which is always nice.
What we're doing.
Stagnick in the chat says he's injured for sure. Left-hand index finger. They showed it on the broadcast.
Okay, so they decided to play. Like, don't play if you're injured. I suppose the fact that he's got 30 vindicates his selection.
And is that a captain's choice? Does he just decide, I'm not injured enough to miss this?
Yeah, that's basically it. Like, 30 off 25 is not net positive for your team when the initial run line is 190 or something. It's not a good innings, but he has prevented them from collapsing and has allowed Shashank and the rest, fewer balls to face between them, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, the market thinks it's a bad innings because it's immediately jumped back out to Punjab 2.24 for the match win.
Yeah, he's a big wicket. That's almost the perfect. If you're not going to get him straight away, that's almost the perfect time to get him. It's a real bonus. Parag's bowling. It's a real bonus wicket, that, because you got him just as he got set. So he could have gone on a 6-hitting spree there when he's got 30. He's very dangerous against spin when he's set, and they got him as he's tried to hit his first one. So that's a massive wicket. If anything, it should have moved the market more, because a set ear against spin is a monster, and that monster is now back in the cave. Dead easy catch. I keep looking at the Punjab all out, and I cannot back it at 3.75 because it's not big enough, and they don't have enough wicket taking bowlers.
What price should it be, do you think? Where would you back it?
7. I would need that. I would need that much, and I'm not going. No one's going to lay me that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I'd lay you that.
Let's have a look at first ball, second innings, right? It's too. Again, you would want to be on 6 for Raj, given Jaiswal's incredible first ball numbers. But this season, he's only done it once, which is fine. If you're back in 33s, you're miles in front, or 50s, you're miles in front. But the 4, he's done it a couple of times in about 10 goes, 5-1. It's not that exciting. I'm not getting carried away with 6's stuff. A 6 in the first 2 overs at 2.5 for Raj is a little on the big side, I would say, because that looked a little bit like a stumping chance, but he just got enough bat on it, Shashank. Because you know that you have double threat for 6 in the first 2 overs from Rajasthan. You know they're going to go. That was a real. He got the inside edge and got the single, but Shashank could have easily been stumped. He premeditatedly took 2 sort of skippy steps down the wicket and made a mess of it, but he survives. We are 105 for 4 in the 12th, Simon, and this game could go either way.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Rajasthan's season. In order for them to be trying to hit 6s in the first 2 overs, they're going to have to show some level of intent. And what I hate betting on as a sports bettor is a team that I don't feel is fully motivated to play. Now, as a poker player, I love to see it. When the lights go out behind someone's eyes and you can clearly see they've given up, you can make a lot of money that way. But as a sports bettor, I'd like to know in advance if this team's actually going to be trying to win the game. What do we think Rajasthan are going to do?
As Wadira hits another massive 6, by the way, I promise you they will have high intent early, because firstly, they always do. Secondly, the problem hasn't been their intent at the start of the innings. Like they've been doing very well first over, Rajasthan, like really good. What I would say this time is they are a big chance of losing a wicket in the first over, because Arshdeep's going to bowl it, and he's been very, very good in the first over, and they probably won't respect him at all. So Rajasthan have been scoring at 9 and over for the first over, which is stunning. Gujarat are scoring at 6. Nobody else, including Punjab, our friends who got loads today, and got us a winner, nobody else is scoring at 9 in the first over. I'm just looking. Lucknow are an absolute abomination in the first over. 5.5 is what they're averaging, and they're conceding 9.5. So when Lucknow play, you really want to be on the other team highest first over. But Raj are the only team in this IPL. Chennai 6.09 first over. Rajasthan the only team averaging 9 in the first over. So we know that was a drop catch, by the way, from Hasaranga. As Shashank gets 2 because he spilt the caught and bowled and allowed, or was it just a single? Just a single. So Wadira has been dropped on 48 by Hasaranga. That is a huge drop. Not the easiest chance I've seen put down in this IPL by any means, but it wasn't a difficult caught and bowled. Some people will be screaming caught and bowled are always difficult because your body weight is going the other way and it's hard to stop yourself and then go back. But Hasaranga's really good at cricket and he probably should have caught it. I don't think you need to worry in the slightest about the intent of Rajasthan in terms of getting a 6 in their first 2 overs, because Suryavanshi walked in and you might go, he's a 14-year-old child. How on earth is he going to play? Is he going to take his time? And he hit his first ball over extra cover for 6, one of the best shots in the history of the competition. And then he hit his third ball for 6 as well. and he hasn't really tried to slow down at any point in any of his innings. So you know he's going.
But it's high volatility cricket, isn't it? Like all three of the opening order are going to have a big crack at it. But high volatility cricket, good chance they get out. What's the rest of the team going to do when they're facing a big total?
Well, we know Rajasthan, what they love doing is getting really close and then mucking it up. That's what they're going to do, Simon, because that's what they always do. But they have some talent in their team. You know, Parag has outrageous talent. Sanju's really good. Jaiswal's amazing. But the team, as a unit, has hugely struggled this season. I think a lot of it is, you know, it's such a boring thing to say, but they've lost 3 games by a margin of fewer than 3 runs. I mean, they should have won and were very short prices to win all 3 of those games. And if they'd won all 3 of those games, I don't really like talking in hypotheticals, but they would be on 12 points now, you know, level with KKR and be still in this thing. The fact that they bugger those games up suggests there's something going wrong with the mentality of, you know, whether it's not seeing games through or some mental block stopping them from going over the line. But yeah, and also when you're talking about backing them now, it's hard to get stuck in with confidence to a team that are out of the competition with nothing to play for. I get it. But you were talking about a 6 in the first 2 overs. And I think the thing to be worried about is Arshdeep. It's not the intent. I'm very confident that they're going to go for it because they always do.
Okay, so here's something a little bit tastier that I found then. 11 was the total in the first over for Punjab. Highest total first over, Rajasthan Royals, 4.6.
Yeah, that's good. The problem you have there is Arshdeep, and nobody's got more than 10 off Arshdeep this season in the first over. Nobody. And there's been...
Have they? They've already played Jaiswal et al., presumably?
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Hold the line, please, caller. Talk
They must have. There's only a few games left.
4 runs. 4 more runs and a 50 for Wadira, who has played really well. He's looked more in control than the others, and he hasn't thrown his wicket away to a bad ball, which everybody else has. He's played really good there. What was I looking for, Simon? I was definitely looking for something then.
You were looking at how well Jaiswal faced up in the first over versus Arshdeep.
Okay, let me see what's happened here. Records by team is what I'm looking for.
Oh, that's a big shot. Yeah, that's over the boundary.
Wadira is in, and another 6. We're arrowing in on our over 7.5, thanks to one man, basically. He's absolutely bossing it. So no, they have not played Punjab yet. The IPL is a weird thing. You don't play everybody twice. They have played Punjab before, though. You don't play everybody twice. It's a really weird thing. But Jaiswal opened with Sanju last time they played Punjab, and they were the team. This is very interesting, Simon, and I'm glad you asked me to check. They were the team that did get 10 against Arshdeep.
Oh, so they're the highest scorers versus
They
Arshdeep.
are the highest scorer. The only team that has got double figures against Arshdeep this season is in game number 3 at Mulampur. Yeah.
And for this sort of bet, does it make a big difference if you're batting first or second? Do we know if they were chasing in that one?
Yeah. So you want to be chasing a big one, basically. That's what you want to be doing. I've already clicked away from that scorecard, so I can't tell you what was going on in that. I'll find it again if you want. Hold the line. Mulampur, it was Raj batted first in that one and got 10 from the first over.
So if they're chasing a decent total here, I mean, presumably the price will go down for every milestone that Punjab hit with their batting, but
it really should. Yeah, that is something to keep an eye on because it might not. So yeah, I would say that you are onto something there with the. What do you say? It was 4.5.
It's already down to 4.35, but
that's fair enough.
Oh, I'm gonna have a little tickle at that.
Wait a minute, Simon. Have a look around. I can see 5 for highest score first over.
Oh yeah, with the UK High Street or a UK online?
UK, as we have our second strategic timeout, where the strategy should be Let's go. As I'm talking, so they're definitely listening in. As I'm talking, they've moved it to 4.5. Oh, they don't know what to do. Their model's broken. So they're now 5 again. Think leprechaun, and you will probably work out which bookmaker I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I got you.
So one of those is thinks that it's 5 highest first over, which has to be a shade of value. I do think the 4 point something. Now it's very hard to find these because bookies take stuff down a lot and muck about and mess around with second innings markets and all that. But the standard price for wicket in first over is about 4.5. But Raj have lost a wicket in their first over in each of the last 2 games. And Arshdeep has taken a wicket 4 times in the first over this season, including 3 of the last 6. So when you've got Jaiswal, who's very good, but does play aggressively, and a 14-year-old incredibly attacking bat at the other end with one of the best first over bowlers, if not the best in this competition bowling, if you can get anything like 4.5 wicket in that first over, you want to be on. I can't tell you when the price is going to go up, but if you keep looking around, you will find it. And yeah, anything north of 4 for wicket in that first over, Arshdeep is a big threat. And as we know, with them going at the only team in the whole IPL that's going at 9 and over in their first over this season, Raj are going to go after Arshdeep because they got 10 off him last time. And usually, if you go after really good bowlers, you give chances. So yeah, anything north of 4 for wicket in first over of this chase. And we are now expecting quite a high number to have to be chased because Wadira is doing a really good one here. And the line, as our old friend the whale, who we've not spoken about this season, has decided that they are definitely getting more. Bloody hell, go and look at Betfair if you've got a Betfair account. Or any of the and there is.
Well, let's say exchanges. 1.66 now, Punjab.
Well, this whale is playing in Betfair, and I'm going to talk about it for a second because he's put up. Bloody hell. Is that 18 million has just fired in?
Do you think Jarrod's finally stopped coaching
the
kids?
This is where Jarrod's talking nonsense. He's not going to whatever he said he was doing today. Which, again, what sort of excuse is it from somebody that's supposed to be part of this team to just clear off for a watch-along and do whatever he wants to do? I bet he's playing again, using one of his wonder bats that they've sent him. Anyway, there's a £20 million crack in this market. Am I reading those digits right? So somebody is pushing this line up artificially. It's now gone up with that wide to 208.5. He's saying, I am positive that they're going to get more than 206 here. So he is expecting fireworks. To be fair, it's only 10 and over is what he's expecting. And it's hard to disagree with that as he's chased up with a cheeky 500,000 trying to lay you under 210.5. So yeah, so somebody with deep pockets, I assume it's the guy that we've been speaking about in the past, has decided Punjab are going to get loads here. Now, he may well be right. If they don't lose wickets, they're going to get 10 and over against this load of death bowlers, like absolutely no question. But it is Punjab, and we've already seen today how much they like losing wickets for no reason. So sure, they should at least get the run rate that they've been going at so far against terrible death bowlers, but it's Punjab, and there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. It's an interesting one, that. But yeah, just drawing your attention to the fact that somebody or one syndicate is having quite a big stab at the innings runs on that particular exchange.
So what is the line that they've decided they're definitely going over?
206, but it got chased up a bit, and there's 500,000 sat there at the 207 now. Yeah, it's fun. Okay. Big wild swing there at a Parag ball, who has been mightily effective today, Parag. He's made Hasaranga look like the part-timer, as his figures now stand at 1 for 20 off 16. And has he caused Shashank some problems? Where's that
was a half-hearted attempt, and it's gone for 6.
Oh, that's one of those that if you are on the bowlers, you are cursing the fielder, and if you're on the bats, you're saying, "Oh, he had no chance of getting that. That was always going to be a hit." So Parag has bowled the proper round arm flying saucer attempt, and it has been wildly misjudged on the boundary, hasn't it? That's what's happened. I think it's very difficult for me to see on the stream that I've got, but I think that might be Jarrod down there, and he is standing in the wrong position. So it's one of those that if he was stood on the rope and just walked across, he would have caught that at stomach or chest height. And then he totally misjudged the flight of the ball. He's 2 yards in from the boundary and has ended up having to go for it one-handed in the air with his left hand, which was never going to, if you can't walk, you can't take stunning diving one-handers. So he's just got himself into a total mess. It's good for our 6-bet, but that was rubbish. We've got 6 sixes already, so we need 2 more in 6 overs, and I'll be very disappointed if we don't get those, Simon.
It feels like 1.7 was an okay price after all, looking at feeling like that.
Well, they lost the main 6-hitting threat, to be honest, like instantly. With Shreyas getting his unders for us, but Wadira has just gone on. He's scoring at north of 200 now. Shashank is a very dangerous customer when he gets going, and now that he's joined the 6-hitting party, I would expect 4 more from here, easy. Let's just hope they get a couple. And you've held your Punjab position, Simon?
I have, yeah, I have. I think I'm not seeing anything from Rajasthan that makes me think they're going to be able to get these guys out, and I don't have a lot of belief in their batting order beyond the top 3. So,
yep, no problem.
I only bet small as well. I had a small little bet, and so it doesn't make any sense to take any of the other side back. I'm more annoyed that I wasn't on the bit more 6s because this feels like it's going to fly in. It feels like it could have been a spread bet.
So yeah, something we don't talk about much on here is spread bets, and the main reason we don't talk about it much is that I don't really do it. I had a brief foray into the spreads and found the accounts very difficult to keep hold of, and I spoke to the guy that was running Sporting Index over here at the time. There's other spread firms available, of course,
and that one's not available anymore, is it?
And yeah, well, they're them and SpreadX and are basically the same thing now. But it was basically like, we don't want your business, we're not interested, and it's way more difficult if you like getting betting accounts. We've had we're in a no ball review here for height. So Deshpande has a very clear plan this over, and that is to bowl on the wide line. And he has forgotten to remember to pitch the ball on that one. But they didn't really, it was off the bottom edge into the ground, and the batsman is arguing that it's too high. That is close. The back leg is braced, which means even though it's past the waist, if he was stood up straight, maybe he's going to get away with it. But don't know. We're in the middle of a no ball review. So yeah, I had a go, and basically they used to do specials. Maybe they still do, and it was like, we pick these 3 men, and we multiply their 6s together, and if every 6 one of these 3 men hits, you get X or whatever. That is a fair delivery apparently by 6 centimeters, and I'm surprised. Anyway, on we go. And yeah, I made a bit of hay while the sun shone very briefly with the spreads, but I am no judge of them at all. It's a different way of calculating things. I work very much on medians, and if Jake was here, he'd be telling me that you do it or by the median plus a certain percent, and you must work it out like this, and you have to calculate your downside. It's a very different way of thinking about betting, and as somebody that is not experienced in it, I am not going to sit here and tell you how to do it, because that is a fallacy. You can't sit here and say I'm a judge of everything, because I just am not. I know what I'm doing with fixed odds, and I can help with that, but I don't know what I'm doing with spread. So I would defer to somebody that does know what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever going to even consider making a bet, you always want to feel comfortable with the idea that maybe you've got some sort of advantage, some sort of edge, and with spreads, like, I'm not even close. And the surest way to tell if you're any good at this sort of thing, my spread bookie still sends me free bets, free offers, try this. which is a sure sign that I'm a losing player. Like, if they're sending me free money to keep on playing, then I cannot be doing a good job of beating them out of all of their money.
Yeah, I think that the main thing to be aware of, there used to be a site that let you bet really small with spreads, which I would massively recommend doing if you're starting on spreads, as Sanju seems to be absolutely intent on reviewing everything all the time. What we're reviewing here, a wide that was given, and
it was given.
Have been.
Is it given for going over his head?
Yeah, which it clearly has. So we're now going to get everybody's height. Maybe he thinks it touched the glove on the way through. It's mighty close to the glove here. This is actually a bit of a moment, and the market hasn't blinked much, and I think the market should blink a bit because that is very close to the glove. See, I think that's closer with my eyes. I think that's closer than the one that Prav apparently hit behind at the start. Okay. Omega, yeah, I would recommend starting extremely low stakes with spreads if you're having a go, or better still, no stakes. And you literally, right, this is the way you should get into betting, really, is you don't bet. Is you say, I would have bet on this and record it. I thought this was a bet, this spot here, overs was a good bet, or this player unders, or LBW, or whatever the market is. I would have bought here. I would have bought Punjab at 210 or whatever they are, and then record the results. And that's not something that you record over a week and see like, oh, I'm great at this or I'm shit at this. It's over like a year, like that much, and it's over a sample size of more than 1,000 at least to see whether you're any good or not. And then you go, right, well, if I'd have put all those bets on, I would have won at 4% or whatever. Fine. There's what are they doing here?
They're looking at Ultra Edge, and it looks like he's cleared his glove.
That has cleared his glove by a quarter of an inch. That's the closest I think I've seen without it hitting it. Maybe it did hit it and it just didn't make a noise. So if a tree falls in the wood, Simon, does it actually make a sound if nobody's there?
Depends if you bet on it or not.
Yeah, because that, like, they've frozen it with the ball going over the glove, and if that hasn't touched the glove, it's a miracle. It's one of those that he could have just rolled along and feathered it. But Sanju has got what he wanted. He's got the wide taken off. So that's a big effort, turning that wide into a dot. So I was digging him out for reviewing everything. And Deshpande, the wild man, has put together, if he can get out of it, an amazing over in the 15th. He's only gone for 3 in 5 balls here. So quite often with this ball here, Simon, this is one of those where the wicket percentage and the 6 percentage of this ball is mega high because they think it's Deshpande. We cannot only get 4 off a Deshpande over. We're going to have a massive swing. That happens so often in cricket that teams or individuals do that. Now, Shashank is on strike here, who is 18 off 12. I'm expecting him to have a big go. He's completely missed it. It's a slower ball again from Deshpande that has bamboozled him, and that is the best over of this match by a considerable distance.
3 dots, 3 runs.
Yeah,
best over we've seen so far.
So Deshpande has just bowled variations all through the over, and he won 6 out of 6. And that is a really good effort to set bats that are trying to hoof it everywhere. And the fella that steamed in with his, £500 million, or Jarrod with whatever it is, he's under it a bit with the after an over like that.
Run line affected, but the match winner price hasn't moved much. Punjab still 1.63. Just going back to spreads briefly, Singh's silly point is asked in the chat, what is spreads? We should first of all state very clearly, we do not advocate spread betting. Like, if you're going to bet on anything, don't do it. And the worst place you can start is spread bets. But you just want to quickly explain the difference between a spread bet and a fixed odd bet.
Yeah, so a fixed odds bet is very easy to understand. You are backing something that has, usually speaking, 2 outcomes, but let's say for the purposes of being thorough and fair, 3 outcomes. It can be a win, a loss, or a void, a push. So I put my money down on whatever I say that I'm going to on here, and I say, right, I am going to back.
Well, let's use Shreyas Iyer as an example.
Right. So I thought that the Shreyas Iyer line, judging by the cricket that I was watching, he didn't look comfortable today. Now a couple of you are telling us that he was injured. He looked like he had something, concerning him, the way he was the way he was playing today, setting off for runs that weren't there. He didn't look like he was timing the ball properly. He didn't look that comfortable against the spin, that sort of thing. I thought that the line was pitched too high when he was on about, what was he on? 15?
Yeah.
14, 15, and they had him at 46.5. Now, that's the line. Now, there are two outcomes to having a bet on unders or overs of 46.5. He can either score more than that number, and the reason why it ends in a half is because, nothing ends in a half, so it's going to have an outcome. He either scores more than 46.5, 47 plus, in which case my unders bet is a loser, or he gets out before or ends up not out without scoring as many as 46.5, so 46 or fewer, and I am a winner. Those are the possible outcomes. Now, spreads, so I can either, depending on what the odds are, the odds tell me how much I return on my investment. So I backed 1.91 or 10 to 11. So if I had 110 of whatever my currency is, my profit would be 100 or my loss would be 110, right? That's really easy to understand. When you're doing spreads, it can get very, very messy, and the downside can be pretty spectacular. You must have had some spectacular downsides in your time betting spread, Simon. As we see
I'll tell you my first one off air, but it was bad.
I was actually present when the worst spread bet of all time was placed, which I'll come into in a minute, and it's still source of fun for those that were there.
So in this example, if it doesn't matter if the line is if his run line that we backed was 43.5. If he goes under, you win a fixed amount. If he goes over, you win a fixed amount. The difference between the fixed odds bet and the spread bet is instead of betting your amount, you bet a unit. And the idea is for every run below the line or every run above the line, you win or lose a unit. So if you're on the unders at 43.5 and he scores 100, quick maths, you've lost 57 units. So it can get expensive very quickly, especially when the unexpected outcomes happen. And in some of these, your downside risk is not infinity, but it can get very big very quickly, can't it?
Yeah, and you can, if you're used to doing fixed odds, which I am, you can see a spread line and think, well, that's nuts. How are they getting that many? And that's because as the ball is hit away by Wadira going for a 6, but he has perfectly bisected two fielders that both looked in with a shout of stopping it, and it is 6. So that is good. I think we need one more. So the spread company must consider the potential upsides and downsides for people. And so they pitch it in an area that sometimes looks a bit high, because most general punters want to have a bet on runs and overs and goals and corners and bookings and everything else. And they want to cheer stuff to happen. It's human nature. You want to bet, you want to cheer stuff if you're having fun of happening, not happening. I've bet on no goal scorer in football matches quite a few times down the years.
Oh, that might be out.
It should be out and is out. And Wadira has played brilliantly well for his 70, but he has finally died by the sword that he was living by up until that point. He's belted one that was another one on the wide line, exactly to deep point. And the only man that can catch in this team, Hetmeyer, has taken another one. But great innings, like really, really well played. More than done his job there. Deep cover, I'm hearing 70 from 37 with 5 sixes. Well played, that man.
Yeah, that's a decent knock.
And going after Madwal is absolutely the right thing to do. He cannot be criticised for getting out there. Madwal is a guy that you should be tonking all over the place, and he's just picked the fielder out. No, other than we couldn't say this about any of his mates that have all been caught in this innings, but no blame can go to him there. 70 off 37 has held this innings together nicely. But yeah, going back to the spreads, I was present for the worst, and if anyone can find me a worse spread bet than this, I would love to hear about it. So a slightly exuberant friend of mine by the name of AJ, who loves betting on everything and isn't very good at it. He's very good at lots of things, but betting is not one.
I know two AJs like that. I wonder if it's something in the name.
And we were lucky enough to be in the box at Lord's watching England playing against Pakistan. Now, fans of cricket will already know where I'm going with this when I'm talking about the worst spread bet of all time. But we were watching England, believe it or not, be rubbish. And they had a bowler called Mohammed Amir, who is still playing, and a bowler called Mohammed Asif, who for numerous reasons is not still playing. And they had England completely and utterly on toast. And the score was 102 for 7. 102 for 7. And my friend said there is absolutely no chance that we can survive any length of time against this time of bowling. What the hell are you talking about? That the 8th wicket line is due 25. You can sell at 25 for the 8th wicket, which was a little known player by the name of Stuart Broad and Jonathan Trott, who was not a huge fan of getting out. And what happened is the massive swing that had been happening for the 38 overs or whatever it was happened less. And the bowlers that were steaming in at 1,000,000 miles an hour got a bit tired. And the batting conditions got quite easy. Now, if you sell at 25, you're expecting the worst case to be like 60, maybe 65. That partnership put on 332 runs, Simon. The one that was a good sell at 25. So
yeah, that's worse. That's worse than mine.
Yeah,
it's much worse than mine.
So Stuart Broad got a career high of 169. Trott got 184, and they batted for the best part of 100 overs, which is an entire day of Test match cricket. That was the test that Pakistan got into enormous trouble for with the no ball stuff. We also had the head of the ACU in the same box, and his moods changed quite a lot during the course of that weekend. But anyway, that is the worst spread bet that I've ever seen in any sport, and we still take the piss out of him for it to this day.
Quite
and
right.
He didn't do it for 50p either. He had a reasonable bet, and it's the worst bet that I've ever seen anyone place on the spreads in terms of the result. Yeah, appalling. I think we still need 1-6 here, Simon.
We do. We need 1-6. But I'm not sure I'm going to be here to cheer it in because I've just lost my feed, which I presume means that Jarrod is in the house.
Okay, well that's a crying shame for all fans of nice people that we're substituting Simon out for Jarrod. But
yeah,
score update here is 170 for 5 off 16.4. But can we all say in the comments how much we prefer Simon being in the studio than Jarrod, everybody, and then maybe we can get a full-time switch organised.
Is it a stretch to call what we're currently broadcasting from a studio?
It is a bit of a stretch. This is the office that I work in all day, every day. And where are you coming from? Some beach in Hawaii, presumably.
Yeah, I mean it's blurry for a reason. I was toying with a few background ideas, but couldn't get Lords to work. But still haven't heard from Jarrod, so I guess I've just lost the feed. That's all.
Yeah, I'm being told to have a football bet later, which I don't think I should share with you. What we might do, as the ball is hit very high in the air by Shashank, but I'm not sure he's hit it very far. Where's that one gone? Faruqi's final ball. Faruqi's been awful today, just like he has for the rest of the tournament. And that, my friend, is 6 of the Queen's runs. And
I feel robbed. I feel robbed that we won a bet and I didn't actually get to see it.
That's
Not
what we
fair.
do, Jarrod Kimber, whoever the hell you are. What time do you call this? We can't hear Jarrod, and that's just as well because he has got, ladies and gentlemen, some explaining to do because he's turning up as I look at my mythical non-watch, which I sold to put a bet on Shaheen Sharafri to get the most wickets in the World Cup at 40s, and now I don't have a watch. You've got some explaining to do, Jarrod Kimber. It's 12:30.
Yeah.
Who do you think you are?
I've been coaching about 50 to 60 children, and I just got hit on the nose. And
Good.
If we see any bleeding, if anyone in the comments can let me know, because I have been bleeding quite a bit. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you want to see what's left of my hanky, but there's a little bit of blood in there.
No, we don't want to see that.
What that is called, Jarrod, is karmic retribution. That's what that is called.
What? I thought the world wanted more Simon.
Well, maybe not the world, but Anurag Sharma certainly likes me more. Is it a friend of yours, Jarrod?
Correct, Anurag.
I don't know. I mean, I like you more.
I like you more. I like you more than me and Jarrod.
Well, guys, honestly, it's been a pleasure. And
well, you're just going to leave?
No, I'm just going to leave.
Simon, you've got to see the innings out, mate.
Yeah.
I literally can't see the stream. Jarrod has nicked my stream.
I did actually kick you out.
I mean, listen, you should all be watching on your second screen on cricket8.com. I'm watching on the match detail there. I'm looking at the scorecard, tracking all of our bets. But that's how I'm going to be enjoying the game from now on. So without a live feed, I'm going to go. So cheers, boys. Good luck with your future bets. Jarrod, we've had a few bets while you've been doing whatever you were doing. I will message you those so you can cheer them in. Cheers. But we very much want to see Rajasthan get over 11-point runs in their first over. We think that is unlikely, but not impossible. And we liked it at 5.0 for sure.
Unlikely, but not impossible. Sounds like the Cricket 8 mantra, if we're being.
All right. Cheers, boys.
Cheers,
thanks, mate.
Hey, Rob.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
My nose look okay.
Who hit you in the face?
Yeah, you know what? It was even better. It was I was taking a mitt. I want to sound like a proper professional cricket player. I was taking a mitt behind the stumps, and it was one of the dads that was bowling, and he somehow managed to bowl a very slow medium pacer that flicked the top of off stump and went straight into my nose. Mark Boucher style. Actually, no, Boucher was Bales, wasn't it, when he got hit?
Yeah, Bale in the eye. Yeah.
I now understand why people wear helmets doing that.
I would like to meet that man and shake him warmly by the
hand. No, I did. I was with about 40 kids under the age of 8 for the first hour, and then I did the under 11s after that. So I've done 2 sessions of training already. Did I miss anything fun? Omazai. Hey, I love Omazai.
Yeah, we've had lots of winners. We had a loser or two in there as well, but we started off absolutely flying with first over 6.5, which went for 11, and then we were on first wicket. That was the lock.
Oh, that's a good hit. Jeez, he's flat batted that beautifully. Big six.
We were on over 7.5 sixes, Jarrod, and that is the 9th. So that is a winning bet. The lock of the week has already won, been and gone. We gave you the keys. You have unlocked it yourselves a load of money. That was 1.91 or 10 to 11. For caught other again for Punjab, who were caught other every time, and I obliged by hitting one straight to a fielder that was dropped and then another one straight to a fielder that was not dropped. So that one, but Prab Simran let us down for our top bat stuff.
Oh, good hit here. Another slice over the offside. Mapaka going for runs at the death, a 6 and then a 4, both on the offside.
That's what he does. So our friend the whale appeared and said,
"Oh,
the biggest number I have ever seen go up on Betfair went up on wanting to back over 206.5. And it was basically saying you haven't taken enough wickets, because if you have anybody with any ability facing the Rajasthan death bowling, you are getting bundles of runs. And when that death bowling is Faruqi, who is wicketless and hatless in this IPL, so the best bowler by a million miles today has been Deshpande, and the second best bowler has been Parag, and everyone else has been atrocious. So
he's over 206, and how much do we think he deposited?
Well, it was 20 mil went up.
Whoa,
the biggest number I've seen. And he's going to win so easy.
Yep.
I don't think he got it. Well, we can have a look to see how much he got matched, how much has been matched in the market. 20 million. So no way he got anywhere near what he wanted. But 20 million is a lot. And how much got hit at the 206, 207? No, he didn't get it. So he maybe scared the market up, because there's only been like 500,000 matched at that spot. So if you're trying to get a 20 million bet away, it's not easy.
That's a real shame that he's only going to make 500,000.
But yeah, it's not been a struggle at all to get the runs against this Rajasthan. But we thought the market was pretty slow to think that Punjab were going to win this game, which it now absolutely does. They thought that the 3 early wickets was a really big deal for Raj. but Shreyas batted completely within himself for his 30, and we're being told he's injured and had a bad index finger, and he batted like he had a bad index finger. Got 30 off 25. The bookies were giving him another 32 when he was on about 14, so we were on unders, so that was very nice. It's all gone pretty well, other than Prab. I backed under 8.5 for Hasaranga's first over, and that got beat. But everything else has been pretty rosy today thus far. So what are you going to tell us, Jarrod? What are you going to bring to the party?
No, nothing at all. I was hoping Simon would stay on. I don't even understand why he left.
I don't understand why Simon left. Simon only left because Simon wanted to leave. Like, everybody else wants Simon to still be here.
So the run line at the moment is 217. So had a single and a dot to start this over. So are we betting on the where are we cheering on the Wales bet?
I mean, I don't care. I've been on Punjab for most of this game, and I think a close is a fair enough position to be in now at 1.35. I like Simon's angle of the over 10.5 for over 11.5. Sorry, for Rajasthan's first over at 5.0, because even though it's Arshdeep who hasn't gone for more than 10 in this whole season, the only time he did go for 10 was against Rajasthan. So Yavanchi wasn't playing that day, and Rajasthan have the highest first over numbers of any IPL team with an average of 9. They're the only team that got 9 average in the first over. And we know that they're going to go for it. And now they're chasing way north of 200. We double know that they're going to go for it. If we didn't know before, we know now. But Arshdeep, as I was saying, is a massive, massive wicket threat in that first over. And if ever you want to be on wicket in first over at 4+, it is in this game. Because if you go after Arshdeep, Jarrod, if he gets any early swing, you are in mega trouble.
Yeah, no, exactly. Have you been playing? Did you or Simon play? What's it called? Trader game.
We saved it for you.
Cool. I'm actually trying to sign into it now. It sounds like you're making real money though, so you don't care.
We have been making real money today, which is always nice. And the fact that the lock of the week absolutely bolted in straight away is lovely. As Shashank, who is putting together an excellent innings here, of 42 at about 2 a ball, gets one away for another single. Now, the key here is who bowls the last, Mr. Kimber.
Oh, let me look at the scorecard. Mapaka's got 1 wicket over left, doesn't he?
It's Deshpande, mate. It must be Deshpande.
Deshpande has... Yeah, no, it should be.
So
or Rian Parag.
He will not bowl. So Deshpande's last over was 3 for none with 2 reviews in it. 3 singles, 3 dots. And he mixed his pace up beautifully. And the slower balls, they could not handle. He beat them with slower balls every single time. And since then, everyone else has got hoofed. So even though Madwal is somehow putting together a non-appalling death over, but 2 balls is a long time for Madwal. It could easily be another 12 off this over. You would expect Deshpande to come back. And after that last over, I quite fancy him, even though Omazai is clearly marauding here with his 17 off 7 or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're right. 2 balls to come in this over.
I think
and this is slashed. Oh, he has. He's picked the gap. Good hit there. All right. So this is... I'm just trying to see if I can trade on 18.6 here.
Can you actually get a better way on the 18.6?
No, I think it's
Are you playing the trader game on cricket8.com, Jarrod?
Yeah.
Tell people how to do that.
I will. I will show it to them. Yeah, I will show it to them in a moment. I'm just trying to bring it all up and make sure it works. But it looks like it's working pretty well for me at the moment. There's some cool bets actually, so we'll bring it up in a second. There's a super chat here for you. It says, when did you last place and win a run out bet?
Yeah, we've been through all that. I think the answer never in my memory. So we'll come to it in a minute because we're.
Oh, why did they not run then, Rob? That was fumbled by the wicketkeeper.
How did they not run?
I don't. Did they get confused?
Okay, so I'm going to bet 1,000 coins on over 59.5. I have insufficient funds, so no, I'm not. How many coins have I got? Where does it tell me that? I want to back over.
Top right is your coins. Have you been spinning the wheel and doing trivia questions?
I don't have any coins because I didn't spin the bloody wheel. Like,
Wasn't Brooke supposed to give us?
Some of us have been working, Jarrod.
No, wasn't Brooke supposed to give us coins? Remember? Jeez, Brooke.
Yeah, I'm going to message Brooke. Where the hell are my coins?
I've just got the message. It just says, "I want coins!" ! In case you're wondering if he said it in a different way or anything else. He's now apologizing in the comments. That's our fearless leader, Brooke, in the comments. So anything that Brooke, feel free to complain to Brooke about everything, including Rob's red hat. Last over 202 for 5. Remember, the whale has 500,000 riding on this ball being hit. This could be caught at mid-on. Oh no, he smacked it well over. Wow, it could not be caught. That was just Panday, wasn't it?
Yeah, getting whacked. Shashank has put together a very, very good innings here. He's played really well. Looks slightly sketchy early, but since then he's been excellent.
All right. I have a bet on a boundary for 9.3 at 3 to 1.
Yeah, nice.
Because they should have changed it after that ball, shouldn't they? This is a wide. And the score is obviously now over 206. So the whale has been vindicated. The whale has had George Costanza reach into his blowhole and pull out a golf ball. If that's too obscure for you, that's all I can do.
No, I like it. I like it.
I didn't mean you. I meant actual other human beings. Now, if I bet on, so my bet is still this next ball, isn't it? So I can't have a wide here.
No.
Oh dear. Okay. All right.
I think you're about a second and a half in front of me today, by the way.
And that's a beautiful ball, and I've lost my money. Well, I've lost my coins, I should say, on the trading game. Sorry, my coin.
Deshpande has been a dot machine today, and we had a decent chat about him, me and Simon. And he's just his first season he was loads of wickets, loads of runs. Yeah. Next season he was much fewer runs, but also much fewer wickets. And this season he's trying to strike the balance and still work it out. But he's not a kid, is he? He's 30, and we've been speaking a lot about how there's loads of amazing Indian kids. It's good that he's still learning, but it's coming quite late. It's a bit like Sandeep trying to work it out. Sandeep, there you go, Sandeep Bell. Quite late in his career, but he's got away with one for a couple there, I think. But a lovely 50 from Shashank. Very good knock.
Do you know what I like at the moment? Under 1.5. Because I think he's going to go wide Yorkers every ball. And there's a big chance of a wide or a dot ball from that.
Yeah. And he was hitting, his last over that only went for 3, he was executing so well. Slower ball on the wide line or slower bouncer. Is Shashank up to it? The fielder is not quite up to it, who elected to parry rather than stop the ball. So it allows another 2 from the 4th. So it's 213 for 5 with 2 balls left in the innings.
Did you have an overs bet as well?
Just over the 7.5 sixes, which absolutely hosed up. They've got 10 so far, so that was nice. But not on the runs. No, I didn't join in with the runs. We were on Punjab, but I closed my Punjab at 1.35 or something. Shot.
Another boundary here. I'm trying to remember, what ball are we up to in this over? Is there one wide?
One remaining, Mr. Kimber.
I reckon that was the one I needed the dot ball on. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure what I just bet on. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's good that
that was the one I needed. The
one existing professional Cricket 8 had, Jarrod Kimber, has turned up and just chaosed everything. What ball is it? What am I on? What have I bet on? What am I doing? What's the
he's got top edge here, back over. Is this going to be caught? Of course it's not. It's not only is it not caught, but Vaibhav ends up headbutting it towards the boundary line for 2.
Lots of 2s towards the end of that innings. Are you telling me they didn't run again then? off
They
the
only
last
got 2.
Why the hell didn't they run the third?
I'm hoping you didn't have a run out bet on. Slow ball, goes for the big slot sweep, gets the top edge. Vaibhav gets to it, drops it. I think I'm right in saying he dropped it. Yeah, he dropped it.
He did drop it, and
then headbutted it away from his own hands.
So I don't like cussing out children for misfielding, right? Because everyone else is misfielding as well. But I feel a bit weird that we're put in the position of watching a 14-year-old and we're meant to comment on what he's doing, but he's fielded pretty badly today. Like, he misfielded a very easy, he should have done a very easy bit of fielding that he mucked up earlier.
It is quite funny if you look where they've got him as well, because he's in the old man position. Have you noticed?
Yeah. So they obviously don't rate his fielding. Now, that is something at 14 that you really can improve, is the fielding.
Yeah, plenty of time on that one.
Yeah. The 6 overs line interests me for the second innings because you've got Arshdeep and also a blazing attacking first 6 team in Rajasthan. So it's which one of those you like, because they've been going at 64.5. Rajasthan don't win many cricket matches in this IPL. They love losing them extremely narrowly, but their problem has not been that not going hard enough at the top.
No.
Gujarat don't go hard at the top, and they're winning their matches. But yeah, Raj, go for it. But it's whether you like Punjab or you think they can overcome Arshdeep, the big threat, because I don't think anyone else should worry him too much.
Now, why don't you go have a break, and I will show everyone the trader game for the next 10 minutes. So
good.
I will share my thing, and I'll show you guys. This is Rob can vouch for this. Obviously, we're getting paid, and we love, and we've worked with Cricket for a while now. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's maybe not the best call, but we're getting paid, and we're doing this. But Rob can attest. When I got on this trading game the other day, I had more fun than anyone's ever had. It's absolutely awesome. We'll talk about it in a moment. Rob will nick off, and we will. I will do this on my own. I will show you all my trader game. Rakshit, I've just put it into the room. If you want to bring it up, my second screen, or do I press it up? There it is. All right, so I'll try and talk you guys all through this. This is fun. I'll go back to the start. So obviously, if you go to the Cricket 8, you need to sign in. You got my thing here. You actually start by getting as many coins as you can, and one of the best ways to do that. Oh, I just got 1 million coins. Did everyone see that? So Brooks obviously woke it up to that there. So we spin the. Have I got my right Wi-Fi on? Because that looks a bit slower than it needs to be. Oh yeah. Well, apparently I don't want to spin it. Try again. Here we go. So we spin the wheel, and the wheel gives you a certain amount of coins. So I get another 2K coin. Not that I need them with my 1 million bet there, right? And then I can then play a home question, which is the easy question, or I can play an away question. And let's see if I can get this right. This is live on air. They don't give you a lot of time here. Which of the current brothers has not played ODI cricket for England? Oh, okay. So this one's easy for me, but might be harder for might be harder for others. I don't think it should be though. There we go. So I have multiplied my coins. So I've gone from having 2,000 coins to 6,000 coins. That is not the cool thing. There is also this trivia thing that you can go to here. Let's see if I can get any of these right, just to show you how all this works. Again, this allows you to get who's the all-time leading run scorer for CSK. I'll go Dhoni because he's been there for 1 million years. There we go. And that gives me another 50 points. We'll get Rob up on some of these later if we have a down moment as well. Who won the purple cap for most wickets? Oh, okay. In 2024, it's not Harsha Patel, is it? Oh, it is Harsha Patel. Okay. All right. So we'll exit out of there because you've seen that bit. Now, let's get to the fun bit. The trader game. So you go to play, you go to trader, and you can see here you can trade on any sort of live game that is within the Cricket 8 system. So I could be betting on the Surrey versus Yorkshire game. I've got Warwickshire, Hampshire down here. The other day I was betting on all sorts of games from everywhere. We'll just wait for the this game to come back up because you can see it's just gone down for a second as they're obviously readjusting all the odds. So if we were to go to the game here, I think I was going to say the match one is wrong, but I think the match one is right here. Oh, they've just been bowled out, have they? Oh, okay. So Yorkshire have just been bowled out for 255, and Surrey are 490 for 9. Oh, so Surrey are batting at the moment. I'll get that right in a minute. But Surrey obviously has a huge lead. So you can bet on the result, but there's not much point in betting your coins on any result here. But you can go on the innings line. So let's have some fun. They're 490 for 9. Let's have a look at the scorecard, shall we? All right. So Fisher is 5 off 7 and Laws is 30 off 25. So Laws is whacking them around. I'm going to go on the fact that I think they're going to lose a wicket in the next 14 runs. So the partnership is, for that last wicket, pretty handy, isn't it? Yeah. No, I'm going to go on the fact that eventually they're going to get that. So I go in here. I've got my unders, and I'll bet 1,000 coins on under 504.5. So if they score 504 or fewer, I'm in. And if they go over that, it's really bad bowling from Yorkshire. Let's be honest here. But you can see here, we can also look at the fact. So if you could work out, and obviously I don't have the Surrey Yorkshire stream in front of me, but if you could work out who's likely to face, you've got a number 11 batting with a number 10 who's on 30 off 25. So if you had the number 11, if you knew the number 11 was on strike, you could probably go under 1.8, you could bet on dot balls if you wanted to at 1.31. And if you could work out when the number 10 who's smashing the ball everywhere was going to be out, you could do it that way. You can also bet on who's going to be next out. So at one end you've got, I wonder what Matthew Fisher. Now, this is why I find this so fascinating once you get into all this. Because now I want to know how good a number 11 Matthew Fisher is. And I reckon he is, let's have a look. In first class cricket, he averages 17. All right, I wish I'd known that before I did my unders bet. Right? So I'm going to go with Tom Laws because I think Tom Laws is trying to smash the crap out of everything everywhere. Right? So I've got my 2 bets riding on this game. If I come into trades, you see here, I lost my 2 in the last one with the Punjab one when I got stiffed on both of those balls, but that's fine. And I've got Surrey 10th person out. I've got Tom Laws, and I've got Surrey innings runs at 504.5. So I'm on unders on that. This is how the game works. So you can play this against your friends, and you can play it the whole way through. And it's a fascinating way of thinking about cricket, of doing all this stuff. You don't have to bet. You don't lose any money. So if you were in a position where you're like, oh, I want to learn about betting, I could do that. I don't think you have to be interested in betting at all. It's a game. It's basically the Candy Crush version of cricket, right? You come on here, you see all these things, and you're just like, okay. And so you can do it against your friends within communities or everything else. Try and see how many. What's charts? Oh, this is the worm. Yeah, you've got Manhattan. So you can have a look. You've got a bit of information. You can see the win probability at the moment. 5% Yorkshire seems high. What are the odds on this? What do the markets say? Yeah, that seems a little bit high for them. You see the run line hasn't changed all that much at all. Just having a look there. Where can I find this game? Surrey versus... and the good thing is that there's almost always a game being played. So they are currently 491 for 9. Fisher is 6 off 9, and Laws is 30 off 27. Now let's just go back we'll come back to this in a minute and see if we've got a wicket. In fact, I'm going to put the comments back on. If anyone sees a wicket in the Surrey game, let me know. Inspector Spacetime just said that spinner takes a million seconds for me. Remember, a lot of this is in beta at the moment as well. So yeah, we're still working through everything. So not everything works perfectly. One of the things that I had trouble with the other day was I had a bunch of winners, but I bet so much I ran out of money, and my winners hadn't come back into my account, but they do. And Sing Silly Point says this looks fun. It is ridiculously ridiculous how fun this is. Just on that, Jarrod getting hit on the head by the ball is a divine sign that you got to wear a helmet for the next Kim Upper. I bought the helmet. I'm not sure it will come before the next Kim Upper, sadly. But it was actually just taking throwdowns. Well, not throwdowns. I had a glove behind the stumps, and someone flipped me. So I still should have had a helmet on. All right, so my trades are still going over there. The Surrey game, they have did someone just hit a boundary in that game? I think Tom Laws might have hit another boundary. Keep swinging, Tom. Keep swinging. Let's just go back. Sorry, Rakshit, you've taken away my screen, so I can't see it now. So let's go to the next game. So if we go to markets, oh no, we don't want this game. We go back to the first screen and we'll see what else is up at the moment. Oh, they still don't have the other one up. What have we got in Warwickshire, Hampshire? Let's just swing the coins, everyone. Swing the coins. So it's 194 and 48 for 2. Oh, okay. So there's a chase on in that game. I did just see that scorecard. See if I can bring that up again here. Having to like triple screen this. So it shows you that even though it's an online game, you can still use real world research for this. Right, so that Warwickshire need 262, and who's in their batting card to come? We can bring that up here in their batting card. So Yates is out, Alex Davies is in, Tom Latham is out. That's not good. So you got Sam Hain to come. So if I go to their first innings, they got Bo Webster, Barnard, Malik. So there's not a lot of batting to come. So I don't like the 3-1s there. Even though it's a game, I'm still not putting my coins on this sort of stuff at all. But Warwickshire's second innings, what did we say they need? They're chasing 310. And the run line is 249. I'm definitely going under that. Just look at that batting card a minute ago. Absolutely, without doubt, I'm going unders on them. And you got Alex Davies in. What's Alex Davies' recent form is like? You can see how much this stuff actually, like, it's such a cool little game. Alex Davies, he can bat a bit. He hasn't been making many runs. Okay. And he is batting with Sam Hain. All right. So what are the odds on these two at the moment? I've got next man out. Where's next man out? Oh, even got little pictures of him. I'm going Davies. I feel that Hain is the better player there. So we'll have to see how we go. No wicket in the other game, but that hasn't been a boundary either. All right.
What are you betting on now, Jarrod?
I am betting on 2 different county games at the same time, neither of which I'm watching.
That's the way to do it, everyone.
Moose says the Candy Crush version of cricket. That's exactly what this is. We've already that's kind of the tagline that we've been going with from the moment we played with it. We will get back to the main game in a minute. But yeah, I'm just having a look if anything else has come up here, Rob. You need over in this game.
So I think wicket in this over at 4.3 is good.
Okay.
I might sit on my hands and wait for the first over before I bash overs on the first 6, because whilst I think they will get overs, I think the far and away the biggest threat is right now. I've also seen some 60s specials about. I think a 6 in the first 2 overs we spoke about before at 2.5 is pretty big, considering Raj have been absolutely gunning it. The other thing that I like, Jarrod Kimber, is Suryavanshi to be bold. What price do you think that should be? Let me just tell you what he's done in the only innings that he's played so far. So, blimey, he's played more than I thought. When did they all happen? So he played 5 times. The first time he got a lovely 34 and was stumped.
Yep.
Then he got 16 against RCB, and he was clean bowled by Boovy because he took liberties against Boovy. He was, reminder, clean bowled by Boovy. Next time he was clean bowled. He was clean bowled. Next next time he played, he scored 100. And how did he get out that time? He was clean bowled by Prab Simran.
Yep.
Next time he was caught by Will Jacks, and the time after that against KKR, I can't remember the innings, don't know why, but he was also caught. But that's 2 bowled out of 5 there. And he got bowled playing expansive shots, which he's going to do here. And if you take liberties, just same as Bhuvi, if you take liberties against Arshdeep, your stumps are in danger, right? So I asked the question again, what price do you think he should be to be bowled?
6s.
You can get 7, which is really big, I think. It's a sample size of 2 out of 5 is nothing. Like, and if it could have easily been any number when you've only done it 5 times. So it's not a sample size thing. It's a fact that he can leave the back door open the way he bats. He's been stumped and bowled a couple of times in his 5 goes. So he's not like Jaiswal, who is overwhelmingly a caught guy. Overwhelmingly.
Interesting, because the way I look at him, I think he should be caught more often.
Who?
Vaibhav.
Yeah, well, maybe. Let's see what happens with Arshdeep. This is one of those overs where anything can happen, I think.
Okay. So the bet here is bowled on Vaibhav. Is that right?
Yeah, 7. Yeah, I think that's really big. I've got no match position here. I think the price is fine.
Yeah, I think that's fair as well. Have you got any theories on whether Sam Hain will go out before Alex Davies, or no, nothing there either?
Feels like Davies slight favourite, but don't know.
Because they're both evens and they're both set. I just think Hain's a better player. This one's in the slot and whacked across the line by Jaiswal before. First ball back. Now, do you need over 11.5 in this
That
one?
would be very nice. Yeah, I thought that might have been the first ball 6 again off the danger man. But Jaiswal loves a first ball 4. He's the best first ball player in the history of T20 cricket. That was 2 bounces before. But yeah, we backed over 11.5 at 5, just because, not because we don't respect Arshdeep, just because this is the only team that has scored runs against Arshdeep.
Sagnik says, I told you guys I was injured. He's been subbed out. He has indeed. As Arshdeep in again and defended. I didn't have that on. What was going to come next? But okay, there we are.
An actual proper defensive shot from Jaiswal, which we do not want to see. I want explosive runs and wickets is what I want at the start. I want 30 for 2 off the first 2 overs is what I want to see. Lovely shot to get off the mark.
All right.
I'm surprised to see 8.5 available to back for the second over on my screen. I would have been higher.
Oh, it's hit this down the ground, and this is off the fourth ball of the over.
Shot boy.
I think you decimal boys are too clever. You beat me to it. I was just about to back the fourth ball of the over 3.5 runs, and they've changed it from 3s to 2.8.
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. It is Arshdeep still.
It's not swinging though, is it?
No, it's not, and he's a very different threat when it is.
So that's what I'm backing at the moment. The ball is not swinging, and they're already looking at over 10.5 runs and over is the line for the second over. So they're expecting lots of runs here. So we've got this incredible offside field, which is, guys, everywhere he goes for the scoop. He's got it over the top. As that one bounce 4. Clang, clang, clang. There we go. Yeah. Winner. That's it. Is that the right button? Is that the winner?
That's the right button. That one, the green one. So we have given you a 5 winner there, and it has to be said, it was Simon that pointed me in that direction. So highest score in the first over, Rajasthan at 5 is in the satchel. And what we want to happen now is the wicket. And I am backing over 8.5 in the second over with quite a lot of confidence. It's 1.73, but I like it. Over 8.5, that is. I think the line should be 10.5.
He's gone for another one. This could be a 6, and that's the boundary that I just said would come off the 5th ball of that over as well.
So we told you, Sixes fans, that a 6 in the first 2 overs at 2.5 was also a bet, and That is in the satchel as well. And Arshdeep with no swing is bowling machine on easy mode, isn't he, at the moment? But that's very pleasing that the sixes come off. Good start. And isn't the market believing very quickly? The 1.35 is now 1.7.
I was going to say the market has completely changed here. A couple more runs. They were fours at the start of this, weren't they, Rob?
Yeah, it was 1.3. 1.35 has gone to 1.7, sorry, in 5 deliveries.
And he's edged this one past slip, and this is flown away for a boundary.
That was nearly the perfect over with the sixes and the overs and the wicket, but the edge went safe. I'm just watching it again now. That one moved slightly, and it would have gone straight into first slip's hands had first slip been there, but it was kind of a very, very deep, wide third slip that watched it go past his right hand for 4 more, and that is a start, is it not? 22 for none.
That is 22 for none. So just a reminder on the match trading app at the moment, this for some reason the actual game isn't working, so you can see the odds on Rajasthan and Punjab is almost exactly the same. That's just an error that we're seeing there at the moment, but everything else is working. So we've got here under 209, you can get at 1.86, and if inning sixes over 10.5, Rob, anything on that?
It feels like they should get that many. The way they've started with the no swing, shouldn't it?
Okay. Do you want me to I'll just load up on it. What do I care?
That was a lot of fun, wasn't it? That was a lot of fun, that over. And here comes Monsieur Giraffe to see if he can stop them from hitting sixes. But remember, we're on over 8.5 this over, and we're on Suryavanshi to be bowled at 7.
And he's just hit this ball sort of towards mid-on and taken off and tried to run out his partner and everything else. So top ball from Marco Janssen. You're on bowled. You don't really want Marco Janssen bowling for a bowl, do you?
No, you don't. You want what I wanted was Jarrod to get off strike in the first over and Arshdeep have a few at him, because if you're swinging against Arshdeep, then Arshdeep aims at the stumps, whereas the Giraffe is too tall, isn't he? That's what giraffes are. And so the way he bowls is the bounce is way too much to get bowled. It's going to have to be a Yorker, which he doesn't really bowl, as he bowls a wide, which he can continue to bowl for us over 8.5 backers.
So they're at 23. Fall of first wicket is 48.5.
High. That's high. But I get it.
I'm going.
They don't try wondering, these lads, do they? It feels a bit high, but I understand it. So Jarrod is now just smashing away on the, what's it called, with your coins.
Oh my God! Look at first person out. I'm taking Jaiswal. Yeah, I'm all over the trader here. He's whacked this down on the ground. Was that for a 6 as well? How did he get under that?
My goodness gracious me. What a shot, boy.
I can tell you one thing. There's a lot of value in the Punjab lineup right at the moment. Considering
wow, easers, Jarrod. He's given that the treatment. He's got some talent, this boy. Yeah, the next man out is a really difficult one. But have you ever seen a man score 22 off the first over and be 2.72 to be the next man out? Has that ever happened? I say no. I say that has never happened.
And that's why I went in on it. You saw me straight away. I don't even think I said that one out loud. I just put it on. I've got so many trades on so many different games. All right. I'm having a look here.
Look at this man coins. Look at him. Look at his little betting face.
I can tell you one thing. I have lost my bet on the Surrey 10th wicket partnership.
Some would say you shouldn't be betting on the Surrey 10th wicket partnership when there's an IPL game going on, but
it was a break. There was a break.
Fair enough. Whenever there's a break, bet on something else is what Mr. Kimber's telling you. Let's
he slices this up in the air, and it's going to go for 4 again. This is carnage here.
Do you know what that is, Jarrod?
That's another bet, isn't it?
It's over 8.5. That's what it is. That was a really bad line, the 8.5. Really, really bad, because they are going full guns blazing here, as they always do. So yeah, Simon has had a lovely day financially today, and it was him that drew my attention to that, and he was saying that 4 point something was a bet, and then we saw our leprechaun friends going up with 5, so away we went.
He hits this down to mid on, and there's no run, so there's 33 without loss after 4.5. They've got 2 6s or 3 6s so far.
2, 1 in each over.
Okay.
It'd be nice to have one in the next over 2.
We've had a wicket in Surrey, and it was Matt Fisher, so I've lost both my Surrey bets.
Okay, not a Surrey specialist. I couldn't tell you masses about that game because I prepared for this.
You couldn't tell me masses about the number 10 and 11 for Surrey. I'm a little bit disappointed in you. This is gone. It's full. He slapped this away, and this is well over long on for 6 again.
Me.
And now...
Some talent, the boy. New favourites?
They're not just new favourites. They're into 1.67.
Yeah, 60% to win this match after 2 overs of the chase. If it doesn't swing for Arshdeep, Punjab don't have many places to turn because we didn't see much spin in the first innings at all. Hasaranga couldn't land it. Hasaranga had another bad day. Farooqi was bad again. But Punjab, if Arshdeep isn't the big threat, have problems if Chahal can't bring it because he should know the tricks of this Rajasthan team. Obviously, nobody knows about Suryavanshi because he's a child, but all the others, he played with them long enough, didn't he, Chahal? And Chahal is hot and cold this season. He's got a few fourthers, I think, or a couple of fourthers, and he's been top bowler in 3 of their 10. They need the hot Chahal today if they're going to defend this, don't they?
They've got a lot of bowling options to come. Is it going to be Bartlett? It is. The man.
The myth.
It's 39 without loss. It's wide outside off stump, and it's flashed away for 4. I tell you what, when you're like, well, we've got another seamer, and he comes in and first ball, he just bowls a throw down wide of off stump. You are a little bit like, what is the point of this?
Yeah, that ball was due 5.0 runs when it left its hand to Jaiswal, who is now 26 off 7 and could get the record for the fastest 50 if he mows it. What's that, 12 or is it 13? I think Cummins has done it in 14 balls, hasn't he? The 50.
Yeah, I think that was the record, wasn't it?
Oh, so no one's done 13 ball 50 in the IPL. Somebody tell us in the comments, please. Still seeing 10.5 lines for these overs that if these two stay in are not high enough.
Moose has just said, just with the Cricket 8 game, you guys should really get the word out more. It's quite an interesting product. We are. This is it. This is us getting the word out. That's what we're doing.
Play the Cricket 8 game all the time. And you're basically trying to smash up decimal, aren't you, when you're playing the Cricket 8 trading game?
Yeah. Bartlett in again. And it's going to be 4 again through the offside. Jesus.
Shot. Okay.
They're into 1.51. I think there's almost enough value in Punjab now, but I might wait for a spinner to come on. The actual game only went live last weekend, so we would have been using it before, but it hadn't quite been working. It's still obviously in beta mode, but yes, people should come and watch it. We will start to do more ads and everything and get the word out. But it's a hell of a fun game. As I've already shown them, we'll get over to it again in a minute. In fact, Rob, we could probably, as Bartlett comes in, it's a half volley, almost hit back to him, actually. I wonder what the market is here for the rest of this over. All right. I want boundary.
Misfield, possible run out here. Possible ridiculous run out. So basically, he hit it straight to Arshdeep, who had a needless shy. Then Jaiswal calls him through for a run that isn't there. And it looks like he's been out at the keeper's end.
I think you're right. I'd stopped looking because I didn't understand why they were still playing cricket.
I don't think this is out. I think I've done a good bit of freeze framing myself. It's mighty close, but I think the bat. Watch this very good dive just about to come into your picture.
Oh, he's got back in. You're right.
Yeah. So market gave that, and I was pretty quick with my freeze frame. If you've got freeze frame skills, you can make yourself some money on wickets like that. It was very stupid running. They didn't need to do that.
Someone said that Jaiswal owns the record with the 13 ball 50. Of course he does as well. We'll get across.
He's trying to beat his own record, absolute lad.
Yeah, Sergei Bubka style. 47 without loss. I think I'm going to lose another bet on this. What did I have on that? I had full of first wicket was under 48. So I would have got both of my bets then, Rob. That would have been the run out, and I would have got Jaiswal at 2.7s, And I would have got 1.85 on under 48.5. So I've been done twice there.
What a difference half an inch can make.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, it's just open goal. You've got to put them in, though, haven't you?
That's what she said.
There we go. There we go. We're up. He's back. We're up and running.
Hey. Bartlett finally bowls. His last two balls have just been straight out. Jaiswal's just actually handled them quite normally. Punched them back down the ground. One to cover and the other one to mid-on.
See, 10.5 for an over sounds like a high line, right? But it ain't when these two are in. Like, if this ball goes past without a wicket, which is absolutely a consideration right now, the way this start has happened, then 10.5 isn't high enough for the next over. So I will be backing over again because I don't really care who bowls it with no swing. And I doubt they expose.
Oh, another 4 here. Just dabs this away. It's good batting.
So easy. Yeah, 10.5 looks wrong to me, Jarrod. I am backing it next over.
10.5. Let me just find that. I've got over 12.5.
That's fine. That's where it should be.
Yep.
Because they're getting 2 boundaries without trying. He's basically blocked that and got 4.
I'm not worried about this, mate. I'm going in for 10K on 12.5.
12.5. You're just ignoring sensible lines and just batting the high one because you can.
Because I just assume they're going to keep going now. So I think wicket should be the only thing that stops me.
Okay, let me see if I'm allowed to bet.
Let's have a look at what else we've got. Rajasthan Royals in oversight odds or evens. Should we talk about that? That's probably something you should never bet on, right?
Well, there are odd and even angles actually.
Oh, hello.
So for overs, everyone used to do odd or even 10 to 11 each, and when you had I think maiden was even. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think maiden was even, counted as even.
Yeah.
And when you had someone like Murali bowling in Sri Lanka, and evens 10 to 11, and maiden is well odds on, that was a good spot to be cracking away. The other one is towards the end of the innings. If you've got Tim David in with Bhuvaneshwar and he's sending him back every single ball, or Andre Russell in with Aurora or someone, and he's going to face all the balls, then it's way more likely to be even. Because like the 20th over, for example, is way more likely to be even because it's 4, 6 or dot, right? Obviously the Y can do you in, but then it becomes value. So it isn't a market you should never bet on. But if you do bet on it, you are going to be marked as sharp pretty quick because only sharp people bet on that in good spots.
Short, hooked away for another boundary. Well, we're over 10.5 for Rob and over 12.5 for me. That's exactly the start we wanted. Wouldn't say smash.
Say that out loud again, you maniac.
What did I say?
We're on over 10.5 for Robert, 12.5 for me because I cannot help myself.
No, but I'm not betting with money. If I was betting with money, I would look for a 10.5 line. But if I'm just playing the exciting trader game,
right? I've got a million coins in my account. I've got a million coins in my account now, so I'm going to join the party. That's
what I'm saying.
Wicket in over 5. What price can we get there? There's going to be a wicket soon. The way this is going.
Yeah,
He didn't this partnership before. Raj have got fall of first wicket. They've got 166 together, these two, 4 games ago. It's fun, isn't it, when these two are flying?
Yeah.
Boy, he did him with the slower ball there.
I think the one before that was the same. I think we're going to see a wicket very soon.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? The thing is, it's not one of those partnerships where there can possibly be slowing down. They're either going to keep going or get out.
Yeah.
So if basically you can lose your unders for fall of wicket if they last another 6 balls, the way they tonking everything to the fence. But I agree. I think the wicket feels quite likely quite soon because Suryavanshi didn't pick that slower ball at all. If he bowls one on his stumps, we could get our bowl, Jarrod, which is what we really want.
Yep. Well, we got that at 7s.
7, yeah. I think that's much too big. I'd be near a 5.
This could be a wide. No, he has it. So he's left that. That's not what we wanted. We've had 2 dot balls in a row.
Needs 7 off 3 now. Which feels like 50-50 the way they've been going. So I can see 78 out there in the wild for fall of next wicket. What can you see?
I'm just on the trading game. I did have it up. Full of next wicket was. Oh, I've lost it now.
Okay.
I can tell you it's 31 to 1 for a tie.
That's an absolutely no. Again, if you shop around, you'll be getting 70. Although, if you want to be on, you'll have had a lot of legs backing tie if you'd have been on Rajasthan games this season. They've tied 1, lost 1 by 1, and lost 1 by 2.
Rob, that was yours there. That was the inside edge. He didn't play the slow ball well, and he's ended up just hitting it up to mid-on, or back to the bowler, actually, in the end for no run.
This is... here we go. 80.5. 80.5 for the first wicket. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, decimals at 76.5.
Yeah, that's better. So I can see 80.5. I'm backing under 80.5 for... I'm pressing all my buttons. Under 80.5. Also, after ... this is extremely likely to be wicket or boundary, this ball right now, after ... to Arshdeep, who's come back brilliantly well, having gone for 26 in his first 7.
Oh, he's whipped this across the line for a 6. And our bet's back on. You now need a single. I now probably still need another boundary, but that's a big hit there. Absolutely smashed that across the line.
That was always going to be a money ball, that one, after ... He was always going to go after that one. And that is a big win for the batsman, because that has gone a hell of a long way, hasn't it? He's proper tucked into that. Some talent, this boy, Jarrod. Imagine how that must feel as he hits his 3rd 6.
I don't know if you can bat wicket off this next ball, but 6 or wicket off this next ball is probably where you want your money, I think. Don't know if I can get on.
I just want a single somehow. Any type of run, please, young man. Again, I don't feel comfortable betting when it's a child at the crease.
What is he going to do here? Arshdeep's in. He's got this away. It's up in the air. It could be a wicket. It isn't. It's a 6. Wow. Incredible hit there over the top. And we got over 10.5 and we got over 12.5.
Of course we did. And he bowled 3 dots in that over and he still got spanked. It's you have to get this boy out. And it started off. I mean, just look at this for an opening partnership. We are staring into the future here. The elder statesman here, granddad, 23-year-old Jaiswal, is 34 off 12. And the other fella, who is a child, has 32 off his 12 with 4 sixes. And amusingly, Suryavanshi has actually faced loads of dots in his innings, and he's scoring at that strike rate. So he's faced how many dots already in his 12? 3, 4, 5, 6. Half of his balls have been dots, Suryavanshi. So that is an angle for Suryavanshi, because half his balls have been dots, Jarrod, and he scored 32 off the other 6, which is absolutely and completely mental. So what tends to happen is people betting on ball prices shove that dot ball out all over the place as Harpreet Brar. This is what a lamb to the slaughter is. Harpreet Brar comes in to bowl the 5th, and that is very much an all the very best. But if the dot ball price gets pushed out too much when Suryavanshi is batting, we have to back it.
So dot ball at the moment is 3.4.
Yeah, too big.
4.3. So I've just put a bet on that. Some people on the screen might have seen that.
What price did you say it was, Jarrod?
3.4. Are you now telling Decimal they're wrong?
Yeah, have to. Yeah.
Oh, it's got a single. Okay, so I need a dot ball off this. Was it 4.3 I got? Let's have a look at my bets. Oh, it was 4.2. Oh, well.
4.2 for dot.
No. It was the 4.2 ball. So I got the dot off the first ball, but not a single off the second one. So I've lost out on that one. So it's Harpreet bowling at the moment. I still think dot's a good bet here. I'm going to go on dot again.
It is for the kid because he's dot or boundary, and he's literally been dot or boundary every single ball he's faced. Faced 12 balls, 6 of them.
Oh, he's got an edge here, and then it's going to go for another 4. Wow. Well, he wasn't in control there even slightly, but he's got that one away. I'm just backing dot balls for the rest of the over, Rob, because at 3 point or whatever I got it at, they're down to 2.96 because obviously you've told your traders this isn't fair. How am I supposed to beat the system when I make a bet, which is a good bet, and you change the system on me? Is this up in the air? Is this what I wanted? No, he's got it away for another 4. That is a horrendous cricket shot, but it has gone 3 for 4. Wow. Just a reminder that Rajasthan started this innings at 4s, and they are now 1.27, and Punjab are 4.5 as it currently goes. Wanted to see how the finger spinners would go. To be fair, he's beat the bat once, got an edge on the other one. Going for another swing. This could be out, and is out. And I bet on so many dot balls, Rob. I don't know if I finally got that bet back, but I think I did.
I think he faced 15 balls and he got 7 boundaries and 8 dots, or the other way around. 8 boundaries and 7 dots. He's ridiculous fun. But the dot ball was clearly the play there. It's a good catch because you have to be tall to catch that. He nearly cleared the man, but Bartlett's just a little bit too tall.
Yeah,
and off he goes
across the line. And well done to actually, I was going to say Shreyas Iyer, but I'm not sure who's captaining Arrow at the moment. Maybe in the comments if you've noticed. We're so busy putting trades on, we haven't seen. But well done to the captain, because bringing the left arm finger spinner on in the power play is a gutsy call, and I thought he did quite well. Now, was that the 5th ball of the over? It was. Okay, so I finally got one of my bets up at 3.45.
Well done.
But I did lose the other 2, I think.
We had a real bet won and a real bet lost there because Bowl didn't win. But the under 80.5 for the fall of the first wicket absolutely did win. So that's nice.
Well done. What was 76? Yeah. I think on the trading game, it was about 76.5. So if you'd gone under when Rob told you to, you would have picked up one there as well.
So that's an example of a good line, 76.5. And a bad line, 80.5. So if the line would have been 76.5, I wouldn't have bet, even though I would have won. I wouldn't have bet. But the line was 80.5, 4 runs too high. So I did back it, and it did win. So that's very nice.
Just going through, I've had a few losers here. So I lost the under 48.5 and Jaiswal out first. But I don't mind that because that was at 2.72. I think that was a very worthwhile bet. But I had a big bet on the over 12.5. And then I had 3 straight big bets on the dot balls. As this one is pushed out into covers, and here's another dot ball.
What an over for the
what a palaver. Now, what does Jaiswal do in the next over?
Carries on.
By the way, I should say that in all that, you and I put on so many trades on Cricket 8's game and so many trades in real life that I forgot to say that I actually backed. I think I got them at 3.2s and I got them at 4.5s on Punjab for real money, for a real money bet, because they were always going to lose a wicket. And we don't know what's going to happen now they've lost a wicket. They might just cruise, which case I'll just take a small loss if it looks like they're going to cruise. But if they're about to collapse after the power play.
Jarrod, this team don't cruise, do they?
No.
They've been cruising home in these sort of chases several times with that exact start as well. And have buggered it up. They hate winning close games also.
Yeah, that's true. Marco Janssen, we got dot ball at 2.74. That's a bit low. You've been telling the trade. See, how am I just don't understand how am I supposed to win if you're literally using. Am I getting paid by decimal at this point? This one's hang on. Short and wide and cut away.
To be fair, that was for Suryavanshi. I made the point that Suryavanshi is dot or boundary, and that's what you need to be worried about. So the exact one needs to be shoved out when Suryavanshi is batting because he's not getting a single. The only way he gets a single is if it's a wide or they drop him, basically. But if you like fun betting games, you've got to get on this trader thing because you can be sat there having a bet on every single ball. And unlike the bookies, which is 2 balls ahead, if you're watching this on telly at home, you're betting on the next ball, which you cannot do with the bookies. You're betting on the very next ball.
Oh, is it this for 4 over mid wicket? I thought it was going to carry, but it just dropped short. Again, the ball was up in the slot and slapped away over the top, and a couple of bounces there out to the boundary. So they're going to keep going. So it's Marco Janssen, and I'm just going to do a small bet here. Oh.
Are you doing a bet in real life or on the trading thing? That's right in the slot, by the way. From
I'm
Marco.
on the trading thing I'm on 5.4 at a boundary at 2.3.
Okie doke.
So on the 4th ball this over, I need a boundary because I just think he's going to keep going.
I'm looking around for a line for over number 7, and I can see 7.5, which is definitely too low with this man at the crease. But let's see if he still is at the crease in a couple of balls' time. They need 9 and a bit and over, which should be an absolute stroll. But as we know, Rajasthan do not do absolute strolls. That's not their thing at all.
No, they are putting their foot down at the moment. So this is the one on the trading game. I need the boundary. I think he's going to go for it. Oh, what is that, Jaiswal? Absolute pathetic cricket. Come on.
Nobody wants to see that, do they?
That's not what we're here for.
The single.
I think I put a smaller bet on that one. I can't remember. But I've got a bet on over 8.5 as well.
You should always know, ladies and gents, what it is that you're betting. And
yeah, but not in the trading. The trading game, we can have a bit more fun.
Yeah, of course we can.
Yeah.
I
know what my real bet is. I can tell you exactly what my real bets are. I'm still on Punjab because I still expect another wicket soon, and I want to be in until the end of this over at least. Until I want to see what happens after the power play.
They're arrowing in on 90 odd for the power play, which is pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah. Marco Janssen to Sanju Samson. And he pushes this straight to short cover, and there's no run.
So this is where next man out, Jaiswal is pretty decent favourite if Sanju is going to play like that.
Okay. Well, let's have a look at this. Next man out, I've got Jaiswal at 1.88 and Sanju at 1.81 on decimal.
Okay.
Sorry, in the trading game, not on decimal.
Yeah, the trading game. How do I type in 50,000 into the thing? It's only letting me do 250. 10,000 is the most I can put on a bet. What the hell's that?
I don't know. Let me have a look. Who are you? What's your bet first? Tell me what your bet is.
I'm backing Jaiswal next out as soon as he's on strike. Is he on strike yet?
No. He will be. No, he's hit this for 4. Oh, good batting by Sanju Samson. It's a bad ball.
Off the pad for 4. Yeah, I think Jaiswal is better than Sanju, but I think Jaiswal is more likely to be out next because
you do it by pressing the numbers below. Maybe you can't type them in.
Pressing the numbers. All right. So if I click Jaiswal, I'm not going to do it because he's not on strike.
Yep.
Oh, I press the numbers below so I can do. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, great. So I can have an absolute smasher of a bet then.
All right. So I'm just showing you now on the screen my winners and my losers, as this is edge to short third and there's no run. So you can see there that I won. I had that big bit, the big win on what was it there? Over yeah, I had the big win. There's a timeout. Yeah, I had the big win on the dot ball at 3.45 before Numpty over here changed the odds. And I had the big win also on over 12.6. So a couple of decent winners there. Will that go back into my coin account? Here we go. I'm back over $1 million again, Rob.
Of course you are.
Let's take a photo, everyone. It might not happen again because I am firing these bets out like these trades out like a madman. All right. So now we get a chance. Let's just have a look. Over 1.5, under 1.5. So should really be. I'm going to go the second ball. So we've already got 8.5 runs and over. We've already put that bet on. And I'm going to stick out of this for a little bit. Wicket in the 7th over. That's way too short at 3.45, Rob. I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, it's the other side. I mean, it's fine. It's about right. The other side at 1.24, I definitely wouldn't be backing no either, the way Jaiswal's going. I assume he continues to go.
He's been taken off the board for a minute, but we've got a bunch of run lines here that you can trade on this game as well. So if you want to go under 123.5 at the end of the 10th over, which seems punchy to me, that's 1.86. You can take that line, and you've got 1.25 at 2.08. Samson's hit a 4, Rob. But I wouldn't say I've seen anything going for intent.
No. He hit a 4 off a bad leg side pie, and he just pushed it off his pad and away it went. I actually like under 34.5 for him, mainly because he's been on quite a lengthy layoff now. Sanju, he's not played for a while, has he? He's been injured. It's difficult to find your form when you've had a layoff. The first game back is usually the hardest. I'm just checking what date he actually did play his last game. It was the 16th of April, so he's not played for 5 weeks. That's a long time to not play any cricket. And the injury that he got looked quite nasty. The thing going for his overs is that he's playing within himself so far. He's just knocking it around. And the job of your captain, the job of Sanju now, is to knock it around and make sure they chase these. Jaiswal can get on with it and carry on whacking.
So you've gone under 30.5.
34.5.
34.5. I'm going to go under 30.5 on the trading game. I think I'm with you there. What's he on, 4 or 4? We needed over 8. Do we need over 7.5 or 8.5 in this over?
7.5 would be nice. Yeah.
Well,
just small bet that one.
Not a good start here as Jaiswal knocks one down the mid on. This is not the kind of sensible cricket we're looking for here, Rob.
Absolutely not. So one of the reasons why I love Rajasthan so much and always have is sensible is quite a long way away from their remit. They don't like sensible. I'm expecting Sanju to just poodle about as he's doing now from Bra, but I'm not expecting Jaiswal to slow down at all. And if Jaiswal gets a ball in the slot, he will try and hit it for 6, which means that this chase was a lot of, like, if Gujarat are 90 for 1 chasing here, they're going to win, right? They're just going to win. That's the end of that. And you just watch them win and go, well done. I was really bored by that chase. The reason why this is exciting is because as Jaiswal gets one on the pads and maneuvers it, unfortunately, directly to the man in the deep for just 1. The reason why this is 1.4 and not the 1.08 it might be if Gujarat were doing it is because they're mental, basically. And they have been making a right old mess of chases. I have to say, though, Jarrod, that 1.4 feels on the big side. Like I'm not in a huge rush to lay the 1.4. Like 1.41 to get 9 and over. Not even 9 and over. What have they got to get here? What's the required rate? 9 and a bit. 127 off 80 is 9.5, isn't it? With 9 in hand and a set Jaiswal against a team looking slightly devoid of ideas, looks fair enough to me.
What we're not going to get is our overs in this one.
We are going to need a last ball boundary. We're going to need last ball 6. Bloody hell. He can do it, though, Jarrod. Keep the faith.
No, he's gone into mode. They have decided to knock this around for a little while. I think I'm pretty sure about that. Parr says, a bowler is generally able to keep the professionalism in front of this child. There is a clear show-off machismo from these players. Felt like Siraj was trying to remove his head during the 100. Yeah, but Parth, wouldn't you be trying to remove anyone's head if they were scoring at that rate against you? I think that's a fairly normal thing, actually. Look, there are going to be some players who are going to struggle against it, but there are some players who struggle going up against senior players in general as well. Like it's, that's part of the job is having to handle that as a professional athlete, and not everyone can, of course. I think we've seen a massive change in intent here, Rob. So I'm now looking at bets for my intent. So I'm for the 9th over going under 8.5.
Do you think it'll be Bra again? Has to be, doesn't it?
Yes. And the other thing I want to know about is stumpings.
You think Bra can get a stumping?
I think there's 2 spinners on at the moment, and Jaiswal, well, I wouldn't say is a stumping candidate, but could certainly get stumped, but I think Samson is. I'd have to look at the numbers. You might have them in front of you.
I think Chahal is a good guy to effect a stumping. I don't think Bra is. 23,
No.
I can see there. That's okay.
I'm taking that. And I'm putting your money on it.
Have your coins on, lads.
I'm back under $1 million again, but I am in profit on my actual bet. Oh, you're not going to get stumped bowling half crackers, Chahal. He almost gets a bowled though somehow. As Samson,
I mean, he nearly got a stump, Jarrod. If he'd missed that, he took a big step down.
Did he? I didn't. I was too busy looking at how bad that ball was. Anyone want to put in any super chats? We will get to those when we can.
Yeah, his foot went in the air as well.
This is drilled down the ground. Well, I just said there was no intent, and I think that's just gone for 6, hasn't it?
Yeah, dropped for 6, I think. But maybe it went comfortably over the fielder. I don't know. It's hard to tell on the first glance. And it was to Giraffe. And if you're going to take anybody on at long on, it's probably not the guy to do it to. He had a good go, but it was over his head by a long distance. And if it's over his head, you've hit it high enough, haven't you? Because he's 9 feet 7.
Is this intent? Or was that just...
It's a good shot. It's a game breaker. There's the 1.45 that was... It was 1.48 before that ball. Yeah, I'm surprised the market is still interested. Let's chip that one right up in the air, though. Safe.
Got a couple there.
And 2.
I think stumping with the 2 spinners on and Samson moving his feet is a fair bet. And I am also on... I just traded... Where are we here? I've just traded for a boundary off this ball as well. Oh, did we get a bet?
No, I just wanted to ring the bell.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Chahal up again. And of course, this is the one he pushes. Bastard. We need, do you know what we need? We need like an intento meter because it really does swing between balls, doesn't it? It's
yeah, and that's the thing. That's why when you've got Suryavanshi and Jaiswal both batting and Head and Abhishek when they're in form, and you know the intent, you're just like, right, okay, what is my angle? And the angle actually, as bizarre as this sounds, then was dots when Suryavanshi was batting because the traders are going, he's hoofing it everywhere. He's strike rate 220. I better shove my dot out. Well, actually, half his balls were dots. So if they're going 3 point something when it's 2 or 100% price for a dot for him wasn't far away from 2, then you get an insane value on the dot. So that was the spot there. But also sometimes when both bats are going and they're just chucking out the that second over 8.5 was absolutely mental. They're chucking out when the first over is going for 20 or whatever. 8.5 is ludicrous, but 10.5 probably doesn't get it done. And that one where you were like, well, sod it, I'm going to bat the over 12.5. Bookies are reluctant. Or traders are reluctant to change those in-4s enough, I think, when it's going proper mental. So the angles there are overs, but also dots, as mad as that sound. And while those two were in together, now it's different because it's outside power play and they got a cricket match to win where they need 9.5 and over. But when it was the power play and they're going, right, we're smoking everything, good luck. Yeah, it was kind of, other than the 5th where Bra got the wicket, but before the wicket fell, it was 16 for 0, 3 dots. 12 for 0, 3 dots. 15, 16, 17 for 0, 3 dots. Do you know what I mean? There's your angles. Everything's pissing over, and you're getting half the balls as dots. It's like absolute jackpot if you can find the angles. And that is what it's all about. Find the angles and hit them when you found them. And unlike what we're doing, don't tell other people. So we're telling all of you, and you should be sending us suitcases full of money every day. So if you put Cricket 8 Towers, FAO Rob, and just fill a suitcase of money and put it in the post, it will find its way to me.
You don't want digital coins for the Cricket 8 game?
No, because I can just ask Brooke for $1 million whenever I want. Where am I putting my $1 million now? Sanju unders, I think. How much am I allowed? Oh yeah, I have to press the buttons. Yeah. That might be a good improvement, is
allowing us to press our numbers.
Yeah. Let me type that in the thing.
Okay. Shubham says, how much of betting is predictive and reactive? So generally at this level, you are looking at the field and you're making decisions based on the field, on how a bowler will go. Obviously, a lot of it is predictive as well, because once it gets over 85 miles an hour, you can't actually track the ball. So there is a lot of prediction in batting. Is this up in the air? And it is out. Wow. It was full and it was wide, and it was slapped, if we're being fair, by Jaiswal. He just didn't time it as well as he wanted to. And he's found Mitch Owen down on the long off boundary. And another wicket.
And that was your next man out in the satchel.
Yes. What did you get that odds on? I've forgotten.
How do I tell? You can tell everybody on my trading game. I look at my account, do I?
You go to your trades, my trades.
Where's that?
So you should have markets at the top. See, look at my screen right now.
Yeah.
I've got the scorecard. I've got markets. I've got my trades. Markets, my trades.
Yeah, my trades. Oh, I backed no 50 for Jaiswal at 9.4 when he was on 48. I feel hard done by. Second person out, Jaiswal, 1.88. I backed.
Yep.
And I backed it 3 times because I didn't know how to put the stake thing in.
I've got under 30.5 on Sanju Samson's runs coming up as well. But I did have, what was my... Oh, I lost my stumping bet, but that's fine. But I have under 8.5 in this over. And I'll be honest, I'm pretty comfortable with that, I think.
Yeah, Bra's been absolutely superb, hasn't he, here?
Mm.
And here comes Parag, who is usually worth about 23, which is where I would pitch him here. So let's see what the market says.
Yep, I'll go back in, see what we've got.
As he covers up first ball and blocks for no run. So very good unders betting from you, Jarrod, this over.
And knocked down to mid-off for 1. My actual bet is looking quite good as well. Remember, I've got them at 4.5s and 3.1s, I think. And they're into 2.5 Punjab, 1 more wicket, and they're probably favourite, I would say here, Rob, if they get a wicket in the next 2 overs.
Yeah. Because one thing we know, and we said like that 1.4 on the face of it looks big, but it's because it's Rajasthan doing it and not Gujarat. It's they are a team that hate winning. And that is why they're languishing where they are in the table, because they are only 2 runs in one game, 1 run in another, and a tie in another, away from winning 3 more than they've lost, which is such a massive deal for your season. But they hate winning, and they've now, with losing the raving lunatic, hit every ball for 6 or it's a dot guy, and Jaiswal, who's unbelievably good. They've lost both of those. So now they have to do something that they're not very good at, which is chase it sensibly. And they now need 10 and over. They've allowed that run rate, despite scoring what? How many did they get in the power play? Boatloads. Despite scoring 89 in the power play, they've managed to allow this to get up to 10 and over. And if you need more than 10 against Chahal, he becomes a big threat, doesn't he?
Well, I say that. I was just in the middle of trying to put another bet on him for stumped. I know I've already done my money once, but there we go. I'm glad he hit that, because I thought I pressed the button, and then the trading game. It's a reminder that the trading game is on real odds. So you are actually going against a real betting machine, even if you're just doing it for coins and all sorts of things. But it does mean that things will disappear. And now Stumped has gone to 26s. Well, I'm sorry, Rob.
That ding-a-ling-a-ling that you just heard from me was me playing the quickfire trivia game, Jarrod.
Oh, we've got a bit of a downtime here. At the end of the over, do you want me to get some trivia on the screen?
Yes, please. I'm 2 for 2 on the trivia questions, and
Brooke is just saying that the Cricket 8 is optimized for mobile first. It is. It's just very hard for us to get it from there to StreamYard. I'm sure Muku and Rakshit will see if they could do it, but we're getting there. So there also are some small glitches, and it is improving all the time. A big thanks to Brooke for allowing us to do this, because it is fun as F word. Do we swear on this? I can't remember.
You do, and I don't. It's how it normally goes.
Okay. Oh, beautiful ball by Chahal here.
I'm 4 out of 4 for the trivia, and I don't think that's ever going to happen again. It's not my strong point. Trivia. Can I be fair? I'm not stopping doing trivia until I get one wrong.
I just want to have a look at next over, by the way, Rob, and see what the situation here is for next over.
That's an easy one. Who is the only player to have played for his franchise for the whole of the IPL? Well, that's easy because Chennai don't count because they got banned for 2 years, and Rohit played for the mighty Deccan Chargers and got hat trick.
Yeah.
Oh, this is more tough. What was Jake? I can't even say his name. What was Fraggle's batting strike rate last season? I'm going to go 214.
Yeah, 215.
Oh, got one wrong. Got one wrong. God damn it! All right, I got 6 in a row right. Beat that, people at home. Beat that. I got 6 in a row right on the trivia thing.
Oh, there's an edge here. Chance for run outs. And that's the end of the 10th over. Let's get some trivia up while we've got a chance. So if I press the play button, I'm just showing everyone at home here, Rob. You already know how to do it. I've already answered 2 correctly today. And I go over here to the trivia. You ready? It's on the screen, Rob. Rob, look at the screen.
I'm looking.
Which team did Rishabh Pant move to ahead of the 2025? It's like that's Super Giants, wasn't it?
Yeah, are you asking the questions to yourself and then answering them, or am I allowed to play? Selfish.
You can play. You ready? But don't lose me coins. Which team has the highest win percentage in IPL history? Gujarat, Mumbai.
Gujarat by miles.
Doesn't it? Nailed it.
Sample size.
By the way, you can do 10 of these questions every day on that site. It's good fun. Which
coin.
team did Shane Warne captain in the IPL?
Next question, please.
We've got Omar's eyes coming on to bowl, so I'll do one more question before he comes on. In how many different countries have IPL matches taken place? I'm going to say 3.
Yeah, it has to be. I needed to think longer than you there.
Well, it's South Africa, isn't it? And it's Dubai and it's India. I think those are the only 3. Well, they must be the only 3. And my bet's looking pretty good here, by the way. I'm into they're into 2.24 Punjab. A wicket here, and they're what, 1.6?
Yeah, let's get rid of Sanju. So miraculously, they've let the rate become a reasonable problem now. They've let it get above 10. And when you score 90 in the power play, that shouldn't really happen. But they have, because they've been fiddling about. And losing Jaiswal when they were in the middle of fiddling about, has really cost them. And they're just not very good at chasing Rajasthan.
This is up in the air. Is this going to be 6 or out? It should be caught. And it is caught.
Yay!
Wow, Marco Yardson there.
You know what that is, Jarrod?
Tell me.
That's our unders on Sanju in the Satchel.
Oh, yeah, we got that, didn't we? Another one. I just have a look at my trades. Where was that? I did have another betting for stumped, though, unfortunately. So that one didn't come in. But yeah, where is my Sanju Samson under 30.5? I got that one, didn't I? And you were under 34s?
Under 34.5, yeah. Lovely stuff.
Also, if you followed me in on the Punjabs, they're into 1.6 their price at the moment.
I also had 250,000 coins on under 42.5 for Sanju on the trading game. So that's going to put me in decent shape.
How many coins?
250,000.
I didn't know our stakes had gone up that high, because I'm probably back over $1 million now again after I've got so many active bets.
Well, I was only having 10,000s on Jaiswal next man out. I had 3 of those because I couldn't work out how to have more than 10,000. So as soon as I worked out how to have more than 10,000, I had 250,000. I'm not here to play games, Jarrod, even though we're literally playing games.
Now. And I just saw, so your last bet was 250,000. My last bet was 1,000. I didn't even do the 10,000.
I mean, this is all we've ever really wanted to do, Jarrod, isn't it? People tell us to play games and watch cricket. This is all we ever do. What do we normally do with our time, Jarrod? We play games and watch cricket. And now you can do it with everyone else doing all the work for you. And you can just go on this site where you can play really fun games in real time. And if you get bored of playing the games because they do stupid things like having a timeout and you can't bet on the very next ball, then you just do quizzes, which is great as well. And we seem to be pretty good at those. surprisingly, because I'm generally quite rubbish at cricket trivia. I've disgraced myself many times with people asking me about like county players' averages and stuff. Like, I don't know. Well, absolutely no idea. I don't bet on that.
I'm under 8.5 in this over. I've only 1,000 coins, but I'm still riding it home. And is that the first run off this over, off the fourth ball?
Yeah, and that's Omazai for you. Omazai is, you never know what's going to happen, isn't he? He's one of them.
You usually wouldn't bowl him at this stage either, would you? So it's a weird one. Still no wicket in the Warwickshire innings. I need some wickets there, and I need the right wickets, Rob, as you might as well. Omazai in again, but just a single out to sweeper. Runs in the 12th over. Oh, they haven't taken that down, have they? They have. Okay. Because we've got one more ball to come in this. Oh, no. Runs in the 12th over. I'm going to go under 8.5 again. Yeah,
well, they're in a sort of, they're just a team that buggers up chases is what they are, and they're buggering this one up. That's quite a high line for Jarrod, 24.5.
What's his recent scores?
Let's look him up. See, I've forgotten them all because we've had a break. I like Jarrod too. I think I backed him top Raj run scorer for the season at, I don't know, 20 or something, and he did all right at the start. 11 did not bat is his last three, and before that is 47, 6 not out, 26. Like, he's very up and down, but a lot of low ones. I'm quite happy with the pressure of him coming in at this stage to be on a bit of under 20. Is it 25 and a half now? Under 24 and a half. It's not a massive bet by any means, but a small bet under 24 and a half I quite like for him. Today's going to plan betting wise, everybody. If only Prab would have stuck around for another 20 minutes.
I'm doing very well with my real money, and a little bit with my coins. It's a little shakier, Rob. It's almost like I do real bets with my real money, and with the coins, I'm just like, we'll see how we go.
So my Sanju runs is showing us open on the trades thing, so we need to get them settling quicker because I want my money, I want my coins, and I want them now. Right, what are we looking at here?
Now, I think I'm on in this over.
You're on unders, aren't you?
I'm under 8.5. Yeah,
Jarrod, they have let this run rate get very out of hand.
Yes.
How do they need 11 and a half and over when they got 89 bloody runs in the power play? They're an absolute disgrace at how to chase an innings, Rajasthan. Like they did the first bit. They are so good at doing the first bit well.
A good shot there, flicked away for 4, to be fair, by Jarrod. But yes,
sure.
You're right. I mean, I did a video the other day about, I did the exit interview for them, and I was like, well, they're good for 6 overs and they're bad for 34.
This is it, yeah. They're still an amazing, because normally a team right down the bottom like Rajasthan, you look at the metrics that I keep and are religiously bet by at this stage of the season, because I think the sample size is big enough, is how have they been getting on in the main things? So first over, first 6 over, 4s, 6s, opening partnership, the markets that you can bet on pretty much. And normally bad teams are bad at everything. So Chennai, for example, who are down the bottom, their first over, they've scored 6 in their first over and they've given up over 8. So they're net terrible for first over. Yeah. Minus 23 is their first over differential so far. Then you go to first 6. Chennai score 48 and they give up 58 in their first 6 on average. That's a massive difference. 6s, they've conceded 49 6s more than they've scored. Terrible effort on the 6s. You then obviously have to remember that they've now got Ervil in, who is a mega gun, and so things might change. Opening partnership.
Oh, wow, bold. There's almost a run out here, actually, as Jarrod gets an edge and it goes out to back a point. He had no idea where that one was going at all.
It could have been caught, it could have been LB, it could have been a run out, and net result is a dot, which is still bad. So anyway, Chennai, who are down the bottom, level on points with Rajasthan, are net bad in all 5 of those disciplines, right? So that's first over, first 6, 6s, opening partnership, and 4s. Rajasthan and positive are 4 out of 5. Yep. Incredible.
Another one. Under 8.5 for this over, was it?
Easy money for Jarrod Kimber. So yeah, Rajasthan, despite having just the same number of points as Chennai, are net really good first over, best first over team with the bat in the competition by miles, and they're now even better because they've got the kid. First six, they're net amazing, and they proved that again today, better than nearly everybody, scoring at 67 or something. Sixes, they're miles better than average. Opening partnership, miles better than average. Fours, crap. But they're getting beat all the time, Jarrod, because they don't know what to do after they've smashed the hell out of the power play. They just go, well, we've kind of won, haven't we? And everyone goes, yeah. And they don't score any runs. Like, they should be able to score. If you've been scoring at 15 and over in the power play, which is what they were, you should then be able to score easily at 8 and over, even if it goes wrong. But they can't do that. They're scoring at 5, and now they're in a massive mess again. And they've allowed what should have been an absolutely routine knock it around chase. They now need 2 a ball to chase it. They need.
This is in the air, and it is 6. He's found the gap, has he? I thought he might have had to hit that over someone's head, but it's a good clip off the pad. Omazai, would you say that's a 6 that's worth more than a 6?
The market absolutely thinks so. What I would say, though, Jarrod, is that is a ball that is in the slot, angling down the leg side, and should be put away for 6.
It's a half volley on leg stump, yes.
Yeah, it is not. See, that's the sort of thing that, like, you're quite competent at cricket, aren't you? You'd have been happy enough hitting that ball for 6, I think.
Not for 6. I would have taken it. I would hit it to backwards square leg for 4. That would have been my shot on that one.
So I'm not tempted with the 1.87 for Raj. I'd rather lay that than back it, because I just think that was a bad ball, and a good batsman, which is what Jarrod is, a good batsman put it away for 6. I don't think it suddenly means they're going to be blazing everything all the way home. Do you know what I mean? I think there's still. Who's going to bowl the next over, Jarrod? That's my question to you.
So I've just gone in on under 154.5. The next over has to be a spinner again, doesn't it? So it's going to be Bra or Chahal?
Yeah, I'm looking at 9.5 as the next over. I'm thinking I might go under it, because I think they know here that Omazai is a man you can score off.
Yep. They look like they're trying to hit boundaries off this over at the moment. So I don't think we can get wicket in this over up. But no, I've just gone under. Hey?
We can get boundaries in overs, can't we?
Yeah, let me just come up here. Where are we? 12.5. Yeah, so we've got 3.75 off the 5th ball of the over.
Yeah, which you can actually get in real life if you like backing boundaries. So we've seen that the intent against Omazai has gone up quite a lot, and also Omazai bowls quite a lot of bad balls. So I wouldn't be overly interested in the dot. I'd be surprised if they get many more than about 1 and over off Omazai, because he's so easy to score off, and he's desperate to go for 1s, isn't he? So yeah, if I was trading this, I'd be pushing his dot price out to about 5, because I think I don't see how they get more than 1 dot and over from him. And then when it comes to the boundaries, I think I'd be, given the intent so far, I'd be sort of 3.2, 3.3 sort of range. So that 3.75 looks okay to me, because we've had a noticeable change of intent since he's come back on, and the bad balls are there, aren't they?
It is interesting that Rajasthan are back at favourites, so at 1.8.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit short, because I think the market is slightly overreacting to how much easier it looks now Omazai's back on. They don't need to bowl Omazai again if they don't want. Like
that was the ball I needed hit for a boundary, and it was a short ball angled at his body, and of course he's hit it straight to the sweeper and mistimed it as well.
So I'm on this one. I'm on the 6th.
You're on a boundary for the 6th?
Yeah, I'm now on 1.2 million, and I'm going to be on 10 million by the end of today. We should talk about bets for the next game.
There's one of my There's one of my wins, but it was small. You're just putting a lot more money on than I am. I'm still nervous even with coins. I might actually have more actual money on than I've put coins on so far.
What I am looking at now in real life is we have to remember that coins aren't real life, is the tie price.
Oh, he's gone for the boundary here. This is gone massive, and that's a 6. That is a brilliant shot by Rian Parag. Absolutely smashed that away. And we went for the boundary off the 5th ball and off the 6th ball. And so if you joined us for both of those, you would have ended up with cash in the bank. And Rajasthan are back in at 1.45.
Yeah, that is a huge, great big 6. But I think a little short because we're time out now anyway. So let's do quizzes, Jarrod. I think a little bit short because Omadai doesn't have to bowl again. That was junk from Omadai, and that should be the end of him now.
All right, let's get back to our quizzes.
How much fun is this? As soon as there's a timeout, you can do something fun. Get on this website and just play on it all the time.
Which team was the top of the IPL table when the tournament was suspended on the 9th of May? That was RCB, right?
Yeah.
Even though they shouldn't have been. No, it wasn't RCB. Who was it?
Wasn't it? Was it Gujarat?
I don't know. We finally had to get one wrong.
No, it was RCB. That's a bullshit question.
In November 2024, Rishabh Pant became the most expensive player in IPL history. How much was he sold for? 27 crore, I reckon.
Yeah, I don't think it's 32. That was a good buy, wasn't it?
It hasn't quite paid off yet. And who won the Emerging Player Award in 2024? Oh, was it Sai or
No.
Nitesh?
No.
Nitesh?
I think it might be Dar.
What?
Cross
Can't be. Why would you have said that? It's obviously one of the other two. God, don't ruin my points. I need my coins, man. RCB hold the record for the lowest score in the IPL history of 49 all out. In what year did this happen? I know this. 2017.
I know that Kedar Jadhav was top back because I backed him at 200-1 after he got out for about 9 and he won.
Hooty hoo.
What else have we got here? Who took the only hat trick of the 2025 IPL so far? Oh, was it Noor? No, it's Chahal. Chahal, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, long on, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Was that the one where where Kolkata fell apart?
I think they were just they had no chance of winning and they were just all slogging him at the end.
Who is the current captain of the Punjab? Well, I mean, this is going to be wrong, right? Because he's technically not captain today.
Why was he not?
He's off the field.
Because they were going to sub him out.
I mean, he's not captain right now.
That's true.
6 hours. Oh my god. Oh, this is a good one. Okay. I am going
very Darwan to me.
Oh, I thought it was VJ.
Go VJ then.
Well done. No, you're right. You're right.
These
are so much fun.
The answer hasn't been Paul Valthati yet, so I'm not overly happy with these.
Which IPL franchise plays the most of their home fixtures at the Sawa Mansingh Stadium?
That's this one, isn't it? Jaipur.
Yeah. Rajasthan Royals. All right. By the way, Rajasthan are back out to 1.55. Who scored the first century? Oh, that's Ishan Kishan.
Yeah, correct.
You know that one?
Not been that.
Are we back? Are we back with cricket? Is there actual live cricket on?
Who cares? Yeah, we are. Yeah.
All right.
We're on.
Oh we've got a wicket in Warwickshire game, and it is. Who's the wicket? Tell me who the wicket is. I care. I've got coins on it, man.
I've got real money on under 9.5 in this over of the actual IPL game that we're supposed to be bloody watching.
He bowled him. He's bowled him. Wow, low. A big swing across the line, and Harpreet has picked up another wicket. Well, sorry, he's picked up a wicket. I think that's his first, isn't it, Harpreet? But it just kept. No, it's his second. He's third. I'll get it right eventually. He got the catch before. He got the 2 catches in the ring. That was just. It was intent from Parag. It has spun a little bit. Oh God, it just kept low. Big swing across the line, and he has missed it.
Yeah. Looking good for our under 9.5 this over. Also looking good for the lay that I did of Rajasthan just then after the Omarzai onslaught. And the market readjusted, didn't it? It was like that 1.48 is too short. We're going back to 1.55 and then the poll, and now it's 1.73 the other way, which is a big old move. So I don't mind the close. That was quite a good bit of business in the last 2 minutes of that game. Happy days.
Just seeing. I don't think I had any trades on that one. Market's just taking a second to come back up. So they were 1.4, I reckon, before that timeout, mate, and they are now 2.38.
Yes, a good. If you've just laid Rajasthan before the break, and you can now just close at 1.69, and you've done really, really well for 2 balls of cricket. And here is Hetty Bumbalati, who is in at a good
Oh, he
entry
bounced
point.
him. He's bounced him.
Love it. And
He's
didn't
ended up
quite
playing
know
it.
what to do with it. That's a great
Yep.
first ball. Great first ball, because the wicket percent of that ball is nearly 0, but the chances of him scoring runs off that ball were so low as well, because he's just never thinking that he's going to get that. He's thinking, oh, I'm going to get one that I can just push away like that for a couple or one. That is something to always remember if you can bet on ball by ball exactly stuff, which we should be able to get on Cricket 8, is 2s for Hetmeyer, who's the best runner of a 2 I've ever seen.
I like that. I like that a lot. He comes in again. This takes a big risk, this Jarrell here. Exposes his stumps and slashes away for no run. Also, it's worth saying that Sam Hain was out in the Warwickshire game, so I've lost my money there, Rob.
Okay. He's a good player, Sam Hain, isn't he? Very
That's why I
unlucky.
backed him.
Very unlucky not to.
Oh, this is terrible bowling. Could be. Oh, should have been a run out, and they're going to get a run. It was a terrible ball down the leg side. It got out of his fingers, and it swept to Chahal, who only, if he picked it up, he was a 50-50 chance of a run out, and instead he's dropped it, and they've walked through for a single.
I'll
tell you what. Tell me.
Under 9.5.
Yeah, we're doing very well on this. I am going to offer everyone a bet right now at 15.5 for run outs. Rob?
Okay. Because you think they're running badly?
I think Jarrell is just taking off and not looking, and Hetmeyer always pushes his partner quite a bit, and we expect 2s. So I think there are
3 ball here.
Yep. So I think there is lots of chances of run out there. It's 15.5. We don't expect it. It's, it's obviously a long shot, but I think it's a good long shot. I would have it in at about 8s at the moment.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Because what are we in, the 15th over?
We are exactly in the 15th over, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jaiswal, I'm assuming Jarrell's going to get a single off this first ball, so I'm going to put a bet on the second ball for Hetmeyer to look for a 2. Oh, he's almost got an LBW here. He has got the single first ball. Look, they are in disarray at the moment, aren't they? They need 74 off 36.
Yeah, they're struggling a bit here. They've absolutely Rajasthan the hell out of this chase, haven't they? They've got themselves into comfortable winning positions on 2 separate occasions and absolutely clowned it up as soon as they got there both times. It's really fun, but it is very, very Rajasthan, this chase. This is why they're nearer the bottom, or they'll probably be actually bottom of the table, because they just hate winning. That's the problem. They don't have bad cricketers in the team. Just between them, they've got together and decided they hate winning. What a spell from Bra. 3-2.
I needed the 2 there, and unfortunately, Hetmeyer's hit it straight out to deep mid wicket, and he's just got 1. Yeah, Harpreet was brilliant. He had the 2 catches in the ring. One was at mid-off, and the other one was at... No, they're both at mid-off. For left-hander, right-hander. Oh, no. Sorry, one was at mid-off, one was at long-off, and then the last one was bowled. And then it was... The other catch was in the circle, wasn't it? He's gone for a big hit here, and that's 6. So good connection by Juve Jarrell.
That's a really, really good bat swing, that. From low to high. Proper good shot. Market is all over the place in this chase.
It has no idea what to do, does it?
No. It's like they're really, really struggling. Oh my God, he's here, 6. And the market is just, moving all over the place. It's fast and it's furious.
As someone with money on Punjab, I don't mind him going for the 6s off Chahal here.
Yeah, it's a high risk ploy. They need exactly 2 a ball, and they've proven time and again they're bad at getting that. Big chance of poles here, and that's a dot. The market is moved. Market is 1.66 when he hit that 6, and now he's hit a dot. It's gone to 1.5. So if you're a micro trader and you've got a very fast brain, and you probably need a good computer, you can be in and out, in and out, in and out every ball here, because 17 ticks, which is what it is now for a dot, is absolutely loads.
2 dot balls there. So will he go for a big one off this last ball?
The market thinks so, yeah. The market thinks he's going to go for it, and is more likely to get out than hit it for 6, because 8 off the over is no good, but 14 off the over is excellent. And I don't think he's thinking about 9 off the over. Let's see.
Oh, he's got a dot. It was wide. It was slow. It was probably Charles will probably look back at that and go, "Do you know what? I wish I'd have that one back because I could have got a wicket there." Instead, he's ended up yorking him, and it's dribbled out to cover, and there's no run. All right. I've got a very, very big green position here, Rob Barron.
Good.
Now, I'm wondering if do I want to take it home?
So what I would say if you've got a very big green position is don't forget the tie at 27. Reminder that they've already tied one this season, lost one by 1 run and 1 by 2 runs. So the tie could get very short. Not saying it's going to win. I think it probably has one more
twist.
One more twist. One more like
Omar's Eye's coming on. Omar's Eye's coming on. I'm getting out of my bet.
You have to lay Punjab, knowing that the wicket could easily happen and it's all done. But you have to lay Punjab knowing Omar's Eye's on, because Jarrell, particularly, he could tuck in right now, couldn't he? He could tuck right into Omar's Eye. This over goes for 20 and we're back at bloody 1.9 again. I would say this is the over that is moderately likely to go in favour of the bats rather than the bowler. But because it's Omar's Eye, you know that the wicket can always happen as well. So I think laying the short one is perfectly reasonable strategy here myself.
I've gone... Oh, he's defended this at my... Of all the things I was worried about in this over, it wasn't that. Rajasthan are at 4s now.
Hetty. Right, I'm now thinking of Hetmeyer's run line and what that should be. What does Decimal think, or what does Super Trader Model or whatever it's called? What does that think?
I don't know if I have a run line on him at the moment. I've got him as next man out, Hetmeyer at 1.54 and Juve Durrell at 2.3. Have they? That's not likely, is it? Oh, beautiful shot by Hetmeyer. Up and cover driven for 4 there.
That's what we want. So what you'll find on your trader model is, and this is a lot of it is down to what I always say about next man out, is it weights very heavily to the guy that is on strike at this stage, which in my opinion is the correct answer. The models that don't, that leave the same prices up for both players at this stage are wrong, because clearly at this stage of the game, needing to a ball and having to hammer everybody, whoever's on strike is more likely to be out next. If anyone doesn't think so, they are incorrect.
We didn't get a bet on this one, did we? This over. Neither of us went in. I'm on over 10.5 in the next over, because I think even if they lose a wicket, they're going to find some runs.
So who do you think bowls? Because we've seen the back of Bra now, which is a big deal.
It's going to have to be Janssen, Arshdeep, Bartlett. And they've got plenty of options. Why would Omar's Eye be bowling this over with all those other options?
As I said when he came off last time, we shouldn't be seeing him bowl again, but we are. Maybe they don't like Bartlett at the end.
But they've got 2 other guys. They've got Janssen and Arshdeep. This is slapped away again for a 4.
Good. Go on the batting team.
Now,
it's not moved enough this over. I laid the 1.37 at the start of this over quite happily, and they've got 9 off 4, and the market's gone, yeah, fine, don't worry about it. 1.42. The big man wants to back 1.43 Punjab, so he is keeping the Punjab price low.
That makes sense, yeah.
With weights of money. So if you are betting here, I think the value is on Raj. I don't think Rajasthan are going to win this match, but I think they're the value right now. So I'm happy to be on Raj briefly and hope that Ahmedai doesn't get the pole. I think the 19 available for run out, which is still available, I think that's a very good bet. So have a look at that.
So we've already told you to go in at around 15s before. So there's plenty of value there.
That was asking me earlier, when was the last time I won a run out bet? Because we do talk about that a lot. This is the sort of time that you know it's value. There's 4 overs left. There's 25 balls left of this chase. They need a rate, which means they have to run everything, right? They need 13.44 every over from now on. And they have to run. So they should be running the 2. They didn't, and they only got, 11 off Omar's Eye. That's a bad over, 11 off Omar's Eye. And the market is exactly the same price. Not quite. I've just missed it. as when I went in with the lay, and they went an over on. I only got 11, so I'm happy to close at about the same price there.
If you can bet on the first ball of the next over as well, and you can find it anywhere, or you can find it on the trading game, I would go over 1.5.
Let's have a look.
Because Shimmy's on, and he's going to be looking for twos now, isn't he? If he can't hit a boundary, so he'll try and hit a boundary, and if not, try and guide it for two.
Yeah, go on then. I'll join you with 25,000. What we should be doing is have mine and yours coins balance on the screen.
Archdeep comes in. It's short. It's wide, and it's. Are they appealing for this? They think this is out, or no? They're not. Is it just a wide they're worried about? There's a review. I think originally maybe Archdeep thought there was a touch on it, but
I think the batsman wants a wide, but it's not. Well, I don't know. Hard to
wide
tell.
not given. You're right. You are right, actually.
It had to happen one day.
He's not far away from it, actually. I
think that's going to be okay. He's a small man, Hetty.
Yeah, it's not a wide, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay. I really want to bet on 16 point. What's that? That's a wide. Yeah, 16.3. Oh, why not? Oh, I'm on 16.
What have they done with this wide? I'm having enormous bets on dots at 5.35.
Oh, yeah. See that? You're right. It is. Oh, it says his head is 185 centimeters. I've stood next to Shimron Hetmeyer. Shimron Hetmeyer is not 185 centimeters. I'm sorry.
You're going to be telling people you're 6'1" again soon, Jarrod, aren't you?
That means he's a centimeter taller than me. I've been in taxi rides with him, although you don't measure yourself as much as you think in taxis. There's your top ball, Rob Barron.
Yeah, it's dot or boundary here, isn't it? That he's having wild swings now. Like Hetty is totally fed up. So Hetmeyer, if anyone's offering his runs now, he's very likely to be out soon. Hetmeyer, and I can't see anybody mad enough to be offering his runs. Fair enough. There's not enough balls left. I think that's fair. But I do think the wicket percentage is mega high here for Hetty. Because he's swinging off his feet and he's not anywhere near the ball those last two. So he might hit it into the ground, but his wicket percentage is really high right now.
Short, wide, and he's managed to hit that down for a single. So that's the third ball, the over. You and I have so many trades on so many different balls.
Yeah, I was just cracking away at a dot at north of 5 because it's too big for Archdeep against a guy who's swinging off his feet. Jarrell more likely to boundary him than do what Hetmeyer did. But 54 off 21 is some hitting, whoever you are. It's very hard to see them getting over the line from here, Raj. But strange things have happened in this IPL. Ashutosh has done one from here before. But they probably need both to go. It's probably not just one man does this. They need both.
.1. Archdeep with the ball in his left hand. So it comes in again, and it's a half volley, and this could be 6. Is it? It is. It's covered mid-on, and that has gone for a 6. That's good hitting. Very good strike of the ball.
Very, very well. Choose Jarrell. Were you on over 10.5 this over, Jarrod?
Yes, I was.
And so you need 4 from 2.
Yeah, I can't even see it. 10, yeah.
Gettable.
But I did have my biggest bet there, which was a dot ball. And he's hit it for 6. For a minute, I was like, has he hit that to mid-on? He did not hit that to mid-on, Rob.
I am going to give you some bets for the next game at the end of this over.
Yeah. Punjab out to 1.3 again now. We have seen the seamers go for runs. There were certainly runs at the death for Rajasthan as well. Sorry, for Punjab as well, weren't there? So one set batter, and Hedy's now faced 10 balls. I wouldn't say he's set, but he certainly faced 10 balls. Dhruv Durrell, I think you had a loser on Dhruv Durrell earlier, didn't you?
I did, yeah. A small bet. It was a small bet, but I did have a bet on his unders when it was 24 earlier. I would like to see him get your over 10.5 over the line here.
Nope.
And make a game of this.
He's got an under edge. I've just seen that we have a wicket keeper keeping with a floppy hat on.
I'm pro that. Are you anti?
Oh, it's not right, is it?
I'm pro because I think it.
Can I bet against it?
Prab has the floppy on.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, look, everyone's entitled to their incorrect opinions. Remember that.
Hey, that was another winner we had that we didn't bleat about. Was we told you before the game today? 6 in first Rajasthan over at 4.3, and that is a decent price winner that we gave you this morning.
Oh, how many sixes have been hit too? Arshdeep comes in again, and he's going to get 4 for this, and I'm going to steal my over 10.5 there because that was not good bowling. In fact, have they given that as 5 wides?
That's a game changer if they have.
Oh, that could change everything.
I didn't see the signal. Did you?
Well, they haven't swapped ends. Look at this. The batters haven't come together. So I think that was wides. I thought he hit it. He's gone for the scoop.
Huge.
And he definitely didn't hit it. He didn't even get close in the end.
We've had 10 sixes so far, Jarrod.
So I think we need one more 6, don't we, for that one?
Yeah, that's right. That is a game-changing moment, that. Prab should have stopped it. It's probably because he's got a massive floppy hat on, Jarrod. That's
See
why
what I'm saying? I told you I would have bet against the hat.
You were right. You must know your hat.
This one is up in the air, and is this going to be 6? No. Oh, it's not even 4. Great saving out on the boundary as well. And they've got 2 off that. So we got our overs. So thank you very much there. Punjab are 1.35. Rajasthan are 3.3. The game won't go away.
I still think this can go close. Like, who are you banking on here to stop runs? Charles done. Bra's done. Are you banking on the Giraffe, who's going for 15 and over? Are you banking on Arshdeep, who's going for 17 and over, his worst performance of the season?
Bartlett, who's got 1 over?
1 over for 12, or Lunatic Omazai. Like, I don't want to be on them to defend at 1.37. Market waking up a bit. The thing is, right, I've gone for flat Punjab, jackpot Rajasthan, and I don't think the Rajasthan are going to win. But at the price, I don't particularly want to back them at 1.4. Do you know what I mean? So I'm just hanging in, I think just sod it. I'm hoping for the big over because I'm not having a bet that I don't think is good just to give myself a good position or a good green number. Like I'm at the moment, I'm jackpot Raj and flat Punjab, and that is.
It is Omazai. He's around the wicket. He's bowled a half volley, and it's been sliced just past extra cover, and they're going to come back for 2. There's our 2s.
Yeah, he loves the 2, old Hetty. Jarrell is putting together something here. I'm on Jarrell top bat today. He needs another 10. That would be nice.
I'm putting a big bet here on a boundary. Over, I'm 2.92 for a boundary off the 3rd ball of this because this is Omazai. There should be boundaries here. And Hedy's got one off the 2nd ball. No, he's out.
Oh,
whoa. Well, his bad year continues as he sort of sliced in the end. And he's knocked it straight back down the ground. And it has been caught by long on. Well, wow, that changes the game because they just got themselves back into it a little bit. And now they're a long way away. So Omazai, we weren't sure if he would come on. I don't know, Rob. That just looks like a half volley on off stump to me.
That was a ball that was right in the slot to be hit for 6. And the good Hetmeyer gets 6 off that ball every time. And if he bowled that to Jarrell, that is 6. But he didn't. He bowled it to the out of form man, who we said a minute ago he was really likely to be out soon. And 2 balls later, he is out. That was garbage, that innings from Hetmeyer. And as your one overseas bat, who is there to be a finisher of innings, 11 off 12 in that spot is absolute junk. That's match costing stuff. And if you've only got one overseas bat, Rajasthan, trying to build for future years, it can't be Hetmeyer. It just can't be, because he's one good season out of 3. His job is to do exactly that, come in and win games from there. And he's actually come in and basically lost the game.
Did we have him for unders or next man out or anything there?
No, I couldn't find any unders because they'd all pulled the runs.
Okay. No, because I just saw Lucky Fish has put a comment up saying Heady unders, good shout, Rob. So you must have mentioned it, but you didn't get it.
I did mention it, but I couldn't find it myself. So if you found it and you backed it, you're welcome. But again,
hey, this is for the people out there.
You need to be sending suitcases full of cash addressed to me to this thing, because we keep winning you money all the time, and it's only fair if you're sending in suitcases full of money. So Cricket 8 Towers, FAO Rob, suitcase full of money, put it in the post. It will find me.
To make 39 of 16, you need to hit 4 sixes on average, says Barron. Just also worth saying that I need a 6 from Fazal Haq for rookie. No, a 4 or a 6 from Fazal Haq for rookie here. So let's see what Omazai is going to give him as he pushes it for 1 on the leg side.
No. The impact sub's in, mate. It's Jubei. Jubei's
I didn't see that. I thought it said on the screen. Oh, you're right. It is Shubham. Sorry. Was it Fazal Haq that was subbed out then? Is that
Yeah.
Sorry.
I
thought it was an odd decision to bring him out, but I was like, maybe
it's not your number 7 when you need 39 off 16, Jarrod. I'll tell you that.
But Omazai is not your bowler when you're trying to defend this either. So you can see my confusion.
I can always see your confusion, my friend. I'll tell you what. There's some good bets around Shubman Gill in the next game that you've got time to put on now.
Short and pulled away. They should come back for 2, or will they? No, they're just going to come back for 1 there.
They need 3 a ball. No, they don't. They need 2.5 a ball. It's a lot of runs is what they need. And it kind of, like, Jubei hasn't done anything this season, has he really? He's dropped a lot of easy catches, is basically his major contributions. He got a 25 not out in the last game, which was ultimately pointless as they lost by a run, which is what they do. And he got a 34
this is down the ground. He's cleared long on, and that is a big hit. This is what we were worried about with Omazai, but it wasn't Hetmeyer who got it away. It's Jarrell, and that does change things quite dramatically again.
Yeah, lots of fun this game, isn't it? It's lots of fun. I need 5 more from, or 4 more do I, from Jarrell personally to get my top bat home.
Rajasthan into 3.3. They were 8 a moment ago when Hetmeyer was dismissed. So things changing very, very dramatically here. Oh, this is a short, slow ball bouncer, and this is the absolute worst case scenario for them. They're going to review it, are they? Or not? No, they're not going to review it because it's a dot ball and it's kept Jarrell off strike. So they need 30 off 12 from here.
I agree with the market. I think 1.3 is correct. It's very hard to get 15 and over twice. But as we keep saying, this is not a death bowling team. And the only options they've got have all been smacked today. So they need to find an over. It's got to be Arshdeep 1. And it's got to be one of Bartlett or Giraffe, and I think they probably go Giraffe, don't they? But more importantly than all of that, and more importantly than the match and everything else, is I want 4 more runs from Jarrell to win my 9-1 top Rajasthan bet.
Keep an eye on that one as well. I've just gone a dot ball at 4.25 on the second ball of this over, and the reason I've gone for that is I just think there's a lot of chances for dot balls from here on in.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the boundary is shorter than the dot ball, and I'm not sure it should be. And we got a dot ball on the first ball of this over, which is even better because that means Shubham is still in, and he's either going to have to drop it and run the next ball or slog. Now he's coming down to have a chat to Jarrell.
Yeah, Jarrell saying, "Get me on strike, you clown." That's
yeah,
what
I
it-
know. That's not what I wanted. So I was right to put the bet on, Rob, and it's not going to come off.
Yeah, it was one where you really wanted to be on for that first ball.
Yeah.
I really don't think Jubei is the man for this spot. He may well make me eat my words, but if they're going to win this game, it's Jarrell that's going to do it, right?
Arshdeep in again and hit it straight to cover. No, come on, hit it to the fielder. They got a single. I didn't get that, but I wasn't far off. I got the miss hit, just not in the right direction.
So I'm trying to fish around for a price on no 50 for my friend Jarrell here, because he has to try and hit this ball for 4 or 6, because the combination of Hetmeyer and Jubei, with their stunning efforts at the death of getting 15 off 16 between them, have meant that he now needs 3 every ball. If they'd have batted normally or well, he would have needed 2 a ball from here and been favourite to do it, probably. But he has to hit a boundary, so he's very likely to get out this ball.
Oh, short, wide, cut away, and that's 4. Good shot by Jarrell there.
That's
Top
good
bat.
news. Yeah, good news indeed.
51 off 28. Keeps the game interesting as well. Probably need, that was the knuckleball, short and wide knuckleballs. Odd choice in the end. And
Again, it's where they will have lost this game if they lose it is by, firstly, not knowing how to win, and secondly, the guys down the order whose job it is to score at high strike rates have scored at strike rate 100, and that is game over when you need more than 12 and over for half the innings.
25 from 9 is what they need from here. Probably needs another 6.
Yeah.
11 runs off that rest of this over, or 13 runs off the rest of this over would be ideal. He slushes this away. Unfortunately, it's gone out to point. Well, actually, it's gone out to cover, and they just take the one.
Probably could have left that and got the wide, but it's so hard to judge when it's inches. That was probably just outside the wide line, which Arshdeep has executed very well in this over, despite, and we were on him top bowler today, so that was definitely lost. We were on him top bowler. And he has bowled the worst he's bowled in the whole season. And basically, Jaiswal smashed it out of him in the first over, and he never really recovered. He's done okay since then.
You're about to see what's happened here. Just to show, when you're having a bad day, you're having a bad day. The ball's just thrown back to him really softly, and he just dropped it.
Ricky is properly chewing his nails on the bench. And
there's our dot ball, and I think I'm out by that stage. I finally got my dot ball at 4-1, and I reckon it's the one I wasn't on, Rob.
I think 2 dots this over. I think Jubei is bad. I've seen him drop some very, very simple catches at crucial times this season, and when he's come in needing to hit, most of the blame should be taken by Hetmeyer. He's their overseas batsman, and he hasn't earned his money. Like when you've got an overseas as your club guy, you expect them to score some runs or get some wickets, don't you? When you're putting them up and paying them a few quid and giving them their beers or whatever.
Are they going to go for 2 here? They should go for 2. Should be run out. They've gone to the wrong end.
You have to run.
Gone to the wrong end with that.
Right, Jarrod, what's the equation? 22 off the over. They got 22 off the first over of this innings, Jarrod Kimber, and they now need 22 off the last.
I think there's only 2 bets to be made here, which is under 0.5 each ball and over 3.5 each ball.
I think you've got to back the 10s that he does it, because wouldn't that be the most Rajasthan way to win a game? 22 off the first over, 22 off the last over, and a load of old crap in the middle of it.
Oh, so you're saying take the stack?
Yeah, I think he does it 1 in 10. He's playing really well, Jarrell. He's got the strike right. He's playing really well, and it can't be Arshdeep that bowls it. It can't be a spinner. It has to be Jansen.
12.
Who's gone for 30.
You can get it at 12s right now if anyone wants it.
Yeah, I'd much rather bat 12 than lay it. 14. Okay, I'm backing 14. You're going to put 14 out there, everybody. I'm backing it.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm on at 14.
Marco Janssen is the bowler.
So a guy that's going at 15 and over needs to go for 22. So we're probably going to need some help from the extras column along here. But as Barron said there, you want 3 sixes. And the guy is in very, very good 6-hitting form, Jarrod here. You got your over 10.5, by the way. We've had 11. So that was another one in.
Yep.
But I agree. If you trade it, doing the trading game here, dots can very much happen. Because he probably won't take the single first ball. So first ball's a reasonable chance for a dot, I think. Might have 50,000 on.
Yeah, I'm doing 50 as well. If I press the right buttons, I'm not even sure I did. He's hit this down the ground. He is taking the single. Why?
That's mad. Mad. He had to do all that himself. Can't win now.
Right.
There is no way that Jubei's doing this. No way. You can clip that already, just in case they do. There is no way that Jubei can do this.
I'll tell you what, I'm not leaving my bet on. That's for sure. I like my dot ball bets now.
Yeah.
Now what I don't even know but this is the problem with this trading game is you trade so fast and furious. So I've lost the first one. I'm on the second one. I'll be bankrupt. I've made a fortune betting on real money in this game and lost all of my coins.
That's the right way around, Jarrod.
It is the right way around.
I'm winning on both because I'm a massive judge, but I also had my biggest bet by miles on something that won, which helped. So I'm 330,000 coins up from this innings.
Are they really taking a single again?
Well, you have to take the single.
Yeah, I suppose you do now, don't you? God. Well, that just okay. Fine.
Right. Okay, I'm going to have a 250,000 bet just to keep it going. I'm backing under 209.5, which is a great market to still have open his innings runs. I'm at under 209.5 because I no longer think he takes the single. I think it could easily be 6 or out, and the dot is in the game. We can't bet on balls anymore, which is a shame because that was fun.
They've taken those off. I've probably got about 3 live ones left, and this was up in the air. Is this going to be caught? It is finally. I've been waiting for the coins to come in forever. I did put a bet on Rajasthan at 85 to 1 before that ball, I think it was. So I've lost out on that one. But let me just have a look at my trades. What ball was that, Rob? That was the third ball, under 0.5. Yeah, 250,000 back in, which puts me back to square, Rob. I'm still not in front. I've just come back to square, but I was right to do it.
So you can still bet on balls, and I think this is unders as well. Sorry, not balls, on innings runs. I think 206.5 is too many.
Who comes in next? It's not Fuzzle Huck.
Hasaranga.
Oh, well, he's chance of dot balls, but I can't bet on that anymore, can I?
He's not a bad number 8 though, is he? Hasaranga. He's better than Jubei. Well done, Jarrell. 53 is a lot better than 49, my friend. Well done.
Lucky Fish says, this man here is a genius for under 209.5. Is that what you went on? Under 209 or 208?
Yeah. Gave that a good whacking. Yeah, that was too high because it was too high. And the 206.5 is too high now. So you call me a legend again in a minute when that wins.
And that's out. Is that out? No. Is it? I thought he hit it.
I thought he hit it too. Pretty's Inter is over the moon. She thinks
he has it, hasn't he? Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, off you pop.
I don't think I think I run out of my trades. I don't think I could get anything on 19.4. No,
you can still bet on innings runs.
Yeah, but they must be low now. Can we live trade on the, actually, if I go into the game, just have a look here. Can we start to trade on the next game yet? Can't find it.
Yeah, we should be able to.
Maybe it's just games that are live that come up in the trading game. I've got PSL. I've got the Spice ILT 10. I didn't know the Spice ILT 10 was on there.
Oh yeah, I was monitoring a bit of that the other night.
Plays to start shortly. So yeah, Delhi Gujarat is not in the trader game as of yet. Do you want to take the next 15 minutes off, or do you want to do a podcast on this game?
Why don't we talk about the bets that we're going to have in the next game for 5 minutes?
Okay.
And then I want to go to the shop and get a drink. So yeah, a wide, interesting.
Could you hit the keyboard harder though?
I can probably get it closer to my mic. There you go. Hello everyone, that's the keyboard. I'm going to get Buffy swearing keyboard. There's one for you to look up at home. Buffy swearing keyboard, one of the funniest things on the internet. Make sure your speakers are turned up and press all the buttons.
Mapaka, he's got a boundary. Has he squeezed one out? Again, out deep mid wicket here. So it's wicket, wide, and 4. And that's 205 for 7. So you were telling people under 206, right?
209.5 and 206.5, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I've had $250,000 on each for my thingy.
Oh, so you might be. Do you know what's your total at the moment?
What, my stack?
Yeah.
Hang on a sec.
It's Marco Janssen coming in for the last ball of this innings, and it's scooped by Mapaka. Lovely. I mean, I say scooped. He ends up hitting it along the ground. It's more like a dab down to fine leg. Good batting from him.
I'm one winner, one loser there. I did my dough on the. I lost 160,000 on 206.5. Thanks to Mafaka getting 8 off 2. If you don't
of all the people, of all the guys to come in, Mafaka just comes in and just like, I'm going to ruin Rob's trading platform here for no reason.
209.5.
All right.
Was a bit of a gift.
Let me just go through the scorecard, and Rob will give us the bets for the next game in a moment. But yeah. Punjab made 219 for 5. It was really the middle order, I suppose, as much as anything. Wadira made 70. Bit of a concern on Shreyas Iyer, who made 30 off 25 and then was subbed out. And Shashank came in at the end and did well with 59 off 30. Rian Parag was probably their best bowler, and Deshpande did really well until he got a little bit of tap in the death as well. Rajasthan came out and were absolutely vibing. They were vibaving, in fact. 76 for 1 they were after 4.5. And I think they were about 85 off the power play. They were, was that 89? 109 for 2 they were after 8.4 when Jaiswal went out. And they went from there to add only another 100 runs in the next 11.5 overs. So it really did fall apart for them. Same story all year long. Rajasthan are really good for 6 overs and pretty much utter ass for 34 overs. And that is how that has played out. But well bowled to Harpreet Brar, who I thought did really well. Came on against the 2 left-handers in the power play. Took 3 for 22. And Omazai went for runs, but got a couple of important wickets as well throughout the game there. And the giant giraffe has obviously finished it off with a couple of cheap ones. And Arshdeep had one of his worst games of the year. He went for 60 off his 4 overs. So most of the runs coming from the top 3 until Jarrell came in later to sneak top run scorer, which of course Rob had at 9. 53 off 31 there. So good little knock for him at the end, but most of the damage was done up top, and then they shut the bed, as they quite often do. All right.
Yeah.
Roberto.
Let's talk about bets. So in that game, just to summarize, like we went through a lot. Prab was the bad one during that, and the under 8.5 for Hasaranga's first over was a loser. But the stuff we gave you before the game was really good stuff. The Arshdeep also lost, but the lock of the week, one really easy, which is Punjab court fielder again at 10 to 11 or 1.91. We told you that it was going to be over 6.5 in the first over, and they got 10. No, they didn't. They got 11. We then told you to back Rajasthan to get more than 11 at 5, thanks to Simon, the housewife's favourite. That one. We also told you 6 in Rajasthan's first over at 4.3 was a bet. And that one, we also told you wicket, which did not. We then gave you loads of stuff live, me and Jarrod, didn't we, of runs in over, unders and overs. We were flying there. Match was traded pretty well. I went for the jackpot and didn't get it. Anyway, moving on to the next one. There's a fella who is wearing a purple cap at the moment called Prasad Krishna. And they've had 11 innings and he has won 5 and dead heated once for top bowler. So he's won half of them. And you can back him at 4.2 to get the most wickets for Gujarat in this game that's just about to happen. That is big. And there is another fella who you may have heard of called Shubman Gill, who has scored 6 top bats, 6 out of 11, more than half of the time he has got top batsmen. So you can back him man of the match at 11, which is mighty big against Delhi, who are falling apart in terms of not having anyone available and all that sort of stuff. So 11 for man of the match for Gill and 3.75 top bat is good too. There's some.
Would you do both of those or not?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think. What else have we got there? What else have I backed? Why don't I just look at my open bets? There's thousands of them, and let's see what we got. A lot of them say Gill next to them because they're underrating Gill. The other one, which you can bet in Asia, and it would have won every single time. Just for those in the back, every single time. Gujarat fall of third wicket, they've got at 93.5. So the worst they've done is 100 for the third wicket. So that's a whack. 93.5 over. I like the opening partnership for Gujarat. So let's just give you the numbers. Gujarat's opening partnership, they have scored 156 more runs for the opening partnership than they have conceded. They have won 9 out of 11 highest opening partnerships. And Delhi have lost 7 out of their 10. And they've conceded 202 runs more than they've scored for the first wicket, Jarrod. So Delhi are a terrible opening partnership side. Gujarat are the best by miles at opening partnership. And it is 1.7. So that's a very good bet, highest opening partnership. You've probably got enough to get your teeth into there, but I really like that. And I don't mind who's batting first. We should have that information by now.
Hold on, caller. Gujarat are bowling, so Delhi are batting first.
So yeah, I don't mind. So one thing that Gujarat are very consistent at is getting whacked in the first over. So Rajasthan are an amazing first over team, and they're scoring 9 and over in their first over, Jarrod. And Gujarat are conceding, so this is Siraj's fault, just under 9s. And they've gone for a 6 in the first over 3 times and a 4 9 times in this IPL in the first over already. And that's a hell of a lot. So I would not be surprised if we see early runs again here. Shall we have 5 minutes?
So what's that? Delhi over what are they in the first over? I can't see.
You can get 6.5 if you're quick.
Over 6.5 in the first over. All right. Should we take a little break, Roberto? And we'll come back about 2 minutes before the start of play for the next game. But thank you to everyone. Remember to head over to the trading game. We'll be on the trading game again. I don't know what your final coins were, but we'll work that out when we come back. But let's get Rob Barron a drink, and I'll be back in a moment as well. This is Cricket 8. Trade with us. Play. It's the Candy Crush of cricket. Look at him. Rob Barron is the sweetest thing in cricket. You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.
Are a terrible team for about 3 different reasons. One, I think that they really did believe in starting slow and anchoring and all that sort of stuff, even when they had AB de Villiers and Chris Gale and all these sorts of things. So they had star-studded batting. I'm not sure they ever maximized. Some of those teams, Mega. They could have just scored 40 runs more than any other team in any games that they wanted. But they never played that way, if you go back and have a look.
Yeah.
The other big issue I think they have is they had a good batting wicket where everyone could make runs, but they weren't so set up, and partly, as he's saying, with the middle order and everything else, they weren't quite set up to score 20% more runs than every other team in the way that, say, the Sunrisers are now, right? And we've seen other teams be able to do that. You know, Brisbane Heat used to do that at their ground. And the reason this matters is we completely underplay home field advantage in T20 cricket. The best thing you can be in T20 cricket is be very, very good at home, which means you get in the playoffs all the time. And if you get in the playoffs all the time, one year you're going to win by accident, right? Playoffs are so random. One year you're just going to win by accident. You know, one player's going to catch fire, the opposition team's going to have an injury, whatever it happens, you know, Dew comes in a crucial game. And then the third thing is that through two different ownership groups, they have been run really poorly. Yeah. Right? With a couple of years ago, they had Jason Behrendorff, a really good left-arm bowler, and they sold him for peanuts to Mumbai. So Mumbai could have a backup left-arm bowler if Trent Bolt wasn't around. No. Take a good player from Mumbai. Take a young player from Mumbai, from the best scouting system in the IPL, and take a run on that. Don't just give the player away. Look at their list and go, you want this player? Great. What do you want him for? Right? And you look at it, and look, obviously I have a unique experience because I was involved with RCP. It was a shit show. They had no idea what they were doing. There was like 7 different people who had 7 different agendas at all time. Vijay Mallya was an absolute nutcase when he was in control and didn't understand T20 cricket at all. The current, is it DiMaggio? He was very involved, sadly.
But how involved was... Okay.
Vijay was really, really involved. I remember when he was still running...
When we say... Yeah. Sorry.
Well, his involvement was picking players that he thought he wanted to hang out with more than perhaps players that would win titles, would be a big part. No, he was involved when he was overseas. You've got the current management, which is kind of, I would say, rudderless. And from my experience, they kind of want to do the right thing, but they can't. They've never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli, right? Okay. Never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli. And my memory of being a writer around that franchise and then briefly working for them was pretty much the same, which is, oh, we can't do that. Virat might not like it. And I was always saying the same thing, Mega. Have you asked him? Have you had a conversation with him? Have you sat down? And so often it would be, oh, you know, Virat likes his players, we'll bring him in. It's like, it's not, no, that's not how this works. Is Virat out there scouting the best players? Is he watching the SMAT? Right? Like, Virat works about 29 hours a day. How is he out there watching the SMAT or the Tamil Nadu League or what's the other one? The one in Bengaluru as well.
Karnataka.
Karnataka, that's what I was looking for. Do you know what I mean? He's not doing that. So if you're picking players based on what he thinks is good, it's basically going to be players he's played international cricket up against or IPL players, right? And then you're also hoping that those players played well in the games against him, so he rates them highly, or they bowl well against him, right? It's a nonsense system to have. So there weren't enough adults in the room making key decisions. They were trying to move towards professionalism, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing. And they haven't got home advantage, I think, is a massive, massive part of it going ahead. And I think that when I was at St. Lucia, we had a wicket where you could score about 200 pretty much every game. When it was a fresh wicket, you would score 200. And we had Raheem Cornwall, Warner, Pollard, Darren Sammy. Unfortunately, Darren Sammy was a little bit gone. But the next year, I was just going to load up on guys who could just whack it, right? So that we had 8 guys who could whack it. And we would have won all of our games at home, because even if the other teams went absolutely crazy, they weren't going to be able to whack it at the same level that that's what you have to do. You have to set up a team that suits whatever your home pitch is going to be. And you either have to change your team or your home pitch if that isn't the case. And I know there's a bit of a problem with that at Chinnaswamy, because it's maybe one of the few places where the curators still have a little bit of sway, and, you know, it's, you know, sometimes that can be tough. But then you have to change the team. And you have to understand exactly what you're going for. So, I don't know, maybe it's the best 5 bowlers who take the pitch out of the equation. Maybe that's what they could have gone with, right? But one way or another, that's what you have to do. But then my memory is, and it's what we call in T20 cricket Frankenstein's teams. When I was involved, one guy wanted these two players, one guy wanted these two players. Like if you go back and you look at the auction that they had when I was involved,
Yeah.
which was
Yeah.
2018, 2019, whatever, there's like two players that I've picked in that side, right? That I don't think everyone else
Okay.
fully believes in, right? There are Moeen Ali and Washington Sundar. Washington never, hardly, Virat just did not rate him, right? Like it was a complete waste of my time picking that player. But he did rate Moeen Ali, but he didn't use him very well. Then you had a look at Dan Vittori brought in Corey Anderson, right? Like his old
Yeah.
teammate. Yeah. Ashish
Yeah.
Nira loved Corey Anderson, and I can't remember, there was someone else. So you could go through all these different picks and see which person in the organization they were linked to. It was usually two people, if I remember correctly. But that's not how you pick a side. You come up with an idea. How are we going to win here? What's the best side to be able to make that maximize? And then one or two people go off. You have a scouting network and you have a general manager network. The coach and the captain and the player. You've already told us how you want to play. Now we're going to do the best we can to get those players on the field. And then when you get them, you're going to have to accept that you wanted Mark Wood, but we can only give you Nathan Coulter-Nile, right? Or you wanted Andre Russell. There is no Andre Russell like other player. So we've gone with Ben Cutting, right? Like you have to accept that because that's how these things work. You wanted the best four spinners in the league. Well, okay, so we've given you the best four spinners available. Can you create something from that? That is how these smart teams do things, right? That is what they do, and RCB has not been very smart.
This comment from Yash is really interesting. He says, if it becomes India versus that league, the rebel league point of view, we have to remember that cricket is the only sport in which nationalism plays a huge part. Huge part. It's the sport where
Yeah.
nationalism is at its highest, though. You're right there. I think it's really interesting at that point, though, Yash, because if I'm a Saudi...
You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.
Welcome back. I say welcome back. Are we back? Rob has a drink. I've had a wee. All the important things.
What's your coins balance, Jarrod?
Oh, I am on. What is have you got the right mic on? You sound really weird.
Yeah, I think so.
My coins balance is 982,000 coins. So I'm still down, but I was in the 700,000s. I went nuts at the end, though, and pulled off the 4.2 to 1.
KL is opening, which was a surprise for me.
Oh.
I did not see that coming.
Changed the odds a little bit, too. I see that. Delhi's come down a little bit with KL opening. So
I've just seen 2.1 Delhi most 6 is quite big.
KL has defended that first ball back to Mohammad Siraj, and there is no run. We will let's have a look. I'll bring up the trader platform in a minute. Just make sure that it's back up and running.
So I thought that a good bet in the first over was wicket in first over because I thought it would be Perel and Faf like it always is. And Siraj is very leaky, but he's also quite a big wicket threat early. And Delhi have lost a wicket in the first over a lot this season. And Siraj, despite getting spanked, has managed to get 4 wickets in the first over. But when KL is on strike and he's blocking, it is a very different ball game from the one that I expected to happen. I expected people going after Siraj, therefore runs and wickets. And what you've got is somebody blocking Siraj, which is nothing happening, which is what we're going to see for the rest of this over, unless particular pies come or particularly amazing balls, because Rahul does not get out to good balls, whereas a lot of batsmen do get out to good balls in the power play because they're trying to hit it. But yeah, I don't know what the plan is from Delhi if KL's opening and blocking, but we'll see. He's only faced 2 balls.
I can tell you what's really annoying is I'm trying to get on dot balls, but I haven't. Here we go. I finally got one to get on. All right, just putting that on now. Just a sneaky £100,000 coin thing. Remember on Cricket 8, you can trade along with us. Let us know if you're doing well. I know a few people have been doing proper betting and other people have been doing trading on the game. Trading on the game is fun and free. The Candy Crush of cricket. As Siraj coming in here. And, is that going to be a wide? Should be. It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
doesn't look like he wants to hit any of these.
KL's intent early is often very, very bad. And this is pretty disappointing, I think, for Delhi, who Perel's been really good this season. And I don't get the thinking that he's not an opener. Like, they gave him a go at being an opener and he did well. So leave him there. Like, even if you think he is a number 3, because KL, they said at the start of this season, we're going to bat him in the middle order and it's going to help us. And he did pretty good. So it doesn't suit their team to have KL blocking at the top as he edges one away for a very well fielded.
I was on the dot ball there, Rob, and he's edged to that pass slip.
Is Sud the sub today?
Oh, I haven't looked at the actual final lineups or the lineups yet. Let me have a look.
Yeah, he must be
playing 11.
Oh, that might be 4. You know,
did he just kick
the feet have touched the Toblerone there. They want to be checking that again. I said it was well fielded. I spoke way too soon. That was Rutherford being a clown on the fence.
I thought he originally kicked it, but because no one else looked at it, I was like, oh, maybe I've just misseen that.
He fielded it very well with his hands, but very badly left his feet dangling out backwards and kicked the boundary rope. So a single has been turned into a 4. And KL is up and running, and so are the Delhi Daredevils, who aren't called that anymore, are they?
So I had
stop blocking, KL. It's boring.
Well, you say that, but let's just remember that I had a bet on dot balls, and the first one was edged for 4, and the second one has come off for me. So I got 1 out of my 2 up. I've slight profit there, all things considered. So I'm not too disappointed with that. But you needed over 6.5 in this over, Rob.
Yeah, I don't like all this blocking. KL has blocked 4 deliveries, and the only boundary he's got is because the fielder ran it into the boundary for him. So
he's pushed this one through the offside for 4. He brings it home for Roberto.
I never doubted him for a moment. I knew he was going to play a good shot. That wasn't an attacking shot by any means. It was just a ball on a length that was there to be hit, but very well guided into the gap. It's just a punch, isn't it, off the back foot? Lovely. Straight out the middle.
I think it shows you how much fun this game is. I know I didn't end up betting on a boundary there, but betting on dot balls, it's a lot more fun than you would expect it to be at this stage. So we're back.
One way, right? You can monetize boring cricket, can't you? Because you're like, well, KL's opening, and I thought it was going to be Perel, and Perel's really fun. And now I've got this boring sod instead. So I'm going to see what price I can get for dot. Because if he bowled that over to Perel, and whilst, yes, we did get our overs, and that's all great and everything, I wouldn't have had the bet if I knew that KL was facing up and taking strike. Whereas Perel, if he'd have got all those balls, I think he could have got 15 off him. Do you know what I mean? With the more aggression. But when you've got this lovely trading tool, it gives you access to loads of markets. Go and have a look how many markets are out there right now. Loads of them.
Screen, in fact, as Arshad comes in, it's wide outside off stump. So the match winner market is broken on our side at the moment. So we do apologize for that. Obviously, match tied, far less interesting, but you can have a look at that. Highest opening partnership. What's going on with that, Rob? Is that right?
What's the prices? Well, Delhi have obviously already got 9, so they'll be into favoritism now.
They're at 1.52, and Gujarat is 2.36. I've just backed Gujarat, by the way, there.
Too short, yeah.
Another
Because
wide,
Gujarat,
as Ashad's got that wrong.
We know that Gujarat get 30 every time.
Yeah.
Without even trying. So let's have a look. So Delhi for the first wicket this season. The thing is, most of the times Delhi have batted for the first wicket have had different openers in. It's not been KL and Faf, has it? Many times they've had that. Karen Nair's had a couple of goes. He's got a golden at least once. Well, let's have a look at the numbers. So, opening partnership, this lot, Gujarat, have averaged 47.82 and they've conceded 33.64 on average, right? Put some, and they've won 9 out of 11, whereas Delhi have lost 7 out of 10, and they're averaging 20 for the first wicket, and they're average conceding 42.4. So even though 10 is very good, when you're thinking of as far as highest opening partnerships goes, being a good start, 10 for none's excellent. No way should they be decent favourites already. 1.5 something sounds very short. So that's just the model going, well, it's 10 for none. It's a great start. So tough stuff. So yeah, I agree. Being on Gujarat is a good plan. I also like Faf next out at 1.8. Nothing wrong with that.
I was just about to ask you about that, actually. I don't think I've quite got to that one yet. But yeah, Faf out, next man out makes a lot of sense.
We know he's going to take more risks than KL. He's also not as good as KL is at cricket. And they're dotting up again. Faf is 0 off 3, and you're more likely to get out when you're 0 off 3 than you are when you're 0 off 0. Quite like Faf unders as well. What number is he? 26.5. That's quite high.
Wicket in third over at 3.6.
A little bit skinny. I'm backing Faf. They didn't get a run there, did they? Faf just sort of ran
He ran a couple,
Kel didn't
but
run
he didn't get any. Yeah.
Yeah, Kel didn't run any, and Faf ran 2, and the net result of that is 0. They've also got Rabada back, Gujarat, which should be a threat. But again, he's been on the naughty boy bench for a while. Any comments on the extracurricular activities that Rabada's been up to?
I don't think we should have to know that a player's been done for social drugs. I don't really understand why it was even made public.
Well, I thought the drug that he'd done, the sort of powdery one, you could argue had a change on people's terrible wording for me, but could argue that it does do stuff that could help you play a sport.
Right.
Like it,
I mean, I think if you want to go back to the NBA in the 1980s, with a few players' careers were ruined, you probably have to say it didn't actually improve that many players' careers.
I think it depends on the sport, because I've seen people, and that swing, by the way, and if Faf didn't cover up there, he's in big trouble. That is early swing. That's proper swing. That, which is why he's bowled 5 dots out of 6, and Faf is now in a very dangerous place of being 0 off 5. He cares less than most people do being 0 off 5, but most people play the big shot here, don't they?
He didn't, though. He sort of squidged it out on the offside. He gave himself some room. It's a really good over from Arshad Khan there. He's one wide. And to be fair, that one swung a long way on him. It was a good wide, as in it had swing and bounce. And then a single off the last ball as well. So excellent work.
Yeah, I'm on under 26.5 for Delhi. Sorry, for Faf. That's what I'm on under.
Under 26.5.
Because firstly, I think that's high anyway for a 40-year-old or whatever he is now. Faf is 40, and also he's not off. Well, he's 1 off 6, which isn't great. I think this season you couldn't say he was in terrible form. You couldn't say he was in particularly good form. He's had a couple of low ones, a couple of 20s, and a couple of 50s. So it's about what you would expect from Faf. But I would say against this,
he's hit this just. He's hit this just over the top of mid-on, off the splice. He tried to just heave that away and just spooned it up, really. And no runs. Sorry,
you
1
must
run
also
there.
Remember that Faf is the luckiest batsman in all of cricket. So he must give 3 chances to be out.
Do you know what, though? He also, I know this is going to sound weird, but he doesn't miss the ball that much.
No, he has perfected the no man's land shot. And just clearing the fielder and all that. But he must know where all the gaps are. He's not stupid.
But I mean, but also, like, he doesn't play and miss or edge as much as other players. He's more likely to be out playing into one of those gaps as you're talking about and just hitting it a bit too high or whatever that may be.
Yeah.
Siraj in again, and Carroll has blocked another one. I am going to go on the 4th ball of this over, Rob. I'm going to back another dot ball. Not a big one, but Kyle Roddle doesn't look like he's going to take
any risk if the ball is any good at the moment?
I'm on 1.65 million, by the way.
What? How?
Yeah, that's what I do, mate. I'm a winner. I'm a natural born winner.
How did you get that high?
I whacked the under 209.5 at the end
Yes,
of
you
that
did.
last one.
I forgot about that.
And despite 8 off 2 from Mafaka, which I did not have on my IPL bingo card today, I still won.
He's gone for the big shot here, Carroll, just after I said he wouldn't, and he's almost been bowled. He tried to, just hoik it away, really. I want to say a pull shot, but I'd be friendly to what he actually played there. And it's ended up just going, went a bit more over the stumps than I thought it was, but not a good shot.
I think I'm backing unders for fall of first wicket here, Jarrod, because they both look in trouble, don't they? They both look vulnerable now. Under 37.5 is a bet for first wicket. That's the one for that, isn't it? Orange. Because they keep dotting up and they are now way behind the game, even though we've only had 15 balls. They've only scored 12 runs.
He's hit this off his hip out the square leg and he's got 1. I was on the dot there.
I think Faf is reasonably likely to get out quite soon. So out you go, Faf. I've had enough of you today. You're boring, mate.
I'm so disappointed in you having so many coins.
Yeah, I'm going to get some more. What shall I back? Let's find a bet.
That means that you've basically that means you've already shown that you could outbet your own company,
which is both good and bad because it might it's bad that we can pick them off, but it's also good that they might listen to me, which could also help.
Faf is facing up again, 13 without loss here. As he's hit the ball on the offside, there's half a chance of a run. They've taken it.
Okay. I don't want the wicket right now because I've got quite a lot on Prasid top bowl. He was 4.5 after the toss because they reacted to the news that Rabada was back, so pushed him out. So I backed him again. So I really don't want the Siraj wicket because he's not gone for runs, has he yet? So if he gets a wicket here, he's in pretty good shape, Siraj. Siraj not going for early runs is quite surprising, but they actually only scored 5 runs off the last 11 deliveries in the power play here. So this is something has to give stage. Faf's 3 off 8 and KL's run a ball 9. It ain't going to carry on like this for much longer. It can't. They've got quite a lot of batting here today. I'll tell you who I like that nobody has spoken about his batting in this.
Oh, this could be a run out. Oh, he's hit this straight to mid wicket, taken off. I'm not sure there was ever a run there. Faf never even moved.
This is panic station, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like the look of, and there's no numbers to go on for this. It's based on 2 innings, his last 2. Nigam with the bat. I thought his 38 off 19 against KKR was proper excellent. Like, it wasn't just slogging. He was playing good cricket shots that were going for 4s and 6s. And in the game before, he got run out and he came in the rebuild bit and he knocked it around for a steady little runnable 20 odd. 18 he got. And Delhi are the sort of team, as we've seen so far this season, who can throw a terrible one in. They have been all out once in this comp. I think 70-1 top bat. You probably get bigger right now, actually, because they haven't lost a wicket. I think he's one of those guys that they're not going to send up the order.
Up and over cover. He didn't get much of it, Faf. But he's just going to get 1 out there.
Surely 2.
2. Sorry, here, mate. 2.
Yeah, surely 2. Yeah, I quite liked him. I like it a lot less now. This is a terrible start for a 70-1 number 7 because they're behind the rate and they're none down and they're deferring risk and all that sort of stuff. But I think he's one to look out for, that Vipraj Nigam. He's an okay leggy who's not convinced me yet with the ball, but I like the look of his batting, even though in his career he hasn't scored any runs, but I like the look of him.
No, certainly he's I've seen him bat a couple of times. I'm not far off, and this is out, caught mid on.
Yay.
Arshad getting the ball in the slot and it being forced straight to mid on. And Rob has picked up his unders on Faf du Plessis there as well.
Unders on Faf, unders on fall of wicket. Lovely, jubbly. and we're in good shape now for Gujarat highest opening partnership too.
You do have a bit of an issue with Prasidh Krishna though now.
I do, because Arshad started tremendously well. He's not the crucial thing for him is he's not going for any runs, and he's got the pole now. So it means that Prasidh has to get 2 to catch up, if you know what I mean. Because whilst Prasidh has been their most economical bowler this season, to come in and beat nothing and over is very difficult. What's Arshad gone for so far? He's going at 3 and over his economy. Who walked into bat then, Joe? Did you see? I missed it.
I'm going to assume it was Perel. But yeah, Perel's listed on the scorecard. I didn't quite see it. They kind of had the wrong camera angle. But yeah, it looks like it is Perel who has come out to bat. So, odds on next man out? It's not going to be KL Rahul, is it?
It feels like... I mean, Perel's been very, very good this season.
No, but if you think about Perel's going to try and overcome this slow start, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he has to. This is one of those where I think the first 6 lines shouldn't come down all that much, with Faf blocking away to swap with Perel. I mean, it's down at 40. I mean, they've still got to go some to get 40. I'm not tucking into the overs there. I make Perel about to 100%, about 1.58 next man out. So can we get 1.72 anywhere? Is anyone that daft? I can see 1.67, which isn't bad at all. What else can we see, Jarrod?
Highest opening partnership of 16. Remember, I got Gujarat at 2.6 on that, didn't I?
Yeah. Yeah.
So no, 2.4. So I could take Delhi at 2.78 now and just arb myself if I wanted to.
No, don't do that. Just take the
take the win when it happens.
The fact that you're going to win is going to be fine. Yeah, I backed the 2.46, but I only had 25,000 on. I need to stop.
I put 50. Yeah, coin. No, you're right. I should have gone a little bit harder. But I'll keep that on for later. That's fine.
I'm doing all right with money today. That's probably more pleasing for the family than winning on virtual coins. But I'm now determined to beat you on virtual coins. That's very important to me.
You're killing me on virtual coins. I think you could shut up if you just started betting like 100 coins a bit. You would kill me because I'm so far behind you now. I'm the one who needs to play his shots. I could be bankrupt by the end of this game.
So there was a way that, and this is an example of how you don't reward trading teams or you don't incentivize trading teams, right? There was what used to happen when I worked for one of the bookies, and lots of them do it, is they say, right, your target for this 6-month period is to win X, right? That's your target. And it might be £1 million, let's say. Your target is to win £1 million, or your target is to win an ROI of 5%, for example. And you sit down and you thrash it out with your boss and you go, look, we got this tournament coming out. We got this tournament coming out and we reckon we're going to win. And you always pitched it low. You always said, we reckon we're going to win 800 grand. And they say, no, you're going to win £1 million. And you'd agree the £1 million. And then you got your bonus, which was X% of your salary. I can't remember what it was back then. X% of your salary or a fixed amount. If you met that target. And if you didn't meet that target, you got 0. So it was binary. You either got your, let's say, 10 grand, or you got £0. So what traders used to do, if they were miles behind with a week to go before the bonus, they would just swing for the fences and arb the hell out of everything and hope for a massive swing somewhere. Famously, the guys couldn't get the bonus, so they arbed the hell out of Australia when they lost to Bangladesh in that ODI in about 2005, I think it was. They put up like 1.08 Australia when they were 1.03 on Betfair. Absolutely disgraceful effort. But they got their bonus because they just went for it. And they also meant that the other swing still getting swing, away swing. It also meant that people, when they were miles ahead of their bonus target with 2 weeks to go, they wouldn't lay a bet. So they just shut up shop. So what I'm going to do with this, Jarrod, is stop betting big until you get somewhere near me and just defend. That's all I have to do, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm not going to do that, Jarrod, because I'm not one of those people. I'm going to bet harder and I'm going to beat you by more. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, I just put 100 grand on a dot ball. Which is...
If you look on decimal now, not decimal, on Cricket 8, which is the same...
Field. Wait. Did I get that?
They did not run.
Now, did I get that in on time? Is the
Wowzers.
other thing I want to know.
Look how many games are
3.7.
up there on Cricket 8, by the way.
Oh, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It's such a great app. How did I get away with that, Rob?
It's lovely that they're way better than a normal dot ball, aren't they? The ones that should have been a single, and then they go, nope, tough.
It should have been 4, shouldn't it?
This is a really, really bad start from Delhi, and something has to happen. What do we think of the sixes line, Jarrod? What do you think it should be? I'll give you some numbers. They've averaged 7.7 sixes, Delhi, which isn't terrible. It's not good, but it's and Gujarat have average conceded 7.91.
I think the sixes line should be 7.5.
Yeah. Let's see what it is. What is it on Cricket 8?
Let's have a look now.
7.5, I can see. No
As
argument.
Siraj comes in, he backs away Carroll and he slashes this away for 4.
Yeah,
the line is 6.4. 6.5, sorry. 6.5.
6.5 for sixes. At is that
1.74.
Okay, I'm going to have a bet on that with our... Where is it? How high up?
It's a fair way down. It's about halfway.
Okay, if I can find it before they hit a 6, I'll be backing it, but I cannot.
It is just under all the innings run ladders that you have.
Okay.
It's the next one under that.
Thank you. I may find... Ah, there it is. There it is. Okay. Can I type it in fast enough? 2, 7, 0, 0, 0, 0. Let's go.
Who bowls the next over?
Rab?
Not
Do you go
Prashant.
Rabada? I don't think so. I don't know. I think they used to always give Rabada a power play over, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm asking, because usually it would be Krishna, right? But now I'm not sure.
Yeah,
You could go Arshad again too. If it's still moving around.
Yeah, he's bowled brilliantly well for his 1 for 7 off 2 overs. Like really, really good.
Because I reckon the run line was about 185. What's it down to now? About 170?
Yeah, some of the firms started at 190 in this innings, and then we're south of 170 now. Yeah, I'm just sniffing around for bets as ever.
Lentil says 17th of May plays for Bangladesh in Sharjah, 18th of May plays for DC in Delhi, 19th of May plays for Bangladesh in Sharjah again, as this one is muscled over the top by Carroll for 4. Will we see this becoming a norm in the future? No, I think there's more to do at the moment with the stop of the tournament. So what happened is you had players who recommitted to their national sides. We're going to go play for their national sides, and then suddenly realized that they could play for both. So that would be my guess this time. I don't think you're going to see that much in the future. I mean, you might, but if I'm a franchise, I don't want him going back and playing for his country, and I can pay him more.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, the cricket calendar has been thrown into a bit of turmoil, and from a betting point of view, for me doing my work for the IPL in the last week has been really hard, and I've had to constantly be on the case of who is available, who is playing, who's not playing. Because Faf is an example. Now, Cricinfo used to be brilliant for team news and knowing what was going on, but this comp, they had 2 different articles, and one of them said Faf is out of the IPL, and the other one said Faf is back. So, like, what the hell am I supposed to do with that information? How do I turn that into cash? I can't. So, I didn't know Faf was playing until an hour before this game. 9.5 looks a little low for the next over, given that KL is going up a gear here, and they have to get on with
the same.
I'd imagine the market will be higher, and we'll find out because we can look at the exchanges in a second.
Delhi at 3.35 at the moment, as this is guided by Carroll to short third, and there is no run there.
So
a bit more says, what happened to DC? They looked amazing midway. I think if you go back and look at the start of the year, and I do all the power rankings once a week, you could see, Vibor, how much I thought they were overperforming their talent, and also that they had a bit of a soft schedule at times early on. And once the games got harder, I kind of expected them to slip back. They've maybe slipped back further than I thought. And now that they don't have any players, it's going to be even tougher. But yeah, that was
certainly part of my thinking anyway.
I think regression to mean is a very real thing, and I think they slightly overperformed. I think they got up. The Ashutosh smash and grab won them a game that they absolutely shouldn't have won. They beat Rajasthan after a tie in that super over. Again, they had no right to win that game. So they won a couple of games from nowhere. One with great skill from Ashutosh being amazing, and one with luck by Rajasthan being terrible and then picking all the wrong players in the super over. Anyway, over 9.5 is clearly a good bet for the next over because the market has it at 10.5. So it's better by the market than a run. Better than the market by a run. If you rearrange the words in the sentences I just said, you will get an actual sentence that makes sense. But I am on over 9.5 in this over, Jarrod. That's the long and short of it.
At what odds?
1.91.
Okay, over 10.5 on the trading game. It is Rabada who's bowling.
Yeah, I think rustiness must be considered here because he's had some time on the naughty step, hasn't he, Kahiso?
I just think this pitch should suit him though, so I'm not going to go in on that. In fact, you're going over 9.5. You're going over 9.5.
Yeah.
All right.
His last game was 29th of March, and that's quite a long time ago. So he will bowl a wide first ball to get us going, and then KL will start tucking into him.
He's bowled a beautiful ball that has been pushed on leg side for no run.
It's upsetting. That's very good when you've had a layoff. Like, I think sometimes we forget because we watch him more in T20 than other stuff. But Rabada is awesome at bowling, and I was heavily behind him betting wise at the start of his Test career because I was like, this guy is sensational. Like the first 10 Test matches that he played, he was absolutely awesome. His Test match numbers are going to stand up as genuinely great, aren't they?
Oh, this has gone up in the air. It's going to be 6. I've just gone on his unders, and he's been hooked for 6. I honestly thought he hit that straight up in the air as well, but maybe a little bit top edgy. But he's got it away, and that is a big hit by KL Roll. Just got it the angle wrong, I think, Rabada, as much as anything. Oh, no, actually, I'll give KL Roll some credit here. He moved across to create that a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's very, very good batting. And KL has gone from looking quite bad to being good. Now, that's a good skill for a batsman because not many of them have it. When they're stinking early, a lot of them just get out. And that's what Faf did, for example. It's quite, and KL, we didn't smash his unders because KL has got the suddenly looking good in his locker, whereas a lot of bats don't. He rode the storm. I'm not saying he's going to get 50, but he's already got his run line. Do you know what I mean? He's already got his 25.
Dot ball, next ball, though.
Oh, so he didn't like that one, did he? Did that say a bit low, Jarrod?
That's what I'm saying. I just think there's a little bit in this wicket at the moment, and that's why I'm not really prepared. I mean, it's why I went in. I mean, as much as anything.
I'm not sure whether that stayed low. That last one.
Something happened because he didn't look comfortable with it.
He's gone from looking amazing to hopeless in the space of one ball, which I guess Rabada can do to anybody. But yeah, if I'd upgraded KL for the 6, I would be downgrading him for the very, very next shot, which you can do a lot.
Slash this away, and I think you got your overs there, Rob.
That's my over 9.5.
I've just gone in at under 7.5 for the next over because I'm assuming Prasid Krishna bowls the next over now, and I still think there's something in this wicket. That's the ball we expected Rabada to bowl earlier, and I took in. No, that's the wrong button. I took an L for the. I just thought there was a little bit more in this wicket. Actually, I still think I am right, but Rabada's just got this wrong so far in this over.
Yeah. Okay.
He's back again, and KL's gone for him and hit him for a massive 6 back down the ground. Huge.
Wowzers.
That's more than it. I would say that's more than a 6, Rob.
He's absolutely climbed into that. And that is very good. So the full upgrade from KL. KL is now awesome and scary and all the rest of it.
There's one of my winners on the screen. What was that one? That was the dot ball of the last delivery of the 4th over.
Remember when you're doing that dot ball trading that the wides count as deliveries and for numbers.
Yeah, we're having a big thing with clients as to what the 100 is when you're doing balls, and it's like, what's a ball and what's a delivery and all that. And yeah, extras do make things complicated.
And a single to finish that over. So they've ended up on 45 for the power play.
They're back in the game though, aren't they? They were looking like in huge trouble, and KL by himself has dragged them out of it. Let's have some quiz questions, Jarrod. We've got time out, mate.
I was going to give you some quiz questions. In fact, I'm going to give you one right now.
Yes, please.
Has been replaced on which day? What? I don't even understand what that means.
Let's say Wednesday, because I've got no idea what it means. Bit harsh.
I have no idea what that meant. All right.
Started on a Friday, right?
Who's the only player to have played for the same franchise since the inception? We got this one already, didn't we?
Yeah. The answer is the Rat Man.
Because
Dhoni
Deccan
had
Chargers
to play for the other
Pune?
Chennai team. Chennai 2.
Which IPL team does Rasik Salam Dar currently play for? That's Delhi, isn't it?
Can't remember. Want to say yes.
No,
it's
RCB.
Is it?
Yeah.
God, is he not playing? How do I not know that?
He hasn't played that much. Well, he got dropped. He played well last year, didn't he? Anyway.
Yeah, we liked him last year.
Which of these teams does not take a part in every edition? Oh, well, that's easy. That's Chennai Super Kings.
Not much you said about why that was, is it?
I was about to say, I feel like Jake is pushing an agenda with his questions. Who won the Player of the Match award in the 2024 IPL? Oh, is it Stark?
Yeah, must be.
Oh, killing it. Absolutely killing it there. Is that it? Is that all I can do for the day? It says I got 20 out of 20. I don't think I did. I think I got 17 out of 20.
Right. How do I do those questions?
How do you do it? Badly,
Yeah.
I suppose.
Shut your face. How do I play the question game?
You go to where it says play on the top of your system.
I do. Oh, yeah.
And
answer another quick fire question. All right, get ready, Jarrod. I'm not showing my screen, but I'll read the word.
Yeah, go.
Which of these cities has never hosted an IPL franchise? Kochi, Nagpur, Pune.
Nagpur.
Yeah, Kochi were the Tuskers, weren't they?
Kochi Tuskers.
Yeah, of course they were. They're not Talawars, but Tuskers is pretty good. Okay, clicked off the screen at the wrong time, so that one doesn't help. Ready, 3, 2, 1, quick fire. Which team has won the IPL Fair Play Award the most times? I reckon that's Chennai, because
Chennai, because they're the only one who cares about it.
Yeah, correct. How the fact that we both know that is a real concern about what we're doing with our lives, Jarrod.
By the way, I just clicked on the wrong game, and the two teams are the Cinnamon Pacers and the Ginger Generals. Am I in the Spice aisle? Oh, I've clicked on the Spice aisle.
Well, when Spiceman plays in the Spice aisle, which I think he does, you have to give their team like another 15 runs because of all the spice going around. He is so good at it. Who's the current? No, he's had that one. We're going to get more questions put in, but if you've got questions that you want us to answer, do whatever you're meant to do, because I don't know what that is, but Jarrod probably does.
You can probably comment.
Did Sunrise make in the first game? 286.
Yeah,
I know this. 286 is correct.
Now, Prashi Krishna has come on, so I put a big bet on the Trader app for this over, based on the fact that I thought Prashi Krishna went. So I went at under 7.5 for this over. Which I just realized is more confusing when you say it out loud. So let's see how Prashi Krishna goes. The first ball is a dot ball. That's what I was looking for. What's his dot ball price, actually?
He's very hard to get away, isn't he, Prasid, this season?
If this wicket is like it usually is, I should say, if this wicket is like it has been, I like dot balls here. I'm going 200 grand on a dot ball on the third ball this over.
What price are you getting?
2.82.
Okay, you can actually, with your own money, bet under at 3.25 in the real world. So have a look around.
Mm-hmm. He's gone for a big pull shot here as KL roll, and he should get 2. Yeah, he will get 2.
He looks in pretty fearsome mode, doesn't he, here, KL? He looks in good touch, and as bad as he looked early, he looks amazing now, like proper in, which is ominous.
I've gone in on another dot ball. I could beat you after these bets or be bankrupt.
But if you do go bankrupt, you have to be honest and say what your lifetime balance has been. Because
It'll come up.
Oh, does it?
Oh, yeah. Well, I actually have no idea. Oh, no, I needed the dot ball and he's got a sneaky leg by.
It's a bit fortunate. Right. I've backed with actual real money. Dot in the next two balls. So fourth and fifth at 3.25 each. And I'm going to try and back fourth, fifth, and sixth, meaning that if I get one of the three, I make a profit. If I get two of the three, lovely profit. And if I don't get any, then I lose 3 bets, and I'm okay with that. Like I'm expecting to get 1 out of 3 dots here, particularly to new bat as well.
Mm-hmm.
Bearing in mind that when you are betting on deliveries, a wicket does count as a dot, which is why sometimes when they go a bit too big at the end, you know, those 5.2s we were hitting for Arshdeep earlier, you get the wicket as well running for you. So yeah, I'm on all 3.
Oh, there's my first dot. I'll take that.
Boom. That's a winner at 3.25. Thank you, please.
All right. Wouldn't mind another sneaky dot here as well, if we could.
Run line is 174 here.
I've almost run out of coins. I have so many open bets in play, Rob. Obviously, some of them will pay off. We'll just go through my bets in a second because I think I was on under 7.5 in this over. We've had 3 runs off 4 balls. Another dot, please. Don't run the leg by, you cheeky bastards. I hate being right and still losing money.
That's disappointing because that could have easily been a dot. You need either faster fielders or less alive and awake batsmen. Perel next out interests me at 1.72.
Sky High says, you two not know county cricket is on. Well, we do know county cricket is on. I was trading on county cricket. You can also trade on county cricket on this game as well. There's several games on, I think, at the moment. I haven't checked any of the scores in a little while, though. 49 for 1 after 6.5 here.
So they're sort of an over behind where they want to be, really, after a terrible start. That was mainly Faf's fault. But also it swang loads early and they had to behave.
Yep.
Very good shot for 1.
It is a very good shot, but do you know what it is?
An unders? Under 7.5?
Under 7.5.
So I had 3 bets there at 3.25 on dot, those last 3 balls, and I won 1. And because I'm price sensitive, I made a profit because I got north of 3, right? So I made a very small profit. But if I'd have backed the 2.8 or whatever that you were betting on the trading, I'd have made a loss. So their prices have been accurate prices have meant that I would have made a small loss, and prices that are not quite accurate enough, I've made a small profit. Now that is the whole point of betting, is that you get the best price and you get prices that are value rather than taking prices that aren't value just because you think something's going to happen, because then you get the leg by that they don't run, right? Or they do run if you're on the dot. And the universe is going to do stuff. Cricketers do things, human beings do things. But if you get the right price, if you get the price that is value, you will make a profit over the long run. And if you keep taking shit prices, you will lose money in the long run. KL looks very, very good here. And I am confidently betting, and so I will do this. 1.72 for Perel to be the next person out. Okay. I think that's a very good bet.
Yeah, he's 1.41 on the trading game. So if you can find better odds than that, take them.
1.72 is very good. We think they keep pressing on, don't we?
I do think they keep pressing on, and I was about to make another bet because of that. I'm just having a look.
What do you think of wicket in next over, Jarrod?
3.25.
Yeah, I can get 4.
He's the leading wicket taker this year, right?
20 poles he's got.
I want to wait 2 more balls in this over before making a decision.
Okie doke.
Yeah, because that's another single.
This is very much singles over, isn't it? 1s and 2s type cricket. Like, you wouldn't want to be on dots now, would you? when the field's back and they're knocking Rashid Khan around. I'd much rather be with them when they're playing low intent against Prasid. What do you think of the next overrun line, Jarrod? What do you think that should be?
I think it should be 6.5.
Okay, you can get your 7.5 everywhere, I assume.
I can get 2.26 under 6.5.
I'd rather back the 1.91, I think, under 7.5. That extra run's quite big when they're low intent because it's a single or a two a one that's turned into a two kills you, whereas you can have it and take a slightly worse price. I would do that.
They're going to get another single here.
Perel, not normally 3 off 8, but also has done some good work in the power play, which he didn't get much of a chance to bat in today.
I'm going under 6.5 at 2.26 because I think there is a chance of a wicket next over. But also, I don't think they're going to be able to score off Rashid Krishna on this wicket. I think there's something in this wicket. As Rashid has come in, bowled a half tracker, and he's been hit straight to deep mid wicket. We just got a couple of questions as well. Where are we here? Lentil says, a word on USA cricket. They're leading the Cricket World Cup qualifiers ahead of Netherlands and Scotland. How have they been so good in such a small amount of time? They play professional cricket now. They used to be in a professional setup, which has not been happening with with some of those other teams. And once you get people in a professional setup, good things can happen. Still a long way to go.
They're doing a lot of things right with the way they play cricket, though, which sounds mental, but they're like tactically they're not naive anymore, and their fielding's got a lot better, and they try and whack the ball at certain phases when they should be trying to whack it. Do you know what I mean? Like they're playing quite smart cricket, which you couldn't say that they did before they went pro. I think is fair enough.
Prashant Krishna is on again. He went for 5 in his last over. Remember, I said the line here should be 6.5. Let's see how they go. I might get done by intent here, although intent might give me a wicket as well. It is a little bit of intent. He opens up here, KL, and not a good shot.
No, there's too big a gap for that shot. That's too high risk for one, isn't it? That shot. It's not a good percentage play because the most he could have got for that is 1, really. Like there's a fielder there where he's hit that ball deliberately. So the most he could have got is 1, and using the angled bat like that, he could have easily found either edge of it and got himself out. I think Prasid is a good chance of getting Perel out. That is what I think.
Just waiting for the money to come back. My coins to come back in the trading game, and here it is. It's up in the air, and that's he stopped it. No, I think he stood over the line. It's not out. It's probably done my 6.5 bet. That's what I expected to happen. He's got the top edge from the hook shot, and the keeper's run around to try and stop it. And in the end, that's not the keeper. The third man has run around to try and stop it. And I think he's put his foot over the line when he stopped it. Well, that's certainly what Arshad seems to be telling everyone.
I think he tried to stop it with one hand, realized he didn't get enough on it, and then trod on the fence and mucked it up with his other hand. But we're checking it now. So I think the initial contact, he was fine. But because he didn't get enough on the swat, he then has to swat with the other hand.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And I think he might have been. Oh, maybe it's hard to tell.
He was fine initially. So if he'd have done that effectively the first time, you'd have been fine, and it had been a single, maybe 2. But instead, he's mucked it up. He's also trying to win top bowler for himself by leading somebody else. Yeah, that's just really dumb and really bad. That's dumb and bad, which you can only ever be dumb or bad. You can't be both. Otherwise,
so he slaps it the first time. I reckon if he'd just gone back in, I think it might have gone on the right side of the Toblerone anyway. It's hard.
He left it, yeah.
I think, to be fair to him, it was really hard for him to be able to see that from his angle. And he probably thought it's going to drop very close. But yeah, he's made a mistake on that second one. And he's probably cost me how many credits? I feel like we're in Star Wars because we're talking about credits rather than money. But it's probably cost me a lot of coins, whatever that may be. And ball is a beautiful shot straight out to the fielder for 1.
So you need dots galore here, basically, or a
Yeah.
pole.
I don't think I'm getting this one.
Right, I need to play trader. Well, I don't really. I just need to defend my trading and let you smash
yourself out.
I'm on over 6.5 sixes. That's my biggest bet in this one. I've got 270,000 chips on that.
I think I've got my other chips haven't come back in. I think I'm back up to 800,000 coins again because I had a big win in the last over with my dot ball, where I put 200,000 on a dot ball and it came up at.
Oh wow!
So that was 550,000 in one bet. So yeah, just having a look at my trades there. See if there's anything else at the moment.
45 minutes between deliveries here because KL's shoelace came undone, or somebody's shoelace came undone.
There goes my loser. Oh no, wrong button.
That's 2.
As they take a 2 out to deep mid wicket. I think that's you lost as well. You were under 7.5.
7.5. Prasad is not. That is all Arshad's fault, though, isn't it? Like you can't.
Yeah.
Can't bank on Darth Misfield.
And that's a
like
good reason to use the trader game rather than betting your own money, right? Because we
we
were right. We said exactly the right thing. We knew that they would struggle with Prashid Krishna. They wouldn't get him away. And instead of getting a top edge up in the air in court, it's a top edge that should have been 2, and he stood on the wrong side of the line. And these things happen. That's just normal cricket. Prashid Krishna, full and straight and flick. Jeez, he's timing the ball beautifully, KL Roll.
at the moment. KL's in monster form here. He could get 100 here. Genuinely, he could get 100. Let's see what price we can get on that.
I was about to say.
He could easily ton up here. Where are we? Milestones, 100, 11 to 4. Nope. No, thank you. 3.75. That ain't big enough. I want at least.
He's 1.72 to make 75.
Like that's a terrible price. 28 more from there. He's about evens to get another 28, and he's probably the other side of even. So, whilst I think he could easily get 100, I can't bet him to get 100 because the price isn't big enough. And again,
this is up in the air, and it is 6 from Perel.
God damn it. He nearly had impressed that over, didn't he? But that's a huge over for Delhi. Huge. And I think they're back in this game now, going at nearly 8 and over.
I am on KL Rule to make 75 runs with the last coin. Oh no, the rest of my coins just dropped. That's all right. I'm back to where I was. But yeah. I wonder, can I show all my bets today? I've been off the charts today.
There's not enough bandwidth on the internet to show all your bets that you've had today.
How many? Oh, there's a lot of red in the middle there, mate. Just having a look. All right, where are we here? So, yeah, to be fair, I've chased value a little bit more today, so I have missed out a little bit. And I had a few winners in a row earlier today as well. So slightly down, all things considered.
Right, how many 6s have we had so far? 3. We would expect at least another 6 here. Can we get over 8.5 somewhere?
So it's Rashid Khan bowling again. And this is forced away by Carroll. Oh, there's no run there. It's done well, whoever that was at backward point to stop that.
Over 9.5, 11 to 10. Don't really like that. Can I get over 8.5 6s somewhere is the question that I'm asking.
You can't.
On the Cricket 8 game, so yeah.
Way, and it's 4. Thought he might have got that one for 6. It was a big slog sweep. He does like facing Rashid Khan.
270. I'm giving you a chance here. I'm having a big bet on over the 6s, over 8.5 on the old trading app, and that is 50 for KL, who weathered the early storm and has ended up with 51 off 35. And if you were guessing how many balls it would take KL to score 50, you would probably say 35, wouldn't you? That's about his thing.
I am taking
There's a run line here between 179 and 189 at sixes.
Okay.
You're putting a trade on that. I like that. I think that's a nice, big, juicy middle.
Well, what you want if you're backing one of those is you want the Betfair run line or the exchange run line to be pretty close to the middle of that. What did you say it was? 179 to 189.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
I like that. That feels right. I mean, I think there's chances for them to get stuck later on. I think there's chances for them to change. As it is down the leg side, they've appealed for this for Perel. Well, Butler and Rashid are positive. Well, Butler is. He reviewed it straight away.
Immediately. Yeah, that Butler
I
really.
think it was a noise. I'm not sure he hit it. I don't
think it's a wide, which is what the umpire signaled. So I'm pretty confident that wasn't. I reckon that's a really good catch from Butler, having seen it again on the big screen. I think it's hit something on the way through. So I think it's bad umpiring, whatever's happened there.
I can tell you one thing. Perel looks distraught, and he's nowhere near it. Keep running that forward. I don't think he's anywhere near that.
Has it hit the fad?
Oh, wait a minute. Did it hit the underside of his glove?
Yeah, maybe.
It has. I was going to say his bat's nowhere near it. And at that stage, his gloves were nowhere near it, but he did drop his gloves later on. We're just waiting for the... I don't know if he's hit this, Rob.
It's close.
But nothing's come up on the side.
If there was a noise, it must have come off the glove. We're just about to find out, aren't we? Nothing.
Nothing at all. Well,
wow.
As we said, there was no way it was a wide. It definitely hit something.
Definitely hit something. Butler knew that it was a really good catch, and he got nowhere near it. And there was one earlier, Jarrod, that they showed, Prab Simran, that it just the pictures made it really look like he definitely didn't hit it. In miles away, and we were like, "Oh, that's good," because we were on Prab, and then it showed a tiny noise as it went past the bat, and so that was the end of him. Still don't know whether he was out or not, but obviously he was. But still don't know whether he actually hit it.
77 for 1 after 9.4 here. I can get sixes for a boundary off the last ball of this over. And I'm not going to get it.
Is that out?
No, he's got an edge, and it should have been got, but I knew they were going to go this over.
Extremely lucky for all that. That's KL's worst shot this innings.
It is,
Jarrod
but that
lamenting his coins balance, taking a hide in there.
I waited until this ball because I thought they would attack him off the last couple of balls, and they've taken the ball off the board for me, so I can't bet on it. So I was right that they were going to show intent. I still think there's a big chance of a boundary here, but I can't bet on it. So I'm on the trader game if you are playing at home. Oh, there wasn't. In fact, in the end, he's decided just to push this next one to cover. So he's on 56. So I need him to get another, 19 runs. I think I'm on over 75s with him. Are we going to have a timeout here? No, it doesn't look like it. No one's coming together. 81 for 1 after 10. So let me just have a look at a couple of my bets. I don't know if they're on the screen at the moment. But I have got them 180 to 189. And they are currently projected to be about 184 looking at the market. So I'm pretty happy with that, Rob.
Yeah, nice. Get what you're due is what you say there. Get exactly what you are due, lads. I'm looking around for batsman runs. I'm looking for a high line on Perel because Perel is somebody that has split Asia and the UK bookies a lot in this IPL. Asia rating much higher normally, but today I saw
down the leg side is flicked this Perel, and it's gone about 83 rows back. That is a beautiful shot. It was Rabada down the leg side.
So Rabada is looking rusty. He's bowled 7 balls back, and whilst his first ball was good, the rest have gone for 23 in 7 deliveries. This is looking very good for my over sixes.
What did you end up getting the over sixes on? Was it over 7.5 or 8.5?
Over, hold the line, caller. I will confirm. Over, I am on over 8.5 and over 6.5 at 1.74. and I'm going to do you for $500,000.
It could be a run out here. Oh,
He's playing
You got
quite high risk cricket, Perel, isn't he?
no, definitely. He's hit that straight to mid-off and just taken off. He's hit a couple of nice shots, but he hasn't looked very fluent at the moment. And that felt like the single of a man who's still not 100% sure in himself.
Yeah, I think so. How many has he got now? 21?
22 is he, I think, or 14? Is that right?
22. Yeah. Okay. I'm not having a bet on his runs because they're about where I'd put it, 41.5. Because I still think he's good, Perel. I just think he's struggling a bit right now. So I agree with the.
If you're going to bet unders, I wouldn't bet unders while Rabada's bowling at the moment.
Yeah.
As Raul has just backed away from Rabada and just slapped him straight back over his head for 6. And that's kind of what I was talking about. That is an absolutely brilliant shot. And I might miss out on my 180s mid now because they suddenly decided this might be Rabada's last over of the innings, in fact.
New favourites, by the way.
Ooh.
If you don't mind. Which I kind of get. Feels like a 50-50 game from here to me. Yeah, Rabada has gone for 30 runs in his first 9 deliveries back, which is a lot. And he needs a wicket now, or he's kind of sunk for the day. And they're going to have to bowl the bowler who.
He's almost caught and bowled. He spooned this back, just gone over Rabada's head for a single.
So the best strike rate for Gujarat this season is a bowler called Kishore.
Yeah, but he's not allowed to bowl.
Him and Prasid are about the same, but they don't let Kishore bowl. But when you're overseas, who has been in prison for the last month or wherever he's been, is
I don't think he's been in prison.
No, he's not. He's been on the naughty step. So he's not been allowed to play for a while, and they told us various reasons that weren't true why that was. Anyway, he's looking very, very rusty. If he doesn't get out,
just bowled a rank half tracker outside our stump, and Perel was so surprised by it that he hasn't hit it.
He's hit it on the head, and he should have hit it up, up and away. Yeah, I think Kishore has to bowl now. You can't bank on Rabada's 2 death overs here. Siraj, they've done well to get through 3 of him for no damage. Rashid Khan is still not looking the threat that he always used to. They're struggling a bit here. We know that Arshad's been excellent, but he's got to come back when it's not swinging, and he's got to come back against set guys.
Well, actually, Siraj and Arshad are going to bowl 1 over each, and then Rashid bowls 2 in the death. That's kind of what they have to do from here, isn't it?
Yeah, Arshad can bowl 2, but I don't see how you can bowl all 4 for Rabada here. I think you have to throw.
But I don't think you want Arshad bowling 2 at the death, do you?
Probably not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying I don't think you need to do that as long as you either bowl Arshad an extra over early, and you bowl Sai an extra over early, and you can get rid of Rabada's overs. You could get rid of Rabada's overs in the next 2 if you wanted to.
I would give Kishore the ball right now.
They are 98 runs, Delhi, and 34 of them have come off Rabada's 2 overs.
It's a lot of runs, isn't it?
It is.
He has not looked good for the rest. Kahiso.
Raul 65 of 41. So I've got another trade on that coming up.
Oh, you're on over 75.5, aren't you?
Yeah, over 75. It was just to reach 75, actually.
Okay, you're on over 74.5. Lovely.
Yeah. But I think it comes up at 75. It is Sai Kishore coming on. So good move there.
Mind you, last time I said a team should do something and they did it. Moeen came on and got hit for 450 off the over or whatever it was. So
that did not go well for you, that over, did it?
No, it didn't. It did not. Never mind.
So, coming around the wicket to Perel, he slashes this away, but unfortunately straight to backward point. And then they just lob back an overthrow for no reason at all. Not even like a fierce throw. It must have slipped out of his hands. I don't know who that is at backward point.
I just found the wheel and won myself 2,000 coins because I'm a judge.
Well done. You can
everyone, you get coins.
Take the away call. The away question, Rob.
Yeah, 100%. So now I've won 2,000 coins. I can either take a home question or an away question and try and turn it into 6,000. So you all know what I'm doing here. You can skip the multiplier and bank your winnings if you want. Anybody that does that is no longer a friend of Cricket 8. You must gamble always. Multiplier. Get ready for my multiplier question. How many balls does the power play last if a full innings is played in the English domestic competition, the 100? I don't know, but it must be 25. I don't know the answer.
25 has to be.
I got it correct, but I didn't know that. My winnings have been multiplied, which is what I want to happen in my life. So I now have 6,000 more coins, Jarrod, just because I spun the wheel. Puts you another 6,000. You have to catch me up.
I've already spun the wheel today. I think I got myself a 6,000 as well.
My release trades.
We're just saying the average release height of spinners here, 233 centimeters for Saika Shore, which is 12 centimeters higher than Akshar Patel. It's very high for a left arm finger spinner. Sorry, what were you saying?
My open bets on the trader are Gujarat highest opening partnership at 2.46, over 6.5 sixes at 1.74, tie for the highest score in the first over at 9.4. I've had 50,000 on that. Back in again on the highest opening partnership at 1.4 because they're definitely going to get more than 16 because they always do. And I've got 275,000 on over 8.5 sixes as well in this innings. They have 5 so far.
Yeah, you should be fine on that one. I'm going to struggle to catch you today. I might have to do some panic bets. I might have to do some chasing. It's only the trader app.
Tell Brooke you need to chase and give you another couple of million and see how you get on. Just try and blast your way out of trouble, Jarrod. That's the best way to do it.
The only way to do it. On the trader app, it's a terrible idea if you're betting with your actual money. But on the trader app,
awful idea to do it with real money because that is the fastest route to the poorhouse. Is when you're under it is by trying to blast your way out of trouble because that is, in my long and storied experience, the best way to annoy the gambling gods. If you start staking more than you should, the gambling gods will find a way to punish you for that.
Oh, Parel had taken a half volley outside off stump here and smacked it straight back down on the ground with an angled bat for 6. It's an interesting shot because Saika was bowling around the wicket and doing really well, and he thought to himself, I wonder what happens when I go over the wicket. I'll tell you what happens. You get slapped in the face for 6.
You get properly slapped as well. He now looks very, very dangerous, Parel, because he weathered a bit of a storm where it looked like Prashad was going to get him out for that over, and now he looks absolutely fine. He also looks like he has a lot of 6s in his locker, doesn't he? How many is he on now? Is he on 30 yet?
He is on 30 off 18. Roll is 66 off 43. 8 runs off this over still. Saika still bowled a good over even with that 6. We'll get to this super chat in a moment. Sai stays over the wicket and gets him caught behind. You are kidding me.
No way.
Oh, that is ridiculous. It wasn't even a good ball. And he's bowled it a little bit too short. Probably wanted to squeeze it through full and straight quickly. And in the end, he's bowled it short. And Perel's like, all I need to do is get some bat on this. And it's 4 to backward point. And he's got the tiniest bit of batting. A bat on it, and unfortunately, it was a very good catch for Josh Butler. And in fact, that looks like he got a lot of bat on that, Rob.
He smashed it. To be fair, Butler had a good practice with the one that didn't take the edge, but that was excellent. And what it does mean is next man out 1.72 is cashed. Pay me. That's nice. Another winner.
Dark Knight says, so I used to watch Sachin at 4 and then smooth transition to Kohli at 4. Now there is no one who's actually a proper number 4 to replace Kohli. Should India fix KL role at 4? Shubman Gill could bat at 4. I think Sai Sudarshan could bat at 4. Shreyas Iyer can bat at 4. I think there's plenty of number 4s. You might not get another 12-year number 4. If that's what you're asking, I think that's a little bit different. But I mean, India did pretty well back-to-back, Dark Knight. I think that's fine.
Yeah, you can't moan too much the fact that you've managed to watch those two guys for the best part of 2 decades. 3 decades almost. Do you know what I mean? With the length of Sachin's career going into Kohli's, you've nearly had 30 years of some of the best number 4 stuff you're ever going to see. I think the Kohli, it's probably not the time for the chat about it, but the Kohli retirement was at a very interesting time because he could still have had 5 more years of Test match cricket if he wanted to. Makes me think that he wants the slightly easier runs that are on offer on the cricket circuit.
I don't think it's about runs. I think it's about the 50 over World Cup.
He wants to elongate his World Cup career. Fair enough. He also loves playing at the Chinnaswamy.
Lucky Fish says over six is 8.5. What have we got? 5 of those so far. Next man out at 1.55. Duper super bets.
Now they are super bets, but it was 1.72, my friend. So shop around and get your prices. Whilst they are, remember what you have to do. You send suitcases full of cash to us, and we will mention you and any quotes you've got about Jarrod Kimber live on air for every suitcase that you send.
What did Delhi make in the first over? Do you remember?
9. That doesn't mean. No, I don't.
Gujarat make 10. It is 3.2.
Yeah, so Gujarat are extremely consistent in their first over. Extremely consistent. They have scored more than 10. In fact, they have scored more than 8 once this season in their first over. Once. And that's 11 goes. Their scores. Do you remember that day when we all backed the first over tie because the other lot had scored 7 and then it was a tie at 8-1 or whatever? That's the angle for them, is to get about an average score. So here's their first overs this season: 5, 7, 5, 4, 7, 6, 8, 4, 6, 11, 6. It's going to be about 6 or 7 is what they're going to get.
Yeah,
because they always do. I'll tell you the bet, rather than looking for one. There is first ball of the innings. Single at 4.3, which you can get. Okay? That's what you want to be on, because they have done that 4 of the last 5 and 6 times this season. They've got a single off the first ball. They are so much better. So when you're watching Suryavanshi and Jaiswal, you do not want to be on single in the power play, because Suryavanshi showed today he literally half his balls were boundaries and half his balls were dots. That's what he does. But this team, they get ones off all the good balls because Sud and Gill are experts at pushing the balls into gaps, and they turn. If it's a bad ball, they don't lean back and hammer it over the offside for 6. They just push it into the gap for an easy 4, and then they get the one, as Lucky Fish is aware. They just get 1s and 2s all the time. So 1, 1, 1. So the 4.3 for the single, that is an angle to really look out for, because the bookies just do not move their prices enough for the difference between Suryavanshi, who doesn't get any 1s, to Gill and Sud, who get 1s all the time if the balls are good. And they wouldn't have been struggling in those second and third overs like this lot did, because they would have pushed those good balls into gaps and got 6 or 7 off the overs rather than getting, the 3 off 8 that Faf got.
Now, if you've got KL Roll to make 75 here, I think you feel pretty confident, because he's just in knock-around mode here.
I think you're okay.
He only needs 4 more runs, and I'm not worried about him bringing that 4 up. That was a bit of an inside edge there, but he hasn't gone for a big shot in a while, and I don't think this is the over he presses the button.
Oh, Aksar's in. That's interesting.
Yeah, Aksar's 2 off 2. You can get Aksar on the trading game if you want. Oh, it's just disappeared. Where is he? In fact, why can't we see the trading game? What's going on here, Rob? You don't know.
Obviously not. I'm betting Jarrod. I backed over 16.5 for my good friend Aksar before the innings, and I'm just closing half of my bet at 21.5, looking for the middle.
Oh, how many wickets do you need from Prasid Krishna, by the way?
Too many. 2 is what I need. But Kishore's back on. Wow. So one very big green bookmaker thinks that. What do you think the next man out prices are, Jarrod, here?
I would have Akshar at about 155, 160, and KL at 220, 230.
Yeah, I think very good. And that particular bookmaker thinks it's a coin flip. And how does that work? How is a man that's faced 47 balls a coin flip against a man who's faced 2 balls?
Oh, and KL Roll just hit a ball through Kishore. I picked up my 75 there in 1 ball.
Well done, Jarrod.
I thought he'd knock it around a little bit. He smashed the hell out of that. That literally went through Kishore. There might be a hole in the man at this stage. It was a beautiful straight drive. Oh, is it a drop too? Is it a drop, Rob?
No way.
Good luck catching that.
Straight through his legs.
He did hammer that.
That is one where you could legitimately fear for your future if that's a foot higher. That is going to hit
Stuart Meeker, of
the
course.
unmentionables.
Shout out to Meeks, who won't be listening, but hopefully someone will
Definitely
tell him.
won't be listening. He'll be doing something awful with his time.
Oh, another
Spoke
4.
the other
Was that a
day.
misfield?
Yes, it's the clown fielding has come out now. That's Rabada. He's having a horrible first game back. Absolutely horrible. He's getting smashed everywhere. That was a deliberate single from KL that has been double misfielded by, I think, KL and Rutherford down there, who's already misfielded 1 for 4 in this innings. So, yeah, that was very strong, calamitous circus clown buffoonery on the rope to add another 4 to the total.
Oh, I've just seen here also. Another edge for 4.
Another 4.
Lucky Fisher says Akshar over 0.56s. This, I think, would have been a great bet. I didn't see it if he brought it up at the start of the over, because you've got Akshar facing a left arm finger spinner and he hits a lot of 6s off them. The only problem is that KL Royal's been stuck on strike all the over, and you would have lost your money.
KL is absolutely desperate to get a single off every ball here, and he's got 12 by accident, by complete accident. He scored 12 off 3, and he hasn't tried to score a 4 off any of the balls. And that
Did you end up backing him for 100, by the way?
No, I couldn't get a price. It was 3.75 when I thought it should be slightly bigger than 4. So no, I couldn't back it. That's another one where you think something's going to happen and you want to bet on it, but you can't find the price. But there, for example, let's say you were backing singles on each of the first 3 balls because you're like, well, it's KL to Kishore. He's going to want to push Axar on strike. Yeah. And you back singles and he hits the first one is a deliberate single and it goes through through load of fielders for 4. And then the next one's an edge for 4. And then the next one's an edge for 4. It can wreck your head a bit. I do think the 1.83 next man out for Axar is big. I'm just trying to look around for my middle on his runs. Yeah, I had a good go on over 16.5 for him because I just don't think that should ever be his line pre, but he's in a bit later than I thought today.
It's an appeal here as Akshar is trying to hit a 6. Is that let's hit him somewhere. He's rubbing something that he shouldn't be rubbing. There was an appeal.
I think they say a midships, some people. Area where you don't want to get hit.
He's going to go for the 6, though, this ball. And he's got an inside edge, or a bottom edge even, off the sweep. And it goes to short fine leg, and there is no run.
No run, mate. No run. Who bowls next? We have 6 overs remaining. They have got rid of Rabada's overs by Barron and Kishore for an okay and extremely unlucky 1 for 21. Because he could have easily gone for 9 fewer runs than he did. But a decent little spell from him. 1 more Rashid Khan, 2 Prasid Krishna.
So you have to bowl Arshad or Rabada. And just based on today, Arshad bowled fine. And Rabada it wasn't working for him.
You got to bowl Arshad again, haven't you, really?
I mean, I still think Arshad's over is on for 13 or 14.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something we can get behind.
In fact, when will that over be is the question, Rob.
Yeah, we're looking very closely now, aren't we, to try and find it. It's Rashid Khan is back. And we expect them to go after him here, don't we? As a competent thing is done by Twitter.
Yeah, they should be going after everyone here at the moment. Run line at the moment is about 190. That's still a distance away. So I'm still within touching of my 179 to 1.89 as Akshar to me doesn't look in great form. He is. Did he get a single? Or was that a leg by? I think it was a single. Yeah, he's 3 off 5. There's been a lot of swinging his bat. What odds did you get him on before on unders?
So I backed over 16.5 before the match. And when I saw his line at 21.5, when he was 2 off 2, I thought, nah, I couldn't give him another 20 more now. So I backed unders there. So I'm hoping for the middle, basically. I'm just confirming what stake I had on his overs. So let's say I had 500 on his overs. I should probably have about 500 on his unders because I really think he's more likely to be under than over. Do you know what I mean? So I'm fully closing that bet off, but I'm just checking how much I did have because That is important when you're closing positions to know what.
Oh, Akshak should be out here, and he's going to get away with it. He has got away with it. Really glad, because I was in the middle of putting the bet on when they took it off the trade app.
So what you want is them to add 2 for him here, and then I get a bit more of a middle for the rest of my stake, which would be nice. But yeah, he's slogging, isn't he? He doesn't look good here, Axar. And that 1.83 next man out is very good.
Yeah, I just put a bet on him on under 20.5, and it's the biggest bet I've placed today. Rob,
are you on the trader thing?
This is on the trader. Yep.
And you're 20.5 now. Well, they're onto it, you see, because other firms are 23.5. So
he's hit a 4 next ball.
That's good. That's fine. I want them to hit 6s though. We still don't have my 6s in the home yet. We've only had 6. And the guy that got half of those is out.
Oops, wrong. Dark Knight says most probably Shubman Gill would be the test skipper. How tough it would be for a very young captain in tough English conditions and a hostile Barmy army. I just think the next couple of years are quite interesting. He doesn't have, as this is hit straight to long off, but it didn't. Oh God, he's just getting nothing on these actually. Again, I thought he was a chance of being caught, but there was nothing on that shot. I think it's a really tough little period for Shubman Gill when he takes over as captain, because he doesn't have the automatic Ashwin Jadeja combination.
Yeah, it's tough.
Shami's getting towards the end. Siraj hasn't quite stepped up. If Prashant Krishna can step up, that does change things, I think, quite dramatically. But if he doesn't, I think that can be an issue as well. So I certainly think there's a lot going on there. So I don't think it's a particularly easy one.
I don't think the Barmy Army will give him too much of a hard time. I don't think Gill's that guy. He doesn't give off the vibe that you'd want to, like Kohli, quite an easy guy to wind up, just like Ben Stokes is. Like you'd want to go after him a bit, but Kohli, if you do wind him up, he's probably going to score 100 against you. There are certain guys like Sachin. Nobody ever went after Sachin, did they? When he came over here, he was completely revered and everyone loved him. I don't think Gill, if you give it out to the Barmy Army, like all Australians have always done forever, you're going to get absolute pelters from them, and quite right too, because the Aussies deserve it because they're Australian and nobody likes them. But if you're a quiet bloke, the Barmy Army don't go after you. You know, when you've got Tim Payne just saying things that annoy people and he's rubbish at cricket, you're going to get loads of stick. But one, Gill's really good, and two, he doesn't come out and say, try and wind up all the fan base. So I don't think the Barmy Army are going to give him a hard time.
No. It could be a tough tour. I still think that India's got the slightly better team, and they've got a chance of strengthening their batting. But the problem in England is that it's a different kind of media than you get in India. But there is an issue that, once it gets on top of you, it's kind of all around you a little bit, the media. So it's not like playing Australia and it's not like playing India, but there is certainly an element of that.
So we'll talk about trading. I'm going to the gents before the cricket starts again.
Well, I was going to say, Lucky Fish has the next over at 9.5 easy, but I'm just having a look to see if I can find anything on that. What have we got here? I don't think it's up on the trading app at the moment. So for those of you just popping in who haven't been around, this is the trading app on Cricket 8. So if you come to the main Cricket 8 website, you can obviously watch me and Rob, but that would be silly because it would just put it. If I press play on this now, it would turn us into an Inception, and we don't need to do that at the moment. But you can see up here where the play button is. You click on the play. We've already done all the trivia. We've finished our trivia for the day. There is a really cool game called Squares coming out soon, which I have heard is the most fun thing coming along in Cricket 8. In a while, and I already really like Trader, so I'm fascinated to see what Squares is, but I haven't played that one yet. But you click on Trader and you find the game that you want to trade on, and of course it's just gone off for a second here, but you find the game that you want to look at, and you can see that all the games, the only one that's in play at the moment is what's this, the Evoke Super 50. All right, and it's the third match of that, and they are 163 for 2. So the Dragons, well on top in this game. Match tied, unlikely there.
and over 2.76. But what are they chasing? 2.75. Oh, okay. So you can have a cheeky little bet on how easily they're going to win that game if you want. And got here under 1.5. So anyway, Saika is back, and Akshar Patel could have been caught then. And this is good for Akshar Patel because it gets him another over a spin to face. So they've done well here, and he's managed to hit that through the hands of Saika again for another 4. We didn't expect this, Rob.
Interesting bowling change because they hate bowling Kishore. And do you remember that game where they refused to, against Delhi, when Prasid got loads of wickets, they refused to bowl Kishore because of Akshar. And now they're feeding him Kishore when they've got a guy who's got 1 for 7 off 2 overs with overs to bowl. So they don't need to bowl Kishore to Akshar here. So they've totally abandoned their insane plan from the game before to go against it this time. So let's see if it pays off because they've got to kind of get him now if he's going to pay off.
Play and miss next ball. So Akshar is on 14 off 9. It could be
6 or out is so likely, isn't it? Here, so
that's
likely.
what I was about to say. I just think it's a 6 or out situation. I need the wicket, man, because I might be out of. I know I still got 500,000 coins.
I like the 4.3 dots here, by the way, because he's fully swinging at him.
Oh, I didn't expect that, Rob. He's just doinked this on the leg side, and he's going to take 2. Good batting, actually, in the end.
What I want is one more nudge from Akshar to get his over 16.5 in, and then I want him out.
Then you've got a sweep, don't you? And everyone says that about you.
A middle based on sweets is what I've got.
Lucky Fish has he's got over 9.5 in this over. He got exactly what he wanted, actually. Saika bowling Akshar Patel is the ideal situation for that. So let's see if he can pull this out. He's got 6 off the first 3 balls, so good start.
I'll tell you a bet in a minute here, Jarrod.
All right, you take your time. I'll call this over. Akshar, 16 off 11. As he goes, this is in the air. This should be caught. And it's not going to be. He's found another pocket. And will they come back for 2? They do come back for 2.
Wow.
It's a couple of mishits there.
Okay, so well done to Akshar for getting the over 16.5 in. I now want him to get out, and I want him to get out this ball. I think wicket in next over at 3 is big, and you can get that. That is big because you've seen what Aksar's doing now. He is in utter and complete slog mode. He hasn't walked to his 18 here. He is just slogging everything. So Akshar is going to get out soon. And I don't think that 3 is anything like the right price for wicket in next over. He might get out right now.
Is this 6? This is a 6. That's a huge hit. Well, I've done my money. As that was
fair enough.
Absolutely brutal hit there. Well done. I mean, that mentioning before, which is we were assuming they wouldn't use Saika because they haven't been. And had I known that, I certainly wouldn't have put this bet on. And well done to Akshar. He's been struggling a little bit to find the middle, but that one absolutely hammered over long off a long way, 87 meters back.
In that bit, I backed overs pre-match and I backed unders live. And my overs pre-match won and my unders live lost. But I actually think that the good bet lost and the bad bet won. Do you know what I mean? Because he's come out full slogging. And I'm going to record it as level because I staked. So I ended up flat and had the middle for the jackpot. But
he's got out. No, he's got away with it again. Another miss hit into the pocket. And it's just going to
I now think the 3 for wicket in this next over, which is still available, is even better because Akshar is on strike for the first ball of it. Probably Prasid, right? Probably Prasid. And Akshar is a huge chance of a wicket here.
Shouldn't Prasid be bowling the following over?
You think 18 and 20? Well, you want the wicket.
Oh, no, he won't. Yeah, no, you're right. He should be bowling this over.
I'd bowl him 17 and 19 all day long, personally.
So they've got, let's have a look here. Are they an over short of someone still? Siraj has 1 left. Prashid has 2 left. Yeah, they still need an over at someone else, don't they?
It's either Arshad or Rabada now, isn't it? You can't bowl Kishore again. They shouldn't have bowled Kishore then. We said it before the over started. That was madness, bowling him for that over. And an out of form Axar or a bad looking Axar took him down for 15 runs off that over. So
It is Rashid.
They got punished for it. Who's bowling this one? Prasid.
Rashid Krishna coming around the wickets. And the first ball's a dot ball. Might be some cheeky dot ball bets here if Akshar's going to swing off his head at a fast bowler, because he doesn't do as well against the fast bowlers. Or does he just try and get himself off strike now and get KL back on?
It's a good question, and I'm not sure I know the answer. He certainly had a big old swing at that one. I think the 4.3 that you can get on dot is pretty big.
I'm putting a trade in for dot for the third ball. And I might go again later in the over as well.
Get in, Prasid.
Oh, he's hit this straight to the fielder and he's out.
Get in.
There we go. Well, Prashid's got a wicket.
So what that was, Jarrod, is a couple of things. It's a dot, 4.3. It is next man out, Axar Patel at 1.83. And it's a wicket in the over at 3. So that's 3 winners for you in one ball. You are welcome. We just make you bundles of money here, and don't forget the suitcases. That is lots of winnings there. Lovely. And Prasid now needs to get another one to get in front for the top bowler honours, and that would be very juicy.
Is my 179 to 189 slightly back on the cards now?
Yeah, very much so. Because you could sneak the higher end of it, sure. Line's 193 now.
Because that's an interesting one as well. Also, the third ball is over. I'm on a dot, so I like a new batter at the crease for a dot.
Yeah, with Prasid bowling as well. So the new batsman is Stubbs, who may have a tiny look, a few balls worth of a look, but then he'll get going. What you want is Rashid Khan batting. That's who you really want first ball, because he loves having a go at the first ball wherever it is. We hopefully will see him back later.
So Prashid's got his first wicket. Well, you need one more wicket for him, don't we? For our top wickets.
Yeah, he's not going to win on economy unless Arshad.
Oh, and that's us. Down the leg side, and he's turned away for 1. Oh well. Go back to the market, Rob, to see where I can put my 486,000 coins on one single bet. I've actually got a bet that I'm quite interested in.
Who do you think bowls the next?
It's Arshad next over, isn't it?
Probably.
What's he been doing at the death?
Another one. Okay, not great. Okay. Ooh.
Paddled around the corner for 4. Good
shot.
batting, man.
Good shot. That gets a lot of people out, that ball. He had to have very fast hands to avoid the LBW that was just about to happen, but he got his hands across very quickly. Very good batting, right off the middle of his stumps. You've got to be in, haven't you, to play that shot straight off the middle.
Yep.
Very, very good batting. He moves on to 90. So I've got a mate who's on over 8.5 centuries for the IPL, which looked like an absolute certainty when he put it on before the tournament. I think they got like 13 last year or something. And there's been so many 90s that it's under it. So I hope he gets his ton here for KL as he duffs one into the ground for a single. High scores for batsmen. We have only had 400s in the IPL so far. We have had we've had 397 not outs. 400s. One of them was 140 from Abhishek. 141 he got. Abhishek is a very good one to look out for player runs. He either gets none or loads. Simple as that. He's had in his innings so far this season 6, 1, 2, 141, 40, 8, 0, 74. But a wicket in the over at 3 there was very nice.
Yeah, well done. I've just put on in the 18th over 12.5 Oh, and now the odds have changed, and I would have got better. Is that what I got, or did I go over 11.5? Let me just check. Yeah, I went over 12.5. I put a massive bet on. I put a potentially crippling bet on.
Okay, you're back in the game, are you? Or you're trying to get back in the game?
Well, no, I just
My balance on the bloody coins. Hang on.
I think
I've
this
got
is
loads in play. I'm below $1 million now because I've got 6 open trades.
Oh, it's that is part of the problem, yeah. But yes, I am chasing a little bit. So let's see how that goes. And it's Sure. Okay.
Mental. I've just snuck on over 11.5 when I've seen him about to bowl this over. That's mental.
I don't mind. He's got 2 right-handers. This is a better over for him to bowl than the other one, but I'm pretty happy with over 12.5s. I think no matter who they bowled, I'd be happy with over 12.5 here.
Yeah, I'm on over 11.5. As soon as I saw him, I was like, yeah, that'll do. I'm going to try and...
And the first ball is pushed for 1.
Of course it is. off his stumps. Just the casual... That was like the 20th over of an ODI when no one really cares, wasn't it? It was just, oh, yeah, all right, then one will do.
49% of people says height matters for a spinner, and 51% said no. Who doesn't think height matters?
All 100% don't care. Like, I don't care. I think there have been good spinners at all heights.
Yeah, but it does matter because it completely changes who you are as a bowler. He's come down the wicket. Oh, KRL, he smashed this to long off. He's just going to get 1. Did you see that though, Rob?
Yeah.
What's stumping? 19.
Yeah, that's worth a bet. That is worth a bet. I bet I can get bigger. I know I can't because Bet Radar have decided that only match winner is available. Let's try. What can we get stumped here? 14 is not big enough. No way am I back in 14. So fair enough. They've got a decent price out.
I'm at 20s on here. Now, one reason we like to back stumped at this point in the innings is because there is always a chance that they will just run past. But generally, the traders don't have the best odds at this point. As Stubbs, well, I tell you what, getting to our 12s is going to be tough in this over. 12s and 11s.
Yeah, but I think the 6 for KL is quite likely. I think it can still easily win. It's they're not going to win it in 1s and 2s, but he could easily step hit 1 for 6, and then you're right back in the game. But bit of turn there. That one turned away, that last delivery. So you can't take liberties against the spin, which brings Kuldeep into the game. But amazing that they've deployed Kishore for 4 overs today. I did not see that.
Oh, really good bowling here, actually. He's forced KRL into an uncomfortable position. He's ended up pushing this out to deep point for 1. Fantastic over so far. His figures don't really show that he's bowled well at times. He's just been misused for 1 over and had a little bit of bad fielding and bad luck in another.
Yeah, he's been very unlucky to have the figures that he's got. But like you say, they bowled him once to Axar when they absolutely shouldn't, and that over went. And that might be the game. 15 runs instead of 8 is a big difference. I am very much cheering on a wicket in the next over for Prasid, and I can't find a way to back no wicket in the over, which is disappointing. But I might back under 12.5 because I do rate Prasid at 2 points.
Oh, this is short and smashed away, and it is 4 or 6. The camera seemed to have lost the ball. It is 6. Oh, we're back in it. We're back in it. So we've now got 10 runs. We need 2 runs off this ball. Saikashore bowled the quicker one here.
That was a very flat 6. That was an absolute rocket.
Beautiful
That's about
shot.
6 feet off the ground, isn't it? It just stays hit.
He's done well to actually pull that because it didn't get up at all. Saikashore's figures are just being destroyed here.
He's on 1 for 46. I do like under 12.5 at 2.2. Oh, under 13.
Are we back in? Are we back in? And there's going to be runs here. We're going to get. Oh no, I'm on 12.5 and it's been stopped. And you're on 11.5. It's going to be 1 run, I think. It could have gone.
Why did they only get 1?
Oh my
God! How the hell did they only get 1 there, Jarrod? As soon as it's through the keeper's legs, you know it's 2. And Rutherford didn't even stop it properly. They just didn't think to run the second. That's upsetting. But
we almost stole that. We almost stole that one at the end.
Okay, I'm on 13.5 properly. this over, Prasad is bowling and you can back under 13.5. He's been going for 7 point something this IPL. I know it's the death, but I would have this as 11.5. So I think 13.5 is a very good bet here. Also, I'm hugely cheering Wicket in this over because if he gets one, he probably gets top bowl because they'll probably give Siraj the last, won't they now?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't want to lose on count back. I want the Wicket this over. So I'm basically on Wicket this over at 4.3 and it would be about evens, but I can't back evens no Wicket because nobody is offering it, which is a bad effort, bookmakers. Put prices up. You are meant to facilitate the placing of bets. So here's Prasad. And then he comes at 11 off 6 stubs. So under 13.5 and a wicket, please.
He's got a single off the first balls, a wide Yorker, and dribbled out to deep backward point for 1. Now, does KL Rahul play for his 100 at all here, or does he just go bang, bang, 6-6? He should go bang, bang.
He's very, very good at lighting up at the end, KL, isn't he?
Lulash in the last over was like, told you it was under 10. Well, that over wasn't on for under 10 until Saika Shaw came on and bowled brilliantly. You say it was lucky to get to 11. He's got an inside edge. It was unlucky not to get to 14. Like that's how these things go. We can never be sure who's going to bowl at different times. If that was Arshad, which is why we put the bet on, we were expecting a lot more runs. Prashid coming on, 1 for 27 off 3.1. A wicket here would be handy for him. And this could be 6. He sent it straight up in the air. And, oh, no, he did. Over the top. He just muscled that. That reminded me of Virat Kohli's 6 at the MCG against Harris Ralph.
Yeah, that was proper muscle. And that is a man who is very, very in. Has not really moved his feet very much, but he's just got strong arms, hasn't he? And he's seeing it like a football now. That is so difficult to do, isn't it, that shot?
I mean, the degree of difficulty on that is just absolutely off the charts. And we were hoping he'd go for the 6s rather than his 100. He's certainly done that because that's an easy one to open the face and just tap it down somewhere for 1. And he's played the proper shot there. But you still need some wickets here.
On a wicket, please. I've got my 6s in. That's the 9th 6. So that's home and hosed.
I tell you what, do you know what we almost got there? A stumping.
Yeah.
Because that was fired down the leg side. Josh Butler took it. I think it was off the pad because it's not a wide. And then he's thrown the ball back in at the stumps. I think KL Rahul got back, but he wanted a single. And I think Tristan Stubbs was like, no, it's in Butler's hands. We're not taking a single here. And he's ended up not far away from being stumped.
That would be an amazing way to win. Stumping off Prashid Krishna if you want to bet on stumped. I would like a wicket now, KL. I will also permit you to go 4 and get your 100 from my mate who's on over 8.5.
How many 6s do you need, by the way?
None. Got them all. I've got 9. That's another 500,000 coins for me as well, Joe.
This is smashed straight out to deep backward. And it's going to be a 4.
There's the 100.
And that is his 100. Really good batting. I thought this wicket was tricky early on, so I think this is a really, really good knock. Obviously slowed down in the middle as is KL Rahul's want. And he's probably taken a little bit too long to step back on it. But it's been a very good 100 because I don't think the surface is particularly easy against a bowling attack this well. This good, I should say. And Rabada, he absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, he did, yeah. 34 from Rabada's 2 overs today. Rashid Khan did his job, only went for 32, but didn't get any wickets again, which is definitely a thing. I think the man that bowled 2 overs, 1 for 7, when everyone else has got spanked, is unlucky to not get another over. The last over is due an awful lot if they go Siraj. It's due 15 for me if they don't lose a wicket in the next 2 balls, which I sincerely hope they do. But a very good knock that from KL because he was toiling a bit early. He ended up scoring his second 50 in 15 balls. He was 50 off 35, Jarrod, and he's got 100 off. No, that's a load of bollocks. He's got 100 off
50 off 31, wasn't he?
Second 50 was off 25 balls, and his first 50 was 35 balls. So he's really into his work. He's one of the very best at going up the gears at the end, is KL. So I want to wicket this ball or a dot because I'm on under 13.5. So I'm allowed 1 off this ball is the most I am allowed. So I would like it to be a wicket or a single or a dot.
It's going to be a single. No, they're going to come back for 2. And they've got it.
Very annoying. Spaghetti arm from the rope. Can't run him out. So I do my dough in 3 different ways there because Pressed doesn't win. And he doesn't get the under 13.5 home because they scampered the second. Whoever that fielder was is in my bad books because he shouldn't have allowed the 2 there. But the 6 is over the line. I think this over is due absolutely loads, Jarrod. I really do.
Mm-hmm.
The market has it for 14.5, which I can't really argue with, to be fair.
I need it to be 6 runs.
You need a wicket first ball for that to happen, I would say.
I'm going with 2. I actually wouldn't mind if there was 6 wickets here.
It is Siraj that has the ball in his hand, and I think it is due loads, but so does the market. So I can't really bet 14.5. You got to pay if you want to back overs. That's a lot.
183 for 3. We should say that Delhi's mild favourites at 1.7 at the moment. I think there's plenty of value in Gujarat at 2.4, but you could still get a big over from here. And it is Siraj, and it should have been a wicket. I don't even know what happened there, but I think it's gone for 4. That might have been off the back of the bat. He tried to reverse scoop that on the offside, and I think it's hit the back of the bat and gone on the leg side for 4. Are they going to review? You might as well review. No one. I'm not sure anyone is 100% sure what has happened. But what are you saving your reviews for at this point? And he has.
At that point, yeah.
But I think I called that correctly. I think it was off the back of the bat.
It's a remarkable way to score a boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, I would still have reviewed it, but just because of the time in the innings and everything else. But yeah, went for the reverse scoop and tried to flip it over short third, and somehow ended up with he almost vomited Carroll because he was moving so quickly in circles. Let's have a look off the. Just having a look now. It has to have hit the bat, doesn't it?
If it hasn't, it's mighty close to the LB.
Yeah, no. So it's just hit the bottom corner of the bat, I think, and flicked off down to third man through his legs for 4. It's basically the nutmeg, but completely by accident, Rob.
Yeah, you can't do that one again.
Yeah, just brilliant. He tried to scoop it on one side, and he completely flicked it the other way. Good luck stopping that if you're at short fine leg, by the way, because you are not expecting that ball to come. I mean, he wouldn't have got it anyway by the look of it. But there's no way you're even looking at that ball to come to you. All right, 5 more wickets I need in this over, Rob.
That's all.
And full toss, and that's 4 again. Well played by Carroll. Was overpitched a little bit and drilled back down the ground for a boundary. Mid-off is up in the circle. Yeah,
too easy, isn't it? Too easy. A very set KL against a death bowling Siraj is not a contest. It's way too one-sided in favour of the batsman. And this is the sort of stage where Siraj usually runs out of ideas because he bowled a decent ball first out and it went for 4. And now he's like, well, now what do I do? I'm massively in trouble.
So the run line is 200 from here. 4 balls to go. $191 for 3. Have you got any bets for the next innings, actually? Why don't you think about that while I call the rest of this?
Sure.
KL's on 111 from his 63 balls. Stubbs is 14 off 8 at the other end. 2 4s to start this over. This is whipped away. This has got it past the fielder. He hasn't. He's got it straight to him on the bounce. He's going to take just a single there. This is going to be a very weird day, Rob, because I know how much money I've actually earned today from bets. But I'm still emotionally really upset that I've almost done my entire $1 million bank of coins.
That's pleasing for me. Right, what bets have I got on, Jarrod? So I'm on Gill top bat at 3.75 because he wins all the time. The opening partnership we told you, but that's already in play. What else have I got on? That's my main cheer is Gill to do good. I'm also on Gill.
Oh, this is short. Stubbs, any tennis bats? Tennis.
Yeah, the old
forehand.
Tennis. So there's your overs for the last over. Well and truly home with 2 balls to spare because Siraj is rubbish at bowling at the death. Nice and easy that one. And Gujarat do have issues with chasing big totals because they tend to defer the risk and not go hard enough early.
Is this a big total?
That's a fair question. Here's a bet, special that quite a lot of the bookies have got up here. Gujarat to score 65 or more for none in the first 6 at 6. Now that's quite big because how many times have Gujarat got 65 plus though? 1, 2, only 3 out of 11. No, that's not a good bet. I revised my opinion there, so I can't find much to be honest. We already gave you the fall of wicket, the 3.5, so they've got to be 4 down by 93.5 was it for the 3.5 fall of third wicket? Sorry. That is a good bet. I'm looking around now. I cannot see anything. Sometimes they just start flying markets up in the break, but I can't see any markets. So if there's no markets, we can't bloody bet, Jarrod.
I've just put a bet on the first ball being more than a run, or more than half a run, I should say.
So Gujarat's first ball. Oh yeah, we want to be on, if they go up with it, which they should, first ball of the innings to be a single at 4.3 is what you want to be on. Because
I've gone on 1.73 because on the trader app there you can't bet on the first ball.
So they've done that 4 out of 5, Jarrod. 4 of the last 5 they've got a single. Is that a dot ball to finish the innings with KL backing away?
Yes, 112 of 65 for KL Rahul. Tristan Stubbs is not out on 21 of 10, 199. So they'll need exactly 200. I like the value here on Gujarat at 2.62, Rob.
Yeah. The thing about Delhi right now is where do they go for their wickets when it's not Kuldeep? Because the spinners didn't time in knots there by any means, did they? Rashid Khan was very little threat for his number 32, and Kishore was unlucky, but he got 1 for 47. So between them, the spinners went for 1 for 79. Maths fans, which ain't great. So the spin isn't a huge concern. Aksar and Kuldeep, they don't have the paces anymore because, for one reason or another. Like, is Mustafiza going to come back and be really good? Probably not. Yeah, okay. You talked me into it. I could see why the chase would be a bit of value at 2.54.
Yeah, I think it's worth a bet at the moment until the Kuldeep comes on.
Yeah, and they have had only 2 games ago they got 82 for none in the power play, didn't they? Where they didn't play any aggressive shots. They just got the easiest 80 that anyone's ever got in a power play ever. Those 2 very good form. Like I say, they can get your okay balls can go for 4 because they're so good at hitting the gaps, and your good balls go for 1.
Just let me explain what's happened here. We just had a review for the wide off the last ball, and why that's particularly funny is because it was KL Rahul had already left the ground, and I think was already taking his pads off at that stage. So if he was, I mean, I was clearly never going to be a wide, but if it was a wide, and they'd reviewed it in that way, I would love to have see who would have actually had to come out, whether we would have had a delay as he put his pads on, because he was off the playing surface. I'm pretty sure.
Can you be timed out in the middle of your innings?
No, you can't be.
Interesting. Even if you go, for a drink and you don't come back.
I don't think so. No, timed out is specifically about the first ball that you face. But yeah, I don't know what the regulations are on that. Anyway, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back for the second innings here, where I have lots of money today, and Rob has lots of coins and lots of money today. We'll see that. No, we're still here.
Hello.
Ratchet. I thought
Actually,
maybe
do some bloody work.
And I have this
I thought
$1 trillion bucket, and I go to Virat Kohli and offer him $150 million a year, right? Is there any way the BCCI can match that? And what if it's 300 million? You can just buy pretty much all the world's best cricketers. And that's what cricket was worried about for a long time before, right? Because they were worried that someone would, because cricketers are massively underpaid. For the money that cricket makes, cricketers are massively underpaid. And so it is not that hard to come in as a rebel league. That was the issue they had with the Lalit Modi-led Essel Group, which was 2014, 2015.
Subhash Chandra. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I
Yeah,
thought you were talking about the...
Well, he was involved as well. Like, I mean,
This one as well.
you're talking about the ICL one.
And then Subhash Chandra was involved with this as well, yeah.
I think he was
Yeah.
involved with both of those leagues, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not that hard. I remember having the conversation with a major person from a players' union, and they were the one giving me the story at the time. And I did the maths, and I was like, that actually makes sense. Like, I even thought to myself, if I could find a billionaire, couldn't I just buy cricket? Like, it's not that hard because players are so underpaid all the way through. But it'd be really interesting, Yash, if it does become that. I don't think it's going to become... I think the Saudis, because they're talking about 500 million in this initial investment, I think they believe they can't get the Indian players now. But I don't think they would be starting this if they didn't think they could get them eventually. And, you know, I've had these conversations with lots of people before. The IPL owners would not be buying all these teams around the world if they didn't think eventually they could get Indian players into some of these leagues. May not be the stars, but Indian players into some of these leagues. And I would think that the Saudis, if they're starting smaller, are hoping through their partnership with the BCCI that they can do something there. But in future, I think there will be I think they would be thinking that they will eventually be able to do that. They were looking, the numbers that they were looking to pay to the IPL were staggering. I think they were looking at paying like $30 billion to buy a stake in the IPL, right? That is
And what
so
was
much
the
money.
nature of the involvement?
They wanted to buy a percentage of the IPL and own the league.
Of the IPL per se, because that has not happened. That has never been diluted.
I don't think so. I mean, the BCCI still own it, and the ownership and how all those things work. But that's the kind of group that you're talking about here, right? So if they wanted to, have a look at what the top golfers are earning, right? So the top golfers are on at Live Golf are on about $200 million a year, right? If you went with the top 10 cricketers in the world and offered them between $50 and $150 million, you would get a lot of the best cricketers in the world. You might not get all of them. Some would be like, it's not worth me going. Some golfers didn't want to be involved with Saudi Arabia. Some golfers didn't want to live in Saudi Arabia. All right, like there's all different things. But yeah, it's changing. That whole thing is changing, and the money we are talking about here is and we're used to IPL owners, right? This is well above IPL ownership money, right? This is legitimate wealth on a level we've never seen before. If they want to throw it around, you know, I remember Michael Holding said to me once, when it comes down to it, players go where the money is, right? Like black players from the West Indies went and played in apartheid South Africa, right? And not average players, like some great players went over and did it. When the money is there, people will do things. And you are talking about, let's say you are, I'm trying to think of a really good cricketer for this. Sky, right? Okay. Let's say you're Sky and how old would Sky be now? 32, 33?
Yeah, more than that. 33 for sure, at least.
Yeah. Saudi come along and say, you can run your own franchise, you can do whatever you want. He's $150 million a year for the next 5 years. Right? His family never has to worry about money again. That's the kind of money that can be on offer if they go down that route. I don't think they want to go down that route though, Mega, for two reasons. One, it's a lot of money to spend that they probably don't need to spend because they already have all these relationships. And two, I do think then they got bad press when they did it for golf,
right? I think they've learned from what they did with the golf, and they're like, we don't want to do that again, because when we did it with golf, everyone was like, oh, they're buying the game, they're ruining golf. They can do a soft takeover in this particular way. You're talking about when England had the first 3 ODI World Cups.
Yeah.
So the issue with this is, and it's funny that you say no one talks about it. I mean, it's literally it's brought up all the time. It's brought up in every
So how was
second
it
comment
exactly?
section.
I just
You
want to
have to
understand. How was
remember-
it exactly?
Yeah, you actually have to remember that we look back at it from our view, which is World Cups are huge, right? And they're the biggest thing in the world. I don't think there was a serious conversation for any other country who wanted the World Cup, because it wasn't seen as a big thing, right? When is it seen as a big thing? After 1979 into 1983, it starts to become a big thing. And the very next World Cup was taken out of England, and we don't have another World Cup in England until 2019 after that, right? Sorry, 1999 and then 2019. So you've got to understand of what cricket was like back then. Most India basically didn't take ODI cricket seriously, right? Australia doesn't really start playing ODI cricket until Kerry Packer comes in. And that's not official. Those are unofficial matches. Most countries in the world didn't play ODI cricket. ODI cricket, do you know where it was at its very biggest?
Around which period you
England.
mean? Was it
During
country?
75 and 83, it was bigger in England than anywhere else in the world. And the reason it was bigger in England is they've been playing it since the 1960s. So those fans knew what it was, loved it, and were involved with it. So when you look back at that, you have to understand that there wasn't as much of a push for the other team. I don't think until India wanted the 87 World Cup, there had been a serious conversation by any cricket board about wanting to host the World Cup. Right? That's very different to the sort of stuff we're talking about now. The really interesting one is, and it wasn't talked about because it was the first tournament, but England qualified for the first Champions Trophy. I don't know. I want to say illegally. Illegally is probably the wrong words, but they were given qualification because the Bangladeshis who were hosting it wanted the biggest teams there, and there were 9 teams that qualified for the Champions Trophy, and obviously only 8 could play, and so they had a one-off knockout game, and it should have been England versus Zimbabwe, but England automatically qualified, and New Zealand had to play. That's the conversation that everyone should be having. But again, you're talking about the very early moments of this. That's not what we're looking at in modern cricket, right? Like in modern cricket, we all know well enough, right? So it's a very different situation. World Test Championship final is another one. A lot of people are like, oh, it keeps happening in England. As far as I'm aware, and I say this as someone who is pretty plugged into the ICC, there hasn't really been a great proposal by anyone else to take that final, partly because the time of the year it is. So it's a bit awkward for the Southern Hemisphere teams.
Can that be rejigged as well?
Yo.
Oh, welcome back. Sorry, I didn't have the screen up. There's Rob Barron.
That's me. What's
so
your
just
coins balance, Jarrod?
Hey?
What's your coins balance?
I don't have any coins. I think we're aware of that. Let's have a look. What did I get down to? I've got 26,000 coins left.
I'm slightly ahead. 1.93 million.
Well, between us, we're par.
Yeah. And that's all you could ever ask for.
I do have 2 bets out, but one of them's big, but I don't think the other one's, well, sorry, I should say one of them will get me 173 back. And the other one will give me 118. So I go back to about 300 if I won both my bets, which we'll know after about 2 overs whether I've actually got those. But yeah, not done well at all there. What have we got here? There's a couple of fun bets. Delhi is 212 to hit the most 4s. Delhi is 1.68 to hit the most 6s. I think I prefer the most 4s there if I'm betting on one of those 2.
So Delhi get 15.5 fours. And what do Gujarat get? They normally get 17.5. So how many did they get? 17.
Yep.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on that. Most sixes. How many sixes did they get here? 10.
I don't know. You were betting on the sixes.
Yeah,
it must
10
have
they
been
got. So what did Gujarat get for sixes? Gujarat 7.91, and they're chasing. I think that's okay. I might have a few 100,000 on that just to keep them honest. A few 100,000 of the old coins. Let's go. Delhi at 1.68. Let's have it.
Hawkeye asks, were they 15 under par, as Hayden said? It's an interesting one because I thought it was very tricky to bat early on. And so if we see anything like that with the new ball now, I don't think they're 15 under par. But I also don't particularly when we say under par, it also sometimes depends on which bowling you're going up against. Maybe they scored the appropriate amount of runs against this attack. That doesn't mean that Gujarat, who are going up against a much weaker attack, can't actually blitz it a little bit more. So it's not always as straightforward. That I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the par conversation in general because I don't think it's as straightforward as people think it is.
I think if you put it as what the exchange price would have been, so if you assume par is 2.0 at the innings break, they've got a 50% chance of winning, basically, then fine. So the market says Gujarat are 40% to win this game. So the market is saying that they got above par because Gujarat were favourites before the game started. We're now, actually, it's drifted all the way out. When they came off, Jarrod, it was 2.52 and it's now 2.62. So the market is really thinking that they've got enough.
So Matt Hayden said they're 15 under par and the market's like, well, Matt Hayden's 25 runs out from where we think he should be.
Yeah, they're chasing 200 against Delhi. It doesn't seem that's that unlikely.
I put the bet on straight away because I assumed they'd come into about 2.4.
Yeah, we're waiting to see that Sud is playing because that has not been confirmed yet. That substitution, but he has to be the sub, doesn't he? I've not heard anything about him being injured.
Is that him on the screen now?
Yeah, that's our man. I'm just wondering why one of the boys seems to think that Rutherford is opening because I'll tell you now, lads, he ain't.
Okay, so we've got the huddle here. Delhi are 1.59, which feels really short to me, considering their bowling attack. So what are they going to be? They've got two good death bowlers in Natarajan and Mustafiza. They've got Kuldeep, who won't come on till later. They've got Nigam, who struggled at times. Who were they? They got Akshar as well. So the one left arm finger spinner in this game has gone for runs. I don't think that necessarily means that Akshar will go for runs. The wrist spinner went at 8s, but I thought Rashid bowled fine. So they're certainly I'm more confident in Kuldeep than anyone else. It did look like it was quite easy to hit the seamers at times on the surface later on, but early on, I didn't think that was the case at all. And they need exactly 10 and over as the robot dog goes out. Did you talk to Simon about the robot dog?
I don't like the robot dog. It freaks me out. I don't want it. Get rid of it. I saw one at one of those. There's a thing called ICE. It's horrible. It's like the worst thing in the world. It's a massive gaming conference. I'd imagine like conferences for stuff that isn't gaming would be worse. But anyway, they had one of those robot dogs and I utterly hated it. And I hate that one. No, thank you. Think they might open the bowling with Aksar again.
Oh, they have. You're right. I don't think that changes anything for us, does it really?
They're going to get about 7 off this over is what's going to happen. I'd be really surprised if they get 15 and I'd be really surprised if they get 2. Do you know what I mean? They're just very good at scoring about 7.
You know what? That was the big bet I wish I'd made, which was you could get Delhi at about 1.6, I think it was, to win the first over, even after that first over. And yeah, I just didn't see Gujarat going nuts there. Anyway, we're seeing our super sub, impact sub. Sorry, I went back to the early 2000s again.
Shamira's coming in.
And we've got Shamira and we've got Sudarshan.
Prasid was 1 wicket away from making me a load of money today, but he did not Never mind. I think his best chance was Perel when Perel kept top edging him into no man's land. I don't mind the over 55.5 at evens for the first 6, but I think sitting on hands early. I think that would be mad, by the way, to open with Axar because there was loads of swing early, and you might as well try and use it. Ashutosh has done his day's work, so he's been subbed out. Thanks for coming.
I've got money on this being more than a single, and you've got I've got money on this being a single or more, and you've got money on this just being a single.
Specifically a single at 4.3, yeah, but I like the 2.1 for it to be a not dot. They've only had 4 dots in their 11. So I think 1 is the most likely result of this ball, and I also think 4 is reasonably likely, but dot, yeah, they've got 4 in 11. I don't particularly fancy the dot at 1.66. That seems like a crazy price to me.
2.68. Gujarat just keep going further and further out. And the first ball is down the leg side. Oh, there should have been a single and they didn't take it. Rob.
That is disgusting. Disgusting. All right, why am I seeing the run line, Jarrod, for Sai Siddharthan as 25.5? Why am I seeing that? For the guy that always gets 30.
The next ball is exactly what we... His next ball's gone for 4 to the same fielder. I think it's Mustafiza again. And that's kind of what we wanted off the first ball. Anyway, I think I've almost done my coins. I need, in order to make another bet, Rob, I think I need them to score more than 16 off this opening partnership.
I definitely need that for real money as well. So I've just whacked Siddharthan over 25.5 when I saw that line go up because I'm confident that it's the wrong line. Doesn't mean it's going to win, but blimey, you'd have made some money if you backed over 25.5 for Sud this season. As he rolls the single that we wanted him to get off the first ball, finally. So we've had a bad bit of running for a dot, a bad bit of fielding for a 1, and for a 4, and then just a normal routine single off the third ball.
I tell you what, all that belief in Delhi has already gone away from the market. They've come out to 1.7 now.
So we said it didn't really matter who bowled the first over. That's a big move, isn't it? We said it didn't really matter who bowled.
I tell you what, there's an appeal here, but I don't think it's out.
Hit the bat for a start. I think bad move not bowling a swing bowler on what was likely to be very swingy conditions early, because it swung loads, didn't it, in the first innings? So I laid at half time. I've closed now. So 1.72. That was all right. Nice bit of business again.
This was pushed out to short cover. So Akshar just certainly doing better against the right-hander than he was against the left-hander. Just having a look at that ball to Shubman before. You said he hit it. He smashed the hell out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he just whacked it.
And there's a frog sweep here that's gone for 6. I'm glad I didn't put that other big bet on. Because Shubman Gill has just slapped that bet in the face and heaved it over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Come on, Gill. Away you go, boy.
That is not a good over for Delhi in any way, shape, or form. At least if they got a none for 7 off that over, you would feel mildly confident going ahead. Now, everything is gone against them. And they're now 1.84 or 1.88. They were for a second there. And again, Rob, I'm no coins at all. Absolutely bereft of coins, but I'm massively in the green on my bet again.
Yeah, that's the main thing. I want them to keep this opening partnership just ticking over nicely, please. I am very surprised that they scored that many runs off and over. It did. 11 is what? Is that their best of the whole season? Is their joint best for the whole season of 11? Yeah, bad decision, and bad decision punished. Shouldn't have bowled that guy.
Oh, Natarajan's bowled an absolute pie down the leg side, and someone in the crowd's almost taken that to the face. And Gujarat are favourites.
What a crazy couple of minutes. 8.5 next over is wrong answer, isn't it?
Right at the moment it is. Oh, it's a beautiful shot, to be fair. But he did well to reach it because it was a mile down leg side, and it was also on a length. It wasn't like it was short or full. Kind of had to get up and under it. And this is a horrendous start from Delhi. 7 balls in, 2 sixes against them. Natarajan short outside of stop, slashed, and it's another 4.
Good stuff. That is the opening partnership. Home and hosed.
That means I get coins back in about 20 minutes' time. I can bet again on Cricket 8. Well, how many coins do I have left? Yeah, I had 26,000.
How much did you have on that one?
I think it's about 120,000 I won.
Okay. What did I have? Mine's going to say open somewhere. Should be easier to see which bets are open.
It's hard, though, because we put that bet at the top. Yeah, but you're right. It does need to change a little bit. This one is flashed away again. Is this going to be 4? It's going to be another 4. What is going on? Natarajan has lost the plot. He's bowled 2 horrendous balls outside off stump and 1 horrendous one down the leg side.
Good hitting. Well played. So the thing is, the openers for Gujarat do not let you off if you bowl a bad ball. They don't let you off. It goes for 4. If you bowl a good ball, it's probably going to be 1. And if you bowl a bad ball, it's probably going to be 4. And if you bowl a terrible ball, it's going to be 6. They're so good at cashing in on balls they should cash in on, which is why they're nearer the top than the bottom of the table. They're like we said earlier.
What a shot by Sudarshan here.
My God.
He found mid-on with this. But I tell you what, anything we saw on the wicket earlier seems to have either evaporated or Natarajan is just bowling shithouse. As that one is just creamed to mid-on for no run.
That was tremendous, isn't it? That shot for naught. If ever you're going to upgrade someone for a dot, is that one.
Sudarshan is still 1.7 next man out.
I can see why.
I get it as well. I'm just saying, at the moment, he does not look like that. If this one does swing, it's probably Natarajan's best ball. They might get a couple here. They're going to hammer it. They are in good running. They are just beating them in every way imaginable at the moment. I think it's almost like they missed that first single, Rob, and they're just like, okay, we made some mistakes. They're down to 1.66. I said there was some value in this, Rob. I was wrong. There's a lot of value.
I closed too early. It's easy to say that after they've just whacked a load of runs. But yeah, I closed. I thought the market had readjusted fine and got into a reasonable place, which maybe it did, but I closed and I wish I hadn't. But it's fine. I want Sud to get another 5.
This is outside of stop. It's an edge over the top, and it's 4. Well, to be fair to Natarajan, he got the ball to move in the air there, but it was too wide.
Yeah, that was junk, wasn't it? From Natarajan. That was rubbish.
Does swing. Do you know the worst thing at the moment is the fact that swung? Like the last 2 balls, I reckon, have both swung, and they've still gone for another 6 runs. They've just bowled wrong. This is a good wicket. They're down to 1.58. I might cash out soon. I stuck in.
Do you know what? What did you say the price was for next man out?
Natarajan is 1.94 at the moment, and Shub McGill is 1.76. They're switched.
Okay, so that's a strike thing. So when Gill gets off strike, if you look around in the high street, betting fans, you can find 2.25. Is that a single? Yeah. Okay. Back it. 2.25. Sudharsan to be out next. 2.25. Sudharsan to be out next. That is mental.
Also, just worth saying that they've kept Akshar on.
Also mental.
He's bowling to the left-hander now. What is Sudarshan going to do? He's moving around the crease, but he's just flicked this. He's going to get a couple. No, just 1 out to deep mid-wicket.
There's a winner for you. Over 25.5. That took 13 deliveries of the innings to cop. That was a rubbish line. It got whacked, and tough luck, bookies. That was really, really nice, that. So you know that Sudharsan isn't 25.5 because he always scores 30. And if you see lines like that, you just go, okay, bet quick, because they might not be there for very long, those sort of lines. Like, just look at him this season. He's got 2 scores of 5, which is unusual. And all the others have been over 35. So if you'd have started his run line at 35, you'd have still been way on top backing over. So 25 is absurd. Maybe
it's going to be another 4. He got a hand on it at cover, and it's still gone away for 4. So another one.
Too good. He's a run machine, Jarrod.
Run machine.
And how easy is cricket to Sud? If you don't bowl a good ball, he's going to hit it for 4. So next over, what do we reckon? It doesn't matter who bowls it, really. That's the thing with Delhi. Apart from Kuldeep, they don't have the guy that is going to stop you from scoring runs.
Does Kuldeep have to bowl the next one? Is this another 4? It is another 4. My God, it looks so easy, Rob.
This is just like that time where they got 82 for none in the power play and they didn't take any risks. He's not taking any risks here, Sid Larson. He's just, Axar is not getting any turn. He's bowling it in a predictable length and line, and Sud's going, yeah, fine, no problem. I'll just hit another 4 there.
Also, very good batting because he backed away there, give himself some room, and then hammered it. And he's going to cash in with another single off the last ball, a little bit tight, but he's got home again. I'm going to stay in until Kuldeep comes on because I've ridden them from 2.4 to 1.4, Rob.
Lovely. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't mind the chop at 1.4, but again, who do you are you just waiting for Kuldeep before you bail? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, because if it's
Reasonable.
another seamer at this stage, I am expecting another 8 to 10 runs.
Yeah, perfectly reasonable.
I might come out. What has happened here with Akshar's shin? Maybe that's just a throw in from the deep that hit him in the shin, is it? Because he's been rubbing it for the last couple of minutes there. Wicket in over at 3.9, Rob?
Absolutely not. No, I'd rather back the other side with these two.
It's Mustafiz that come on. Siddharth says, do you skip betting on any games just to enjoy them? I don't bet on every game. Rob bets on every single thing in his life. That's not just... Rob can't enjoy something unless he's betting.
Absolutely. What's the point?
Oh, this is another beautiful shot to mid-on for no run. Siddharth's 2 best shots might have been for nothing.
I agree. Yeah, I have bet on stuff that you couldn't think it was possible to bet on. And I remember when I used to live in Gibraltar and we were all absolute degenerate gamblers all the time. Car journeys were much more fun than normal car journeys because we bet on everything, and that's how many cars go past you, how many cars we pass. The good ones with Spain was when it was the toll booth. Then you could bet on man or woman is the toll booth person. You could bet on hair color. I think it was because Spain, I think somebody lost a load of money. 33 to 1 ginger hair was quoted for the toll booth attendant's hair color. And in Spain, you don't get many people with ginger hair, but she dyed her hair ginger, which was amazing, and a big row ensued. But yeah, there's not much that you can't make more fun with betting. There was a bookie over here whose tagline was, "It matters more when there's money on it." And whilst you can't have those taglines in 2025 because you're meant to be responsible, it is absolutely true. Everything is more fun if you bet on it.
I've had more fun on the watch along today because I haven't actually made that many bets for my own money, but the trading game, right? Like it's the same
really
thing,
fun, isn't it?
There's just you're on something here, and I say that as someone who has made no coins on the trading game. He's lost almost his entire shirt. And some I don't know how I've managed to make so much money on. This is outside off stump and well played out to deep point. They'll get a couple again here. Or they just
it's just good fun to do against your mates. This sort of trading game. You go, okay, and there's nothing stopping you from betting, a cup of tea or who has to make the dinner against your mate here, using the virtual coins, and let the beauty of it is you don't have to count it up yourself, do you? You can let the machine do it all for you, and they will tell you what the total is at the end, and you don't have to have arguments. It's like, right, whoever's got the most coins at the end of the power play is the winner, or whoever's got the most coins at the end of the innings or the game or whatever, it wins. Loser has to make dinner. Play something like that. You don't have to be putting cash on everything. Obviously, we do that as well.
Mustafa is on. This one's outside leg stump. Just turned around for a single. They've gone back to normal mode, Rob. Slowed themselves back down.
What's an utterly tremendous bet that 5 to 4, 2.25 said Harson next man out is? That's a great bet.
Well, he's 36 off 15 and Gill is 11 off 7 at the moment.
Well, there you go. Yeah, he looks really, really good to me, Sud. But Gill is playing completely within himself. Trying to think what price Sid Harson should be for top bat here. It's probably about 50%.
Mustafiza in, and this is he's almost run himself out. I thought he was going to run himself out. He opened the face and played that beautifully to backward point, or actually short third, and then took off. And there was never a run there because he hit it straight there. Lilesh, it doesn't matter how many points you start with on the trading game. It's not a real thing. You can't collect them. Even if you start with like 5 or 10,000, it's all the same. The trading game, someone else came out. Lucky Fish says that. I'm assuming it was Brooks' idea. The trading game. I think it's something, as this is outside of start, whipped onto the leg side. They come back for 2 again. Jeez, they're so good at 2s, these guys.
Amazing.
So yeah, I think it was Brooks' idea, but I think it's something that's happened in America as well, in other sports. It's Cricket 8's idea. Brooke doesn't want to take any credit for it. That means it wasn't his.
Yeah, if he doesn't want credit for it, it can't be his, can it? Should we say it's my idea if it's good and Jarrod's if it's bad? Stick with that.
Rudra says, hello to both of you. Slightly off topic, but Jarrod, AG has a grade 2 strain and it's most likely out. What do you think about the Nuggets' chances? It's a very good question. So, do you remember, Rob, I told you that the Nuggets at 30-1 was a great bet?
Let's say I remember that. Yeah.
We said it on one of the watch-alongs.
Yeah, sure.
I got them into about 8-1 to win the championship. And tonight's game 7 at 8:30. So if they win tonight, they will probably come back into about 4.5 from 30. And I backed them at 70.
70, very nice.
So I think Rudra, if AG is not going to play, I think OKC win. If AG plays, I think it's a 50-50 shot. So I'm going to keep my money in because I only bet about 30 or 40 quid on it. At 70s, you don't need to put a lot in. Another bowling change. Chimera is on at the moment.
You'd think you'd want to bowl him when the ball was swinging. That's when I would bowl Chimera if I had Chimera. Not bowl 2 overs of your middle over spinner instead in the power play, which have now got hit. Yeah, a bit crazy. They need a wicket and they need it now.
And they're not going to get it with that shot. Poor Akshar Patel is at mid-off and he's at mid-on when Sai Sudarshan's batting. He's had to stop 3 of the best timed balls I've ever seen, Rob.
Yeah, so the and you can upgrade and downgrade people for dots depending on what sort of dots they are. And those 3 that have been hit to him have been some of the best shots of the whole competition. Sure, dots is the result, and you don't win prizes for playing good shots. You need to score runs, but bloody hell, they look good, these 2, don't they? Gill hasn't done anything yet. He's 11 off 8 balls. But how easy, when you've got the other guy hitting all the bad balls for 4, he can just take his time and do what he needs to do, which is get his side over the line.
Well, he's played a weird sort of...
Wow.
It's that shot that he sometimes plays to mid-wicket, but he's ended up playing it to mid-on. He still timed it well, though. It's only just been stopped at mid-on. They'll take a single. Roll says, why would Natarajan bowl with a brand new ball? I think what you're looking at here is what I would call a broken bowling attack.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
Chimera needs to bowl in the middle. Mustafiza and Natarajan both should bowl at the death. And that's just the way that this year has gone. It's just one of those things. And so they've ended up with no one who they feel confident enough to take the new ball. These things sometimes happen.
That's it. That's it in a nutshell. The Delhi attack, as soon as the break happened for the IPL, was in disarray with Stark not coming back, and you've got players everywhere who are recovering from injuries. Natarajan is one of them. You've got guys that didn't know that they were playing, didn't know that they were coming back. Like, it's all a bit of a mess, isn't it? So you kind of...
Sudarshan's gone for the scoop, mate, and he's missed it.
Okay, you got to be on the 2.25 next man out. You've got to be on that, because this is where he gets vulnerable when he goes into 5th gear too early, and he's lost his shape there completely. And he's scoring he's really good, Sud, because he normally scores at strike rate 130 in the first phase of his innings, and then he goes up the gears. But he's now in 5th gear. He's scoring at over 200, and he's just played a shot that he really shouldn't be playing right now as they get to 50 for none. So I think the angle there, rather than hammering his unders, it's not the worst bet ever to back under 68.5 for him. That's a lot of runs to be given him from here, 30. But I do like the next man out. Let's see what happens.
Turn this one.
Covers up.
I think about 2. Shubman Gill being back on strike is good. It could be overthrows here. There's a huge throw that comes in from square leg.
Faff has been on the floor for half of this over.
I could be wrong here, but I'm sensing a wicket, so I'm going to. I might try and cash out. Actually, I'll leave it because Gill's on strike.
Next over wicket, what price can you get there?
Let's have a look. Wicket in the next over 3.95.
Yeah, okay. That's okay if you think. I think the way Sud's playing, normally I wouldn't back that with these two openers because they're so good at just carrying on, aren't they? But I agree, it does feel a bit like the wicket could be coming. There's no upside and back in the other side there at 1.19 is definitely short enough. The question is, can I back it for how many hundreds of thousands am I having on that? See, I'm pushing, Jarrod. I'm not just trying to beat you. I'm trying to hammer you into the ground. So I'm having 230,000 coins on that.
I don't even have 230,000 coins.
Yeah, so I could just defend and not have a bet for the rest of the day and take my glorious victory, but I'm not going to. I want to win by millions. What was that special that I said I didn't back? How many runs was it to be none down in the power play? Was it 65?
Oh, I can't remember. The bet I remember is you had them to be not lose 3 wickets by 90-something runs.
Yeah, 93.5, I think it was today, which is absolutely mental.
It's looking like a good bet at the moment. Gill is facing Shamira. It's a full toss. It's flicked away. Oh, he's got away with that, Shamira. And they're just going to get another single. So that is the end of the 5th over. The best one for Delhi. Just the 3 singles there. Target is 200, but they have 52 without loss here at Gujarat. Do you bring Kuldeep on now, or do you just throw the ball to random seamer?
Random seamer, I think. What do you do?
It's Mustafiza they've gone. I think probably Mustafiza did okay. That you can go him again. Now, what did the Gujarat do this over as well? What did you say the bet was before? Was it 65 without loss in the power play?
65 or better, yeah. So that over has been an absolute knife in anyone that backed that because this over is not due
13. 14.
It's due 10. This over.
Mustafiza comes in. It's a half volley outside a stump, and it's mangled to mid wicket for a single.
I don't mind if Sud gets out now. I want my next one out bet to win. I had loads of coins on this over wicket, didn't I? So he can get out now.
I'm trying to work out whether I should cash out my bet now. I might see him face one ball and see how I go, how I feel. There's not much swing for Mustafiza. I think I'm not even sure he was bowling that last one seam up by the look of it. So we did see it swing for a little while. He's backed away, Sadashan, and he's flicked this. I tell you what, their fielding's got pretty good. There's a run-out chance here. He's flicked that beautifully to mid for no run.
No run.
A lot of action for no run there.
They've slowed down a bit here, Gujarat. Last couple of overs.
But he's still, but they have still timed a lot of balls.
Yeah. It's not panic mode, but they were 43 for none off 3. And they're now 53 for none, 14 balls later. They've got 10 off the last 14. And a lot of teams, that makes the wicket very likely when they slow down. They play the big shot when they don't need to.
He's timed another one, but again, straight to the fielder. No run.
Bloody hell, I backed over 55 in this power play at evens, and I didn't consider that could get beat. None down.
They were flying a minute ago, but the 2 seamers have pulled it back. 2 overseas seamers from Sri Lanka and Bangladesh. Both of which was Chamira in the squad. Yeah, he was in the squad originally. He's been in the squad for a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Mustafiza comes in. It's short and it's slashed away. And this time he will bring up a boundary. So they needed that. He did that.
Yeah, they just sort of stopped the rot, hasn't it? But as we said, Delhi don't seem to be able to have the wicket threats, and that is a big concern for them because Sud is too good. if you can allow him to stay there by not having any wicket threats, then he's just going to pick you off, isn't he? Just too easy.
So we've got 2 balls to go in the power play now. They're going to change the field after that ball. Gujarat is 1.47. They started this innings at 2.62, I want to say.
That's correct.
And I think we backed them at 2.42. Was it, Rob, or 2.52? Might have been 2.52
at half time. That's right. Yeah.
So we did pretty well on that one. It's full and it's pushed again. This time, not as great a timing as some of the others, but again, they stolen a run somehow, despite the fact that went straight to cover.
Bad fielding.
Can you quickly have a look at Kuldeep's record versus these 2 gentlemen, please? Have you got that in front of you, or do you need me to find it?
I don't have it in front of me. I can race you to it if you want, but no, I've got to open up all sorts of nonsense.
I can try and have a look at that, because that's an interesting one. I'm assuming we'll see the timeout straight away.
Yeah, they should do, shouldn't they?
Mustafiza, half volley, push down the ground, upish again. So it's another good over. What's that? 3 decent overs on the trot. But they're so far ahead. They're not too worried, are they?
No, they slowed it right down there to land on 59 for none after the power play. But
oh yeah. So sadly to all those people who wrong button. Who took the what was it? 64?
65 plus. Unlucky. 1 shot away, and they didn't score a run for 3 overs. They only got 1 boundary in the last 3 overs of that power play, which is pretty incredible. Considering how they were going, they were 43 for none after 3 and didn't get to 65, which is incredible, really.
Yeah.
But Gujarat won't care. Gujarat are really good at winning games, just like Rajasthan aren't. Gujarat are really good at winning games, and they're just like, it feels the reason why they're pretty short at 1.49 to chase this. What did Rajasthan need when the market were like, "Nah, you're all right. We don't think you're just going to train home here." The market never had any faith, did they? Whereas this lot need 10 and over, and for 14 overs worth of 10 and over, and the market's like, yeah, they do it 2 out of 3. Vipraj has come into the attack here.
Interesting. Especially because I wasn't looking up his stats. Literally looking up Kuldeep's. So Shubman Gill against Kuldeep has made 29 runs off 18 balls, and Sudarshan has made 22 runs off 20 balls for 1 out, as this one is smashed out to deep cover first ball.
Just the one.
I don't mind this matchup for Sudarshan.
I lost my coins, Jarrod. I'm donating coins back here.
Oh, I might actually have some coins again now. I haven't checked.
I'm down to 1.3 million.
Yeah, I'm slightly south of that.
I'm definitely going to start working.
Oh, this is down the leg side. They've appealed for this. It's hit something, hasn't it? The market thinks it's out.
People loves it. I'm not so sure. I don't think that's out, but let's see.
They've reviewed it eventually. The market gave it out, then the market gave it not out, and now the market's not sure.
I mean, I thought no, but I've not called them well today. It's really hard when you don't have any volume. Like, I'm just guessing, aren't I? If you can't hear anything, no idea. I'm going to wind it back and see if I can hear a sound.
It's very close to the pad. I didn't see Sudarshan look all that worried, if we're being honest.
You might better hear my commentary now. I'm going to turn it up. See if you can hear a noise here. But it's definitely hit something. Definitely hit something. And it sounded like there might have been a bit of wood there. I don't think it's gloved, do you?
I don't think it's gloved. I'm not sure it flicked the top of the pad. The market's now giving it not out, Rob.
Yeah. It doesn't look out, does it? Top of the
pad,
pad,
maybe. It just doesn't look right there.
I think that's top of the pad. The only chance he's got is if it's flicked. Nah, it's not out. It's not out. Get on with the game.
They've got it away, to be fair. If nothing else, they've gotten away with the terrible ball down the leg side. So you take that, and we're just seeing now it's missed his bat. And what has it flicked anything? Yeah, just flick the top of the pad on the way through.
Yeah.
Good umpiring. Bad bowling. Oh, wait, the market's.
Hey, the
What is
market's
the
being silly there. It just popped out to 1.64, and that's free money because it's now going to settle down at 1.55. Yeah, somebody thought that spike meant that he'd hit it when, in actual fact, it hit the pad. That's what the spike was.
I think there was a little mark near the bat, but it wasn't when the ball was going past the bat at one stage. Sorry, a little mark, I should say. Anyway, Sudarshan again facing Nagam. It's short, it's wide, it's pulled away. Oh, he's just got one. Geez, they're timing this ball well, but when do they start to get frustrated?
Yeah, a lot of teams would get frustrated having not scored any boundary off all these balls that are looked pretty hittable. I don't know whether the pitch might be slowing down a little bit here, Jarrod. That one gripped a bit. It's stuck in the pitch. Watch it. Oh, that's it. Stopping in the pitch a bit. I think there's something in it for the bowlers here. I'm tempted by the unders for Sud. If they're giving him another 30, I think I'm going to back under. Any under 75.5 around here for him?
Oh, that spun and bounced. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. This is doing something. So this is time to be backing people's unders. And Sud is one. I'm backing under 75.5 for Sud. Any 46.5. There we go. Under 49.5 for Gill. That's okay. That's giving him another 34. Bloody hell. No 50 at 1.83 for Gill. That's too high.
Oh, the next ball's a half tracker. Although again, it's just a single.
Yeah, I quite like those angles here. So what's the fall of wicket in for here? Another 30. Another 31. Okay. Feels a bit high. Just that's purely because I think the ball's stopping. I think Kuldeep is into the attack imminently. And I think the fact that they've only scored one boundary since the third over means that potential for frustration creeps in now. And they've played some very good shots that must have felt like boundaries off the bat that have been singles in the last few overs. So this is quite an interesting point of the game. I don't mind the under 8.5 next over at evens 2.0 with Kuldeep probably going to bowl it, you would say. I would bowl Kuldeep next. I can't see a reason not to.
No, they have to bowl Kuldeep next. You're right.
So under 8.5 at evens, I think it's a bet.
I'm going to go under 90.5 for next wicket with whatever money I have left in my account.
Yeah, all in Kimber strikes again. You could easily end up in front of me because I'm still having $250,000 every bet. Which is not how you stake. Even if you're playing with coins, you shouldn't be staking like this. But it's fun, and whenever I lose them all, I will ask for more. So if only you could do that with money. Yeah, system working great. Send more money.
Kuldeep's come in, and this could be LBW. Oh, they're going to have to review this. This looked very straight to me. Very, very straight. Is he saying there was bat on that?
I mean,
are they not going to review it? Oh, yeah, I have reviewed it. Okay.
They're saying it's turning too much, I think. And if it is turning too much, that is very good signs for the bowling team because they've allowed the rate, a bit like we said earlier when Rajasthan absolutely hoofed the power play. Gujarat hoofed the first half of the power play and then stopped scoring runs. They haven't scored any runs since at any rate, and this rate is now back up to 10.5 and over.
Mate, this is not turning too much.
If it's not turning too much, he's out.
He's either hit it or it's LBW. He's hit his foot.
Yeah, this is where the third ump needs to know that that bat has come through and hit the pad. So what? Let's see. It's away from the pad there. I don't think that's hit the bat on the angle that I've just seen.
I've just gone in twice on Delhi based on the first two replays, and I was pretty.
Well, I just backed.
Yeah, he's missed it.
I just backed Sud unders, fall of wicket unders, wicket in over. This would be lovely if this is out, Jarrod.
This has to be out, doesn't it?
I'm surprised the finger didn't go up because it looked out, didn't it? This is one where it might be a call one leg stump. Yeah, it's turning.
It is umpire call. Okay.
That's frustrating, isn't it? because
Fair enough.
looked live.
I'll take that.
Should have given it. Ah, damn it. That would have been lovely. But anyway, all those bets that were on before, Sud under another 30.5, wicket, fall of wicket under another 30.5. I think they're really good because it's clearly spinning now. And it's quite hard. You can't take liberties against Kuldeep, and they need 10.5 and over. So we got a cricket match on here. This is going to be quite fun. And anyone steaming into Gujarat at 1.65 isn't seeing the cricket that I'm seeing right now.
A lot of wickets in hand, of course. This one is hit across. We talked about the stats before. Sudarshan has scored only a run a ball against Kuldeep so far in his short career. It's only 20-odd balls, but he has been dismissed. Shubman Gill hasn't had as much trouble. Get that out correctly. He has 31 runs off 19 balls based on that last one.
Okay. Kuldeep needs to keep the stumps in play, I think, here.
And he's going to get a single and get Sudarshan back on strike.
Kuldeep needs to be the wicket threat and not try and bowl dry, because they can see him off and score against the bad pace at the end, no problem, if they've got loads of wickets in hand. He needs to do what he did with that one that could have easily been given out by the umpire. It would have been nice if he did. And keep the stumps in play, because if he bowls wide, they'll just pick him off for ones, and that's absolutely fine. If they get 7 off Kuldeep, no dangers.
Sudarshan pushes this out on the offside. A little bit, I wouldn't say riskily, but eagerly maybe is the word I would use. 2.66 Delhi. Be happy to get out of this without a wicket, I reckon, this over, just as it's gone.
Yeah, like I say, I think that the wrong plan is happening here from Kuldeep. After that first ball where it was on the stumps, he should have bowled all 6 on the stumps and made them do something. Whereas instead he's bowled slightly wide and they've just picked him off. That one was on the stumps, to be fair, and Gill negated the threat by taking a step down the wicket and just pushing it for the easy single. So we're on under 8.5 here, Jarrod, and we have had 6 off 5. So no boundary is what we're cheering this ball.
I'm wondering what stumping is. Stumped is 20-1. Sudarshan has hit this not far from cover, and there's no run there.
There is 1 run there.
There is 1 run there, sorry. I meant there's no 2 there.
Is another winning bet. No dots in the over, and disappointingly, no wicket in the over. But the under 8.5 was easy because Kuldeep is getting turn and they're just seeing him off, which when you've got 10 wickets in hand, you can afford to negate that threat, can't you, by just knocking it about. I'll probably be on unders for him in his next over because there's no way he doesn't stay on, is there? No way.
No, he has to stay on at this stage.
So he will bowl the 10th. What can we get for the 10th? That's what I'm looking for now, because I just think they're not going to bother blasting him, and they'll just okay, yeah, fine.
Akshar has come on.
Okay.
So let's see what Sudarshan does here. Goes for the big slog sweep. He might get 4. He will get a 4. That's poor bowling.
Poor fielding too. Through the fielder. Aksar's having a bad day, isn't he? He looked rubbish with the bat. Got a lucky 25. And he's bowled poorly, hasn't he, today, I think. Like, that's just leg side crap. And Sudarshan's too good and the fielder's too bad. So 4 more to the total. They're very good, these two, aren't they? Yeah, I quite like it. What do you think of 8.5 next over at 2.2 you can get?
Someone just sent me a message, by the way, that says Crick Info's forecaster has it that Delhi is a 60% chance of winning from here.
Nope, you've got it the wrong way round again, and a bit more besides. What is it? 1.53.
What's the run line you said for next over?
You can back under 8.5 for Kuldeep's next over at 2.2.
Yeah, I would go with that. Song sleep, and this should be 6, and it is. Good hit.
Good gilling. I think my Gill top bat is toiling a bit. I need Sud out very soon. I'll tell you what isn't toiling is the fall of 3rd wicket over 93, whatever. Like, that wins every game. That's the cheat code of this IPL, is backing fall of 3rd wicket over for this team, who have never lost their 3rd wicket before 100 has gone on the board, which is, just think of that, over 11 games. Absolutely crazy.
Big 3 balls coming up here, and it's defended the next ball. In fact, yeah, actually, I need to get out of this over alive here. I think it was a mistake taking the wrist spinners off. The wrist spinners so far on this wicket have looked a lot more dangerous than the finger spinners.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe he was thinking to himself, I can get through my over here. He's outside. That was the sucker ball.
Yeah, he's not bowling at suckers though, is he?
No. He's got to get away with a single here or a dot ball if he can. And then assuming Nagam or Kuldeep bowl the next over. It might be Nagam now, mate.
Yeah, true.
It's another slow one. That's a good ball, actually. The dot ball. And so pulled himself back just a little bit there.
Yeah,
and we're going to have a timeout. I've run out of trivia questions.
Let me see if I've got some then. I think I've got a few left. You might have to tell me where to find them for the 38th time today.
It's under the play section. So you go to the top. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. I've got 14 more questions. Let's go.
Go.
Get ready, Jarrod.
I'm ready.
Okay, good. Who won the MVP in 2024? Well, we know that. Must have been Sunil.
Sun on the right.
Correct. Okay, another 50 coins. Chuck it on the pile. Which team has the highest win percentage? We know that one because we had it earlier. Right. Still good.
And we knew it anyway, to be fair.
Yeah, next. You have to wait 3 whole seconds, which is way too many. What is the maximum number of overs a bowler can bowl in one match in the IPL? Well, it's 5, actually, because you can bowl the super over.
Is that what it means?
I don't know, but it should mean that. I'm clicking 5 because it's right, and it's not been given as right. That was wrong. Jake, the one is wrong. You can bowl 5 in a match. Super over counts as a match, doesn't it? Can't win the match without winning the super over.
I would say it counts in a match.
Award. So we've having our second guess. It was Nitish Kumar Reddy, Jarrod, that won the emerging player.
Okay. You mean the person I wanted to click and you told me I was wrong?
Yeah.
Is that
Never
one?
listened to me. Who's the all-time leading run scorer for CSK? I think it's Rayner. Who do you think?
Stoney.
You think it's Stoney?
It's Stoney.
Go on then. Very good. I wouldn't have gone for that.
Also, we got it right before, and you'd already forgotten that we got it right before.
My brain doesn't have room for trivia. It just has room for betting. What team was top of the table when the tournament was suspended? Well, we know
it's not RCB.
Because RCB got a point for the rain-off, you see. So we're going to concede that Jake got that question right. But he got the super over question wrong. So, Jake, you got the super over question wrong. Sort it out. How many IPL ties have there been? Bloody hell. 15, 20, 25.
20. 25. 20.
I think
15.
15. But I went 20 and got it wrong, so I bet it was 15. We have 2 more questions. Can we fit the 2 more questions in?
Yeah, go.
Who won the purple cap last year? That was Harshal.
Harshal?
Yeah, I think so. Right. Next question. Final question of the day from the trivia. Wait 3 seconds again. Which player hit the most 4s last time? Was it Gaikwad, Travis Head, or Jaiswal? I think Head.
I would have gone Jaiswal.
Could have been any of them. Jaiswal didn't get enough runs. It's either Head or Gaikwad.
Gaikwad.
No, not Gaikwad. I clicked Gaikwad in the end because you talked me into it. I got 16 out of 20 right today, but the one I got wrong was Jarrod's fault. And the other one I got wrong was Jake's fault for not writing the right question.
I got 17 out of 20 today, and you got at least 2 of my questions wrong, so shut up. There's plenty of fun things to play along with at the Cricket 8 website. We've just got a timeout now, but cricket8.com, that is your place to go. I'll bring it back up, in fact, at the moment, so you can have another look at it. So if you go to the section, you see at the section at the top, you've got matches, so you get all the information on all the matches you want. This is all of our podcasts and everything else, so you can find everything that we've done there. And this is the games. So we today have been playing Trader. That's what we've been talking about with all the coins. We'll show you that in a minute. The exciting one to come is Squares. And what we just did in the 10 seconds ago there was the trivia, where we went through the quickfire ways. You can win lots of points, but actually it's more just to get the questions right. Anyway, it is Kuldeep coming on. And he is going to bowl outside off stump for a single. It's not what Rob wants.
Under 8.5, please. This over on at 2.2, which I couldn't make a case for. I could have made a case for 1.7 or something. But we shall see. He's not bowled a dot yet, Kuldeep, other than the. Oh no, I think they got a leg bye, didn't they, for the LBW that was probably out.
Yes.
The umpire didn't fancy giving. That would have been much better financially if the stupid umpire would have given that.
Comes down the wicket, and he's going to hit this for 6. I think it's just cleared the rope. It's a good hit.
Annoying. That's way more than a 6 in terms of who's going to win this game. That's absolutely huge, and I think it probably should have moved the market more than it did, because that's the best bowler that they've decided we don't even need to knock him around anymore. If they can hit Kuldeep, this is done. Do you know what I mean? They need to get Gill right now.
Swept along the ground out to the sweeper.
Shot. That 8.5 is a loser. And when they had the pressure on and it looked like getting the wicket, that umpire's call was massive. You know, if the finger goes up there, it's a different ball game. But now it just looks like they're back in charge. They've got that 6 away. They got a 6 in the last over. It's all looking very rosy for Gujarat once again. So they weathered the storm. And when you've got good bats that aren't mental, unlike Rajasthan, who are a bit mental, that can go, okay, we haven't scored a boundary for a while, but that doesn't mean we need to get out and lose and play stupid shots. They've just gone, all right, well, we're going to get some bad balls, no problem. And they got one that was tossed up from Kuldeep looking for the wicket. It's been banged for 6, and now Delhi is staring down the barrel here as that one is wide, I think.
Yeah, another one.
Not given wide. Was it given wide? We don't know. It was. But once again, nobody can get any wickets against Gujarat, and that makes it difficult to beat them if you can't get any of them out.
Rat says he just got over 2.56s for Gill. So well done to him. Where's my buzzer?
Well done, you.
And this is better ball from Kuldeep here, and they've ended up with the dot. But I think they have to get Nagam back in now, because Gill looks very good against the left arm spin, but he didn't look that good against the right arm spin.
Yeah, this is where you just try and up the volatility and bowl the leggy and bowl maybe some bouncers or something. You got to start thinking now, haven't you? Because that was such a massive over for the batting team. Even though it's only 11 runs, it's still massive.
Yeah, I wonder what dot ball is in this over. Because if they do bring him on, and it is Nagam,
what are you getting on Trader?
I was just looking at Stumped as well. It's at 20s, only because Shubman Gill has used his feet today, and this ball should be spinning away from him.
He has used his feet. You're right. 20 is not big enough, though, I don't think.
That's why I didn't put it on. No, it wasn't quite what I wanted, as this one is. Hit out the deep point for 1.
It's good from Sud. He's weathered his storm as well, because he was looking a bit agitated not that long ago, said Harson. I still think giving him another 30 is a lot, though. What's he on now, Sud? 56. But again, you're just thinking, where are Delhi going to go to get the wicket? How does the wicket happen?
He's bowled the wrong ball here, Nagam. He's bowled the flat slider. He needs to get it outside of Shubman Gill's eye line a little bit. He needs the Chahal ball, really. And either allow him to try and slug sweep it, get a top edge straight up in the air, or put him in a situation where he's going to swing that, come down and walk past it. That's the quicker one to Sudarshan, which makes sense. So Sudarshan, who was what, 30 odd off 16 or something, now 57 off 36. So he's really got stuck. But Gill is 37 off 27, and they found enough boundaries when they've needed them. They are 2 runs ahead of Delhi at the same stage, without a wicket. I still think there's lots of value in the 3.35. I just don't know how Delhi take wickets from here, Rob.
Yeah, That's the big question, isn't it? Because they had a bit where they looked
This
like
is the ball, and I think he's just got hit for 6 instead. Well, he went for it. It was the right delivery. They needed a wicket.
Wow.
He floated it outside off stump, but Shub McGill, when he's needed to hit a 6, has hit a 6. And that was a beautiful strike.
feels like the ball game a bit, that because they've had to go back to Vipraj and roll the dice, and it hasn't come up 6. It's come up another 1. And what it does do, though, is it gets Gill top bat very much back in the game. And I think the next man out is now 50-50. So whilst I'm happy enough with my 2.2, I'm not as happy as I was. Too easy, that, isn't it? Too easy. They don't seem to be able to join the dots anymore. But the thing is that the reason why Gujarat win way more often than they don't is because when they're under it a bit, they don't panic. There's been no panic in this chase. They've not gone, oh, we need to blast our way out of trouble. And that's how you lose the quick wickets, is by going, oh, shit, we're behind. We've got to do something. They just go, no, we're good enough. We're going to get bad balls. We're going to wait for them.
Also, when you're timing the ball the way both of these guys are, I think you do think at a certain point, you're just going to find the gap and hit the 4. Like, I'm not a professional cricketer. I haven't played in a lot of chases, but I have played in chases when I'm timing the ball well. Even if I'm behind the rate, I'm like, that's fine. Because eventually I'm going to keep timing the ball this well, and I'm just going to pick a couple of gaps, and I'll hit 2 or 3 falls in a row, and the other team will panic. And, you know, I think you can. So I think you can get yourself into that kind of headspace as well. Who do you bowl? Do you just go Kuldeep again now, or do you try?
No, I don't think you do.
Natarajan.
Yeah, he was a guy that I would normally be advocating back in bold at 7 when he comes into the attack, because he's very good at the Yorker. But there's no evidence that he's being able to land it right now. He's been out for a long time, hasn't he? He's had a lot of injury issues over the last couple of years. I don't see how he goes through the defenses of these guys. I think it's very likely.
Or he'll bowl the first one on the pads and be flicked for 6, 34 rows back.
That's way too easy. Yeah, that's not good enough. Yeah, the radar's not on. I think this game is pretty much done. They might even chase this none down the way this is going.
Is that the second time he has bowled his first ball on or outside the pad to Sudarshan, and Sudarshan hit him for 6? He certainly hit 2 6s off the first ball, but I think it's pretty much both of those balls were just there to be hit as well. Sudarshan 64 of 38. Another one down the leg side, but this time it's just turned. They thought about 2, but there's only 1 there.
Too easy. Yeah, I don't see how this isn't chased, and the rate is still, you know, something of a proposition, 10 and over, but they don't feel like they're struggling even slightly. I guess the case for the defense is there's not that many people in form down the order, because they just don't get many goes at batting. But Josh Butler's got incredible numbers this IPL.
Short, wide, and it's ugly, but he's got away with it with just a single. I think I lost another one of my trades. I was on under 90.5 wickets.
Oh God, yeah, I lost on that. I've got to be honest. I lost on that too, but I lost on that with real money, because I thought the wicket was coming when Cordy came into the attack, and it.
So did I.
Not. The umpire is fully to blame, Jarrod. It's not our fault. Not our fault that the bets don't win. It's always someone else's fault. You've got to remember that. When they win, it's all us being legends, and when they lose, it's something else's fault. But
seems fair.
They have to get a wicket, and they have to get one now, because it's too damn easy. It feels like Natarajan, it's impossible for him to bowl a dot, which means that if he's going to bowl one filthy pie every over that's going to get hit for 6, he cannot stop them from making the chase look very simple.
This is a short ball. Lucky Fisher has Sudarshan under 71.5.
Yeah, I backed his unders a while ago. What number did I get? I think that might be beat already. Let's have a look. Under 75.5 I backed. So, and I'm on him next out at 2.2, which I don't particularly like anymore. I mean, I like it a bit. It's slight value rather than amazing value, which it was when he was going at 2 a ball, but he's gone at 1 a ball since he went at 2 a ball. Here comes Natarajan again on the stumps. Easily pushed away for a single. So they got the bad ball away for 6 and they got a single off each of the other 5, meaning the rate goes down a little bit and another big tick in the box for the chasing team who, I mean, it is a really good tactic having 3 amazing bats as your top 3. But when they get in form, like this 200 chase, remember that they were 2.62 to knock these runs off. They made it look ridiculously easy. What do they do? What do you do now, Jarrod? If you're coach, what are you doing?
I do it over at bouncers.
Yeah, weird field, bouncers, or just some different plan.
Yeah, just one over at bouncers. Try and buy a wicket there. I don't think they have any. Do they have anyone who's a kind of a part-timey threat or a part-timey fun? I'm just putting the last of my money on Sudarshan to over 90.5.
I think it's Chamira that's come back. Over what, sorry?
90.5.
For what?
At 1.85 on Sudarshan.
Okay.
And you're right. Chamira's come back. Just have a look at this field. Mind seeing that. Well, I mean, Sudarshan's on 68. I don't think 90.5 doesn't seem that far away, Rob.
Not for a man like him. Another 23. Yeah, I think that's decaying him a fair bit. Top bat is an interesting market here because it doesn't have to do that much more to win.
Chamira again. And this is the Shubman Gill. It's a slow ball and it is dropped, I'm going to say. They're going to get a couple of runs. Not sure he picked it. He tried to flick it on the leg side. Akshar Patel. This is our single fielder theory again, isn't it? Is it Akshar? I don't see the top of his head. I think it's Akshar. But every game we cover, there's only one fielder. And
should have been caught.
Oh, I think he just misread it, didn't he? I don't even think he canned on it in the end. I'm not sure that's dropped.
Yeah, it's complete misread.
To be fair to him, I think he was thinking it was going on the leg side, and so the leading edge just put him off. But either way, wide from Chamira down the leg side here.
Can't be doing that, mate. Well, this
Lucky
is
Fish
threatening to be really fun, and it's just been a stroll in the park. I guess it's still turning over, which is more than turning over. It's 10.5.
Will says, how's it going to impact them when Butler leaves before the playoffs?
Well, a lot, because he's a lot better than Mendes, who is coming in to swap for him. It's easy to forget that they have other batsmen when you just watch these two relentlessly run scoring. But a lot.
Oh my God, Chamira's almost been killed by a drive back here. There's a full toss, and he just punched this gill right back at the bowler, and Chamira did well to duck it. Ben,
he did do well to duck it, and that would have hit. Duck it. What?
That would have hit duck it. It would have gone over Duckett's head.
Yeah, maybe it would have done. So yeah, Jaiswal had the orange cap for about 5 minutes, and then these two both overtook him. So Harsin is now top. But Butler has scored 500 runs in this IPL at an average of over 70, which is better than anybody in the competition. He's averaging over 70, 71. A strike rate of 164, 22 sixes. Like, Butler is absolutely nailing it.
Oh my God, Shubman Gill's just taken this from outside leg stump and hit it for 6.
But the fact that Butler has faced about 50 balls fewer than both of these, you can't forget that the number 3 is averaging millions and got 500 runs this competition. So to take him out of it, it also gives these two, because these two know that if one of them fails, they've got Butler to come in, who's like the next best opener they could possibly have. Do you know what I mean? And it seems to have meant that they just never bloody fail. Like, they've never failed together in this competition.
Hey, match winner's working again for the first time. And at a completely pointless time. There's no reason for match winner to be up. It's working again.
Yeah, I've got a decent cheer on the top bat, which is just about back alive after Jamira's slot bowling.
And they still haven't. I mean, they brought Shamira back on. And they brought Natarajan back on, but they haven't really tried to disrupt them. Do you know what I mean? Like,
turned up and bowled. It's
they bowled slow balls, so I suppose that's the theory. It was also a slow ball that was just slog swept or whatever Gill just did over the leg side as well. So, yeah, it went for runs.
Looks like a bit of a stroll home. It's still 70 or 43, which back in the day would have been a question mark whether they do it or not. But it's getting increasingly difficult to make a case for the defence because they're not creating chances anymore. They don't look like they're just about to take a wicket, do they? It's a bit disappointing. This
short wide, Sadashan absolutely throws everything at this for another 4. It's a bad ball. It's a very, very bad ball, and he picks up another boundary. They now need 66 or 42, and yeah, maybe the only contest left is if Shubman Gill hits a couple of boundaries in a row and catches back up for the best batter.
What's the plan with that ball? How can that ball be anything other than a boundary?
I'm not really sure what the thinking was there. Shamira, 22 of 2. Good first over, and they didn't bowl him again, and by the time they brought him back on, it's kind of over. The same with Nagam. We thought Nagam bowled a really good over, and they didn't bowl him straight after that. And then by the time they brought him back on, it wasn't, the moment had passed.
Yeah, they've
decisions.
Captained themselves out of the competition here, really, because a loss today means they're basically done, doesn't it, Delhi? They'll be level on games with Mumbai, a point behind, and a massive run rate difference to overturn. I mean, they're not dead, but it's a big defeat here is not good for Delhi at all.
Kuldeep back on. There's plenty of value if you want to back Delhi. I wouldn't do it, but it's there if you want it, I suppose. And there is a 4. Kuldeep's first ball wide outside of stump, and just eased away for another boundary.
They're so good. They're so good at cricket, these two. Yeah, I'm trying to find bets, but can't. Like, just looking around and going, well, it's low volatility now. They're just getting the runs that are coming very easily for them.
Yeah.
Basically. Like, you can make a case for the 10.5 next over.
Do you get a refund on your next man out if no one was out? I think you do, don't you?
That's right, yeah. Sidharsan 100 at 3.5. That seems fair enough. How many's he got to get? Let's have a look at that.
He's on 72.
So he needs 28 of the remaining 66 that are available, because obviously you can score more than the required target.
Oh, well, if he keeps getting half trackers like this, he's going to get a couple here. He's unlucky not to get a 4. He's somehow found the fielder.
Yeah, I think 3 point. That's okay. 3.5 Sidharsan ton. I hope he doesn't win because I want Gill top bat. But yeah, that's pretty good. So he's only 8 behind here, Shubman Gill. And he's scoring at a much quicker rate than Sidharsan is right now. I know that it looks very close on the scorecard, but it's not.
Can I ask you one here?
You can.
Sidharsan is 1.6 and Gill is 2.18 for next man out. Right? There is a very big chance you get your money back anyway.
Yeah.
Is that the sort of situation where you'd be thinking, whoever I think is more likely to get out, I put the bet on now, as Sidharsan slog sweeps this down. Good fielding, actually. Being with the fact that they probably won't lose a wicket.
So you mean you just back whichever one's on strike, pretty much? Well, what price did you say you could get Gill?
Gill is 1.79 right now on strike.
Okay, so you can get you can get 2.1 Sudharsan. So Sudharsan's on strike now, no? Or no, Gill's on strike this ball.
Yeah.
TV's telling Porky Pies. You can actually back both and not. So I can back Sud at 2.1 and Gill at 2.16. So you just have £1 million on each, Jarrod. That's what you do.
Yep.
All you need is 2 million and betting accounts that lay £1 million bets, and none of those things are very likely in our lives. But yeah, if you can get odds against on both of them, and they're not moving much for strike. One thing we try and do a decimal, particularly now, when, as you've just identified, strike is everything. Like whoever's on strike now is favourite to be out next, because there's only 6 overs left and they're both kind of going. Sudharsan was what, 34 off 16, was he?
Something like that, yeah.
Scored something like 40 off his next 30, whereas Gill has just been consistently getting his 170 odd strike rate. I think if they're both not out at the end, Gill wins the top bat, That's what I think, even though he's 10 behind.
The garb is on. Gill has come down and smashes for 6.
Yeah, keep doing that then, Gill. Now Gill's probably, slight favourite next out because he's on strike and trying to hit 6s. And he might be trying to ice the game this over and just go, okay, I'll take it, mate, and I'll just take him down.
To be honest, I think they'll both go this over.
Yeah.
Because you got the left-hander to the leggy as well. I'd be very surprised if they both don't go. He smashed the hell out of that one. Is he going to come again? No. And that's a good ball. It's just poked on the offside for 1.
They're good at that, though, aren't they? They go, all right, good ball, 1 run, and bad ball, 6 runs. And how the hell do you play against that? Like, we're digging out the bowlers here, but they are great. They're great at batting, these two.
Yeah, the captains, obviously, we talked about them making some errors as well, but he makes a very good point there that these guys are being very good, and they didn't get frustrated when we thought they could have got frustrated, Rob.
Yeah, they got tied down for a bit. They scored 1 boundary in a 4-over spell, and other teams panic in that spot, and these lot don't. I think it's funny to say that we both backed highest opening partnership for this team at 2.4 something, and they're going to win by 150.
This one is flicked out on the leg side, and they'll get a single there. So they're still pushing. Sudharshan's on 76 of 47, and Gill is 72 of 40.
4 behind. He's never been ahead for this top bat, has he? Because
that's a good ball. He's bowled that a couple of times.
That one gets a lot of people out, doesn't it? The quicker one.
The quicker, skiddy one.
Come on, Sud, out you get. I've lost all my money on... I whacked overs for Sud, which was fortunate because it won. It wasn't fortunate, but it won. But I've done that money back by backing his unders twice now. Because I thought he shouldn't be due another 30 twice, and he's done it. So to be fair, but I would still like him to go, as he nearly got stumped, but it is a wide.
But that's twice. Sudharshan's missed in this innings. He's missed, of all the balls that he's not cashed in on, it's the ones down the leg side from the leg spinner that you would expect him just. Yeah, that's exactly how he played it. And he slashed this away out to deep point for another single. So just having a look now, I don't know. Don't even know what there would be worth betting on at the moment here, Rob.
I'm massively invested in this because I've got a huge position on the top bat. It's a big swing for me today, and I'm not covering it or getting out because I can't, and I don't really want to. He's never been ahead though, which is annoying, as he gets a no run when they should have got a single there, which is disappointing.
We've got a timeout, but I sorry to say we've run out of quiz questions. Actually, let's just see what we have in the room here. Garden and Hobby says Sai in England. I think it's looking more and more likely that they're going to go with Sai Sudharshan. I think I should say in the squad. I'm not sure whether he'll play. Hawkeye says, is anyone else creeped out by the AI nod they make the players do? I don't know about the AI nod. Do you know about the AI nod?
No idea what you're talking about.
Okay. I wasn't talking about anything then. Let's pretend I wasn't.
I don't know anything about
many-
AI, and it scares me. So no thanks.
What else do we have here? Jack says, do you expect these two to finish the match without a wicket? Yeah, that's what we were talking about before. So I don't know if you guys saw, I just put a bet on Sudarshan at 1.92 to be next out. Just on the back, I don't actually expect there to be a wicket, but I was thinking to myself, I'll probably get that money back. But if not, Sudarshan seems to be the more likely one to go out. When I'm not on next week, I have to get a partner for you for next week because I'm going to be at the test.
Buggering off coaching nonsense. What are you doing next Sunday, Jarrod?
No, I'll be at the test match, Zimbabwe, England.
Oh, very good. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, well, dates have changed a little bit. So originally I wasn't supposed to be around at the moment, but we are. Here's a really important one. Maybe, Rob, you could read this comment out.
Loving your book, Jarrod, says.
Thanks, Rob. Oh.
Says Mrs. Kimber. Says Emu Boss. Tell us about your book, Jarrod.
What book? The Art of Batting, Rob. Are you enjoying your copy?
Yeah, I'm enjoying this.
Oh my God, what the hell is that? Why is his shirt up?
It's a book about the World Cup Italia 90. We can have two massive glossy pages about Spain against Yugoslavia from Italia 90. This is a real book, Jarrod. Why isn't your book this big, and why doesn't it have glossy pictures like that of the World Cup and talking about Roger Miller and Claudio Caniggia and stuff like that, which all the Indian cricket fans will definitely know about?
You're assuming that those people that you just said are not in my book.
They'll know who that guy is. Who's the most obscure person referenced in your book, and why is it Myrtle McGlacken?
I don't think Myrtle's in it.
Why, Jarrod?
There's a couple of really obscure women's players who didn't play a lot of tests but have ridiculous records. So I know, is it Denise Annetts, who averages like 60 or something in women's? Oh no, is it 80 in Test cricket? So she's certainly in there. I'm trying to think of some of the others. I'm trying to think of who would be the most obscure male cricketer that would be in the list. I mean, there's people like Navjot Sidhu who's mentioned.
He's funny. Checkered
I love
career, perhaps.
Check it after, maybe after career would be the more checkered thing for them. We're back. Mustafiz is on, and Sudarshan has swept him for 4.
No, that's why I really wanted that single off the last ball last time. Because getting strike is very important for top bat, because Delhi have given up now. We all know the result of this game. Delhi have been pretty deplorable. Like the leg stump full toss is not going to get it done now, is it? They had a bit of time where they sort of fought back a bit after inexplicably bowling Axar at the start and putting themselves under it from ball 1, or well, ball 2, because we backed non-dot, didn't we? Ball 1, and then it was a dot. But after that,
this is another 4. Oh, this one's outside off stump. It's incredibly timed, and it's just opened the face and run that away.
So it's just so easy. It's hard to see anything other than massive loads of Gujarat runs. But yeah, wrong man on strike. They could have taken that single, but they didn't. It's upsetting me, Jarrod, because I had loads on Gill top bat, and he's going to get 80 not out and not win.
We're just getting some various messages in the book. One is Aubrey Faulkner mentioned in the book. He is mentioned in the book. Do you know who Aubrey Faulkner is, Rob?
Who? No, I can't say I do. No.
This one's pushed out on the offside. Aubrey Faulkner. Here's a fun fact for you. The only Test cricketer in the history of the game who averages more than 40 with the bat and under 30 with the ball.
That's good.
Aubrey Faulkner. You would have loved him. He had a comeback. He was coaching in England and he hadn't played cricket in years. And South Africa ran out of players and they asked him to come and play. And he looked very much like someone who was not expecting to play in a Test match in England.
South African, is he?
Yeah, South African player. One of their 4 leg spinners of the apocalypse.
Died in Fulham in London.
He sadly took his own life. He had a coaching academy and took his own life there, unfortunately. This one is pushed out on the offside. They take a single. He was kind of one of the early, well, probably one of the first people to have like one of those
like now they're really popular in London, where everyone has their own nets that you can just go to in London and go down and play nets, and you can get coaches and everything. But it wasn't that common when he started it. It's a pioneering coach.
Yeah, I'm just reading. There's quite the Wisden obituary on him. It's quite long. It's obviously made a big impact in cricket for considering it was 100 years ago or whatever.
I've written an 8,000-word piece on him if you ever want to have a look. Not for the lighthearted, because it's not the prettiest life story in some ways. Just getting singles now. Let's just have a look at where are we, Rob? On your top run scorer. You need something to happen quite quickly here.
Under it. That 3.5 Siddharthan ton is arrowing in as a winner. But yeah, he's 13 behind now, Gil. But it's only an over. He just needs to be on strike for an over and he'll get 13.
This push back to the bowler for no run. That's not what you needed.
Keep getting. So the only dots that they're having is when Gil's on strike with one ball to go in the over. And that cost, yes, very annoying. See, the trouble is, when you back a top bat who bats through the entire innings as an opener, you expect to be winning.
I mean, you've been unlucky. AJ asks if Peter Forrest is in the book. Do you know what? There's some really random New South Wales cricketers, and I don't believe Peter Forrest quite made it in.
Where's Rob Quiney?
Do you know what was Rob Quiney's? What was the line? A composed 9. Australian cricket was in such a bad place that people said a composed 9. Do you know what I remember about Rob Quiney? And I remember a lot because he's a Victorian cricketer. And thank you, Porges, as well. What I remember about Rob Quiney is he once shaved the Puma logo into his chest hair.
Oh, that's a good thing to be remembered for.
Natarajan on the pads again. Is he going to go for another 6? First ball to it? No. Oh, that's disappointing. He almost went for 3 6s off his first ball to Sudarshan in a spell. Come on. That's going to break some sort of record, doesn't it?
Just bowling pad filth over and over again. He's trying to bowl the Yorker. He's down on pace and he is very much down on radar. Because it is just angling down leg every time. And Siddharthan's going, my God, I've been in all day and you're bowling me this. Where shall I put it? Like, he only got 2 and he should have got at least 4 and probably 6. Good bit of fielding from Stubbs. And Siddharthan is now 15 ahead for the top bat with only 38 available runs with 33 required to win. But yeah, Rob Quiney playing 2.
Smash down the ground for another 4. Sorry.
Shot. Rob Quiney playing 2 test matches is too many, surely.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at his test innings.
Well, he certainly made. Was it 8 or 9 in the first innings?
9.
Rudra says 2016 Kohli, Gale, ABD, or this year's Gujarat trio. We've done a whole video on it, Rudra. This year's trio have done better, I think, than that 2016 one did as a trio. I think if you just take out 2 players, it's a little bit different. I could be wrong unless I've misunderstood the years, but I think that's correct. We've answered that one. Lentil says, please do something about getting the hardcover of your book in India. We don't know what happened. I don't know if what is going on, but I don't think the publishers were expecting it to sell as many copies as it did. So you can't. I can't complain about that all that much.
Well done, Jarrod.
But there's Gujarat is even like more boring version of Atletico Madrid. The team on paper shouldn't perform this well.
Atletico Madrid has some amazing players, and so do Gujarat. The difference is Atletico Madrid had to sell their best player every season and still somehow managed to, like people like Aguero and Torres and the goalkeeper whose name David De Gea, I think, was one of them. Like, they've had to sell some unbelievable players, and they still. The one thing they do, which I like, is they pay the manager boatloads because they think the manager's really good, and Simeone, and they stuck with him. Whereas Gujarat have gone, right, we're going to have 3 amazing bats, 1, 2, and 3, and then see what happens. And it used to be we've got Rashid Khan as well, so everything's fine. But he's not quite doing it here. Rob Quiney bowled. He bowled more balls than he faced in Test matches.
Oh, was that drop for 6 for Shubman Gill? Is he making a late play for this, Rob?
What a shot that is.
Was that
I don't
caught
know.
or did it go through his hands? I think it went through his hand.
It looked like it went through his hands, didn't it? It's the helicopter sort of flick. No, it's just way over him. Watch it.
Yeah, it's way over him.
It's about 2 yards over his head.
It's the problem
Rob
with
Quiney
watching on the
bowled.
fast stream. Yeah, Rob Quiney bowled little medium paces.
He bowled 6 overs. What a joke! And I mean, that's mental. I'm very surprised by that statistic. Is that a single off the last ball? Because we are a chance if it is.
It is a single off the last
isn't
ball.
it? This is the excitement. So we're on St Harson 100 at 3.5, and we're on Gill top bat for loads, admittedly, at 3.75, and both could lose and both could win.
Yep.
And for one, am excited about that. He's 9 behind.
Someone questioned my over 90.5 before. I thought that was one of the safest bets I put on today. So I had no issue with that. Remember, you can play on our games at cricket8.com. That's probably the only thing you can take out of this. Kuldeep, I forgot he hadn't finished his 4 overs.
It brings the stumping in. You can back stumped at 25, Jarrod. I don't mind that. Because they might just have a run down now and go, oh, okay, fine. Like this is where the stumping can happen, I think, because everyone knows the result. And so the running down the pitch, bit of fun could easily happen.
Or it could be a sweep out and just stopped by the man on the boundary with one hand in the air to get Gill off strike.
No, not good bits of fielding, thank you, to stop runs from Gill. They probably should have got 2. He probably should have got 6. I mean, it's easy too, because it's not fielded cleanly miles away on the rope, but they just walked the single. Sud, you can either get out now or get your 100. I don't mind.
He smashes down the ground. There should be 6. It is. It's going to carry into the ground. And what a very good 100. He went through. He was incredible early on. Yeah, take that one. He was incredible early on in this innings and smashing the ball down the ground there to bring it up. But he did go through a period where he got a little bit stuck and he just stayed with it. Also over 90.5, which was a while back, but have that whenever you want it.
Yeah. This man, Sid Harson. Ton, we gave it you at 3.5, and there it is. But I'm still annoyed because I wanted Gill to get top bat. Now he can get out, and then Gill can get it just. This game's going to be over really soon. So I'm very pleased. So all the guys that were on those over 8.5 tons for the IPL that were moaning loads have had rather a good game.
And getting 2 tons when no one scored over 201.
Yeah,
it's not. Do you know what I mean? Like the chances of getting 2 tons in a score like this is pretty low. I would have thought.
I really thought that with both of them batting to the end, Gill would have gone past him, but not to be.
Gill's got the better strike rate out of the 2. He's actually faced 18 fewer deliveries. Rob,
I'm seeing 10. Where are you getting that from? Oh yeah, he has. No, 10.
Sorry, it might just be my screen. I thought it was 40. He's at 48.
It's 58 against 48. Yeah, he's faced 10 fewer balls. There's 9 to win, so he needs to go 6-1. It's very hard for him to win here. I'm trying to find out how he can. How many is that?
He's picked up 2 there. Just an apology. I will get little things like that wrong occasionally because I've got the very fast stream on, and so it is a bit glitchy. And so sometimes it is hard to see. 7 off 13 are required.
Yeah, he officially cannot win. What a crying shame that is. Delhi, you're absolutely hopeless. That was a really bad effort at defending. So they did everything wrong. They got the bowling changes wrong. They started off with Aksar. They kept with Aksar. They took off people when they looked threatening. All the fielders were bad. Like really, really poor effort. As Gill hits one in the air along the floor. Keeps the strike. He's going to end up with 90 something.
Aaron Dump says, when am I doing the 50 best test bowlers? If this continues to sell like it is, I'm pretty sure someone's going to pick that up without any problem. This is a good one, though. Where's the Hayden one? Delhi with 30 short Haydos. So that's quite interesting because we said at the toss, at the change of innings that we thought that it was a lot of value as well. So
not everyone, the market didn't read the game that way, did it, Rob? It had Delhi as favourite. And we didn't feel that comfortable with Delhi at all. Both of us put our money on, and I cashed out pretty handsomely. In fact, I've lost $1 million coins on Cricket 8, but I've done very, very well from my actual betting accounts today.
Yeah, I've had a good day on the betting accounts. I've dumped a load of coins back, trying to win by 2 million coins. I don't even know what I'm on anymore for that. I think I might have got back to level for the day on my coins. I'll find out. I don't know if I've got any open bets here. Another couple for Gil. I mean, what a chase! Just masterful chase. Absolutely amazing.
We should say that we'll be back in a couple of minutes for the podcast. And we'll have a look. We haven't done a podcast in a little while, have we? So we'll get on that. This one's tossed up. I thought that might have been the winner, but it's just pushed out. And they'll get a couple.
I think they just walked the one again there. Yeah, I've turned my coins balance into a negative after having $250,000 on everything in the second innings. My most sixes is going to lose that I whacked at 1.68 with all my millions of coins because they've got exactly the same number. It's 10 each.
Oh, you just hit one now. Sudarshan. You're right, it was a one. For some reason I thought they took two. Oh, he's missed the wrong. He doesn't pick wrong ones particularly well, Sudarshan. Everything else today has been off the middle of the bat. He's missed wrong ones from the wrist spinner's right and left arm so far. Who have we got in there? Liam Livingston, Kevin Peterson, Matthew Mott. There's the player I should have put it. Look up Matthew Mott's record. As this is short and pulled away, it's not going to be the winning runs. Matthew Mott, I reckon, averaged 28 in first class cricket.
Let me look. Is
that right? No, maybe it's more than that. Maybe it's 32.
It's taking me a while to look it up because I was doing something else. I can certainly picture him. He averaged in first class.
Yeah, first class.
33.84.
All right. I reckon, if that's the case, I reckon his strike rate was 12.
Doesn't tell me on Cricket Info.
No, I'm just saying, I lived through a lot of Matthew Mott playing. My God, Rob, that was a man who did not know how to find a gap in the field. He would just bat for ages. It's great seeing these very, very ordinary Victorian cricketers on the bench, though. As this one is hit for 6. It's hit for 6, Rob.
That's how you finish a ball game.
Didn't you have a last-minute wager on the Sixers?
I did not. There was no market. But 205 for none. They won the highest opening partnership by 199, and they would have won it by more, but we've had to stop the game because they won too easily, is what happened.
Wow. Well, a very easy chase there. I think Delhi were probably lost the game in the power play when it was tough to bat and they got completely behind and they never really caught back up. They ended up scoring a decent amount of runs. We thought at the change of innings, they still didn't quite have enough. And we bet against them and we put money on Gujarat, but neither of us thought it would be this easy. We're going to take a 5-minute break. And if you want to come back, and thank you to everyone, to the comments and the likes and the subscribes, please go to cricket8.com, play the game. But we're going to have a 5-minute break and we'll come back on a new feed for the podcast. Krish asks, what are the jewels on Cricket 8? If you want more coins, you can buy yourself some jewels. It's Candy Crush for cricket. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
You can watch the game, but what if you could do more? Cricket 8 is the new way to enjoy cricket. Now you can watch your favorite sport while playing against your mates. Think someone is going to score more than 10 in the next over and your friends don't? Play against them. Cricket 8 is the future of watching your favorite sport. Don't just watch the game, play the game at cricket8.com.